Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time to go racing for the NASCAR Cup Series at the Talladega Superspeedway this afternoon for the running of the YellaWood 500 in what is our second race of the round of 12 of the NASCAR playoffs. So we'll be halfway through the playoffs in its entirety following today's race. Of course, the fifth race out of 10. And obviously, if we see a driver out of the 12 that are in this round win this race today, they will advance to the round of 8, taking the pressure off in what is next week's elimination race at the Charlotte Roval. Appreciate everybody tuning in for this stream here today. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, including live race commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend for Truck Xfinity and Cup Series races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying streams on Friday or Saturday, depending on what day the Cup race falls on, usually on Saturday. And then the live commentary streams during the week aren't necessarily live commentary streams, but live streams on the video game side for NASCAR things. So all things NASCAR right here on the channel, realistic broadcast with those. And obviously you're going to see that throughout the course of the race here today as well. We got a new scrolling tracker at the bottom of the screen. I debuted yesterday on the channel during the Xfinity race as well as Cup Series practice and qualifying. You'll get to see that throughout the course of today's stream as well. I don't plan on having to update that, I guess, unless like the stage wins, varies for one of those top fives. Maybe I'll edit the lap sled as the race goes on as well. We'll have to wait and see. But as of right now, that is where we sit. I'm not going to update the points at the bottom of the screen throughout the course of the race today, although I will be doing that in the elimination races. So when we get to next week's race at the Roval, we get into the final stage, I'll give you guys the cutoff line points battle, so you know exactly how many positions one driver would have to beat another by. I'll obviously preface that throughout the course of the broadcast as well, but I'm not going to be doing that for today's race here at Talladega, knowing that we still have a full another race to go in the round of 12 of the playoffs. So we'll highlight those point standings real quick right now. William Byron comes in number 1 of the 12 drivers in the point standings. Remember that obviously, again, I mentioned if you win, you advance to the next round. Well, we had a non-playoff driver winning last week's race at Kansas Speedway, that being Ross Chastain. So nobody is locked into the next round yet. And William Byron, despite being first, only plus 34 points, is by no means safe into these final 2 races. Still needs to put together some good performances these next 2 weeks. So again, plus 34 points for William Byron, plus 28 points for Ryan Blaney and Christopher Bell. Kyle Larson plus 18 points, plus 11 for the number 11 Denny Hamlin. Alex Bowman plus 8, plus 4 points for Chase Elliott and Joey Logano. They're the last drivers above the cut line. Minus 4 points, first driver below is our regular season champion Tyler Reddick, who has not had a great start to the playoffs all the way really through the round of 16. And out through Kansas in the round of 12, just failed to show speed during last weekend's race. Started up towards the front of the field, but just didn't have the long run speed that we typically see out of that 2311 Toyota at the Kansas Speedway in particular. Daniel Suarez minus 14 points came in as probably one of the underdog picks. Really, these final 3 in the point standings are the underdogs, so it'll be interesting to see what they can do today at Talladega on a super speedway to try to get themselves a fighting chance for points paying purposes on the Roval next week. Minus 25 points for Chase Briscoe, and then minus 29 for Austin Cindric. Highlight for Cindric in the first round was the first 2 races, Super Speedway and a road course at Atlanta Watkins Glen. Here we are today, Talladega, Super Speedway. He's got the Roval next week. He had a top 10 at Watkins Glen, one of only 2 playoff drivers in that race to get a top 10 finish. And then he had the most points of any driver at the Atlanta race in the stages, and ultimately didn't have a great finish, but still had a high points paying day. If he gets a good finish today and gets a lot of stage points, I think he could actually make up those 29 points, especially if he gets help with one of those drivers ahead of him or multiple drivers ahead of him getting involved in some sort of an incident, maybe the big one as we get into this race. We'll highlight the Fantasy League next on the channel. You can join our NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. If you look on our big screen right here, there will be a quick link section at the top of NASCAR.com. There will be a Fantasy Live tab. You'll want to click on that, as I will. And that will take you to the Fantasy Live section. You can join our league, which is titled as the KRC League. KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. I'll put the name in the chat real quick. Again, KRC League is the name of the league. So you'll want to make sure that you join. If you're not in already, you can't win our playoff championship, but we do crown two separate champions every year, a regular season champion and a playoff champion. This playoffs only, we will be crowning two champions because of last year's playoff champion. Also won the regular season title, only decided to go to one race this year instead of two, or doubling down on multiple tickets, which would have been 4 tickets for the one race. So he is only going to two, giving up the prize for this year. He may end up winning it again. Who knows? As we look at the point standings for our league playoff standings, you can see it's obviously pretty close as we're only 4 races in. Inside Uranus, who was that playoff and regular season champion last year, does come in with an 812 point, well, not cushion, but he has 812 points. He's only got an 8-point cushion over second place, which is Frank T26. Frank T26 actually finished runner-up in the regular season, so he has been very good all year long. Nathan Daniel Powers, 772 points, sits in third. Troy the Great in fourth with 769. Monster Jam X10, who was our regular season champion this year, sitting at 769 as well. So we got a tie for fourth as of right now. I'm with 765 points in seventh, and definitely up there. I mean, just look at how tight the point standings are right now. Again, I know we're only 4 races in, but the top 10 are within 100 points of each other. So this could go any way, especially with today being a super speedway at Talladega. We could see somebody outside the top 10 take the points lead on a day like today. So it's going to be very fun. Again, you'll want to join this league for next year. You can get a gist for how it works. Playing through the rest of this year, even though you don't really have a shot at the championship. Again, KRC League is where you'll want to join. Free to sign up. All you need is your email, and if you're a subscriber of the channel and you win the grand prize, then obviously, again, 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500. So, with that being said and that being looked over, I haven't put my roster in at this moment. When they come back from the commercial break on NBC, I'll play a little bit of the pre-race coverage for you guys next. And then I'll go ahead and start finishing out my fantasy side of things because I did not get that going before the start of this stream today. But yeah, I expect there to be a pretty solid race today. Last 2 drafting style racetracks really good. Atlanta, and honestly, that Daytona race I thought was the best traditional super speedway race we have had with the next gen car, not counting any of the Atlanta races. So I expect that this race can be really good. I feel like these drivers and teams are getting a real handle on how they could maybe work that third outer line. And we've seen a lot more 3-wide racing with Daytona than what we usually see. And I think Talladega being a wider racetrack, maybe we'll see more of that here today. It'll be interesting to see how the stages lay out. We've seen some fuel saving throughout the first stage at both the first Talladega race and the Daytona 500 back in February. We didn't really see that with the shortened 400-mile race versus the 500-mile super speedway races in the second Daytona event. But maybe we'll end up seeing that again today. So could have some strategy to result in who maybe gets stage points in this first stage or two in this race as well. Obviously, the stage is long enough. They would have to make a green flag pit stop at some point in time in each stage. But yeah, going to be interesting to see how this race plays out. The Fords have been predominantly quick all season long, and really all next-gen car long when it comes to these super speedway races. I know they've only won 2 of the 5 we've had so far, but they've won the last 2. Penske dominated at Atlanta in the first playoff race where Joey Logano got the win, and Ryan Blaney ended up finishing in 3rd place just outside of a 1-2 finish. But they finished 1-2 in stage 1 and 2, where Ryan Blaney ended up winning stage 1, Austin Cindric 2nd. Stage 2 was won by Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney was 2nd. So they scored a lot of stage points. I expect the Fords to be quick, especially those 3 Penske cars here today. That's huge for Austin Cindric, who's 29 points below the cut line. And honestly, even still big for Joey Logano, who's only +4 above the cut line. Last driver in coming to this race today. Ryan Blaney +28. That is no means a cushion that is safe. So if he goes out here, scores a lot of points in today's race, puts himself 40+ points above the cut line headed into the Roval, he's in a really good spot to make his way into the next round, even if he has a poor run or has an early exit next week, which he's unfortunately had quite a few of over the last couple of months. So I would imagine that those guys are going to be quick. Front Row Motorsports has been pretty quick on these super speedways this year, though they were more quick in the early going of the season through the first 3 rather than what we've seen in the last 2 over the last month and a half or so at Daytona and Atlanta. They've had qualifying speed still, but the race trim speed hasn't been quite there. So that's kind of a question mark, I think, if you were to take an underdog pick for a Gillen or Michael McDowell. Here this weekend, I think a better underdog pick would be to take the two RCR cars who have been very strong at super speedways. I'd say they've been more strong on the super speedways at Atlanta and at especially at Daytona at the season end than what they were the first few earlier this year. Last year, obviously, they had good runs all season long in super speedways. Busch winning the spring Talladega race. Austin Dillon has another next-gen win also at Daytona in the summer event in 2022. RCR has very fast cars on this style of racetrack. With this car, definitely their best overall, I guess, car when it comes to style of racetrack in the NASCAR Cup Series is on super speedways. So if you're looking for Kyle Busch to get that first win of the season, I think this is probably going to be his best chance from here through the final 6 races. Final 5, obviously, once we get out of today's race. So that'll be one to look out for. So Kyle Busch, I think, is my underdog pick for the win in today's race. As far as the actual race win pick, I've been riding with Blaney, taking him on the super speedway races as of late, and he really hasn't disappointed me. I took him both Atlanta races. He finished second and third in both of those. I actually took Brad Keselowski in the spring race earlier this year, and he ended up finishing in second. The RFK Fords didn't look quite as quick as what they typically are at Atlanta in the last drafting track race, which I'm kind of surprised. So again, a little bit hesitant there. They didn't qualify particularly well compared to the Penske and the front row cars, as Keselowski just barely missed out on the top 10 and Buescher even further back in the running order than that. So that's a little scary. Maybe they'll have speed in the race. I would imagine we'll probably see Brad up towards the front more so than Buescher. It seems this year that Brad Keselowski in particular has had just an overall faster car in the super speedways than that of Chris Buescher. Last year they're pretty even with each other, but this year it's been mostly Brad, not as much with Chris. So if you were to see one of those two up towards the front, I'd expect it to be Keselowski. And the Toyotas just really haven't had much speed on the super speedways this season. I don't really think that any one of those drivers can contend. If there is going to be a driver to contend today out of the Toyota camp, I think it's probably going to be Christopher Bell. He seems to get the best finishes with the Toyotas on these drafting style racetracks. I know Tyler Reddick won the race earlier this year at Talladega, but that was kind of an anomaly. He hasn't really had great super speedway runs both before that race or since then. I think that's kind of a one-off thing. Bubba Wallace with the next-gen car in particular hasn't been as great in the super speedways. Denny Hamlin with the next-gen car hasn't been as great on super speedways as he was with the Gen 6. So I look for maybe Christopher Bell to break in. He does have a couple of dual race wins at Daytona with this next-gen car. And I know it's not Talladega, but it's a similar drafting style racetrack. So I would probably lean towards Bell as being my favorite of the Toyota camp, but I don't see them winning. Hendrick Motorsports had more speed the first couple of super speedway races this season than what they have the last few. They've really been nowhere to be found towards the end of the race the last couple of goes at Atlanta and at Daytona in the regular season finale. I will say they were a little bit better at Atlanta considering that they ran top 10 most of the day, but it was Penske, and then Hendrick Motorsports was hanging out right around 5th most of the day. They could take that small step forward and be right there with the Penske Fords in this race and maybe get out in front of them with multiple Hendrick cars up at the front, try to control the pack like the Penske cars do. That's probably going to be their best chance. But I still think Team Penske is going to be the one to beat today. I feel like I take the wrong Ford every single time I pick these super speedway races, like I mentioned with Keselowski earlier in the year, with Ryan Blaney at Atlanta in both races. But here today, I'm going to roll with Ryan Blaney. He's my safe pick. I'm taking him for the win. Not just because I'm a fan of his. This is only the 4th time I think I've picked him this year. Actually, the only 3 times I've picked Blaney to win a race this year. Gateway, he ran out of gas while leading on the last lap, and then both Atlanta races, he finished top 3. So anytime I pick Blaney, he has been very, very close to winning all 3 of those races. So I think he's going to be good here today. He's a defending winner of this race. He's won 3 out of 3 out of 6 Talladega races in the last 6. So expect him to be very strong. And I still got to get my fantasy team in before it locks. So I'll make sure I play some of that broadcast for you guys on NBC. The rest of the Cup Series races this year are on your local NBC affiliate. Xfinity Series, obviously, on the CW the rest of the year. And on the Truck Series side of things, obviously, they're finishing out on Fox Sports 1. Bond 1771, Dale Opplinger, George Block, and Chris Davis, thanks for tuning in. Cool, but don't jinx him. It's not. It's not jinxing. Even if he has, let's say Blaney gets into a wreck and you'd say I jinxed him. I picked him 3 other times earlier this year and he's been really, really close to winning. So I'd like to think that, if for some reason he got in an early wreck, it'd be a one-off thing. I haven't predicted a winner in a minute, though. It's been a little bit too long, to be completely honest. We'll see what'll happen today, though. A lot of the guys I pick to win every week seem to have good finishes. They just don't win the race.
Each side. Well, since 2009, Sonic has donated more than $28 million through Limeades for Learning. Powered by the Sonic Foundation, a portion of every drink purchase is donated back to support schools across the country. This week's Teacher Spotlight is on Marissa Ochoa, who teaches kindergarten at Yeager Elementary in Houston, Texas. Sonic recently helped Miss Ochoa attend a 2-day training program to learn new teaching methods, which she used to create an inspiring glow-in-the-dark day of learning. When you sip at Sonic, students win. Oh my God!
We are ready for one of the most intense races of the year.
This place can chew you up and spit you out in a hurry.
Nearly half the field, he's alive!
Biggest, meanest, fastest track in all of NASCAR.
There is nothing like Talladega. From the crazy wrecks to the close finishes, it always seems to deliver. Well, Joe Logano is a 3-time Talladega winner. Logano is from Middletown, Connecticut. He didn't grow up in a racing family, but it did not take long for him to realize what he loved doing and collecting a lot of trophies, as well as what he did as a young man. He was discovered by Hall of Famer Mark Martin and was given the nickname Sliced Bread, as in best thing since. Today, Logano is a 2-time Cup champion, and right now, he's with Parker Kligerman.
Talladega is known as the chaotic place, a chaotic race, possibly. You come into this race on the cut line, +4 above. So how do you approach something like this in this round of the playoffs?
I mean, same way we would if we were plus more or behind more. We would probably just approach it the same, where you just got to score as many stage points as possible. Try to position yourself towards the front at the end of the race and hope you see the end of it at that point, because you never know what's going to happen. It is Talladega, but I'm confident we'll have a really fast show pencil Mustang. It's kind of been our wheelhouse, these super speedways, been able to lead laps and be towards the front most of the time. So just got to capitalize on the speed we got.
And one of the most recent speedways, that bodes well.
Doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. So, like I said, hopefully that's a lot different racetrack as well, though. But Atlanta is. But I do think we'll be in the hunt here. Considering we qualified up towards the front there in 6th. There, we have speed in our car. We can make moves and do things. But there's so much more strategy to it these days than just making the big moves. So, we just got to work all the right strategies. Make sure we position ourselves ahead of the pack.
Sounds like Joe Logano to be aggressive here today.
Ryan Blaney won this race last year. In fact, has 3 Talladega wins to his name. Team Penske is so good at super speedways. What's on your must-have checklist to be successful at this type of racing?
I don't know. It's good to rely on the things that has benefited you in the past, but I feel like you always have to kind of change up how you're doing it, So it's good to learn from that stuff, but you always have to be open to change, and I think we do that pretty well. Always wanted to evolve ourselves for the better, and I think the best thing we can do is just try to control the race. I think our Penske cars are really fast. It's nice all of us qualified up there towards the front. So through the pit strategies gets wild, but you just hope to do it more efficiently than everybody else. And it's been nice to have fast cars. So I appreciate Team Penske for doing that. Appreciate Pennzoil and Menards being with us, Rush Yates for what they do in Ford, and hopefully we can have a clean day and just control the things we can control, and that's really all we can ask for.
Ryan Blaney has solid footing when it comes to the standings, Marty, plus 28 to the cut line.
So, Jimmy, at Talladega, it appears that everything's out of your control. It's almost a roll of dice as to who's going to win. But time after time, the same drivers wind up in the mix, like Ryan Blaney. What skill do they have that allows them to do that?
Plate racing is different than the other tracks that we run on, and it's not a guarantee that what you do on a mile and a half, the success you have there will instantly, carry over to a bigger track, a plate track. But there's just a way that you have to work the mirrors, work your environment, deal with runs, can see the chaos that's going to start, know when to get out of that mess. There's just a process to it that takes place, and it's just a natural style or a fit that drivers have. And it's wild how we see it prevail and come about, most of these plate tracks. The people you expect to be there typically are there, time after time again.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. Decision making is first and foremost. The drivers making the decisions. They're taking information from their spotters, but they're reacting to what they see and what they feel with their race car. And what Ryan Blaney just said that applies to him and Joey Logano, maybe more than any other two drivers in this field today. He wants to control the race. That's what they want to do. They're not sitting waiting for things to happen. They want to control it. And I'm not going to leave out their teammate. I'm just going to make a point that if you believe in history repeating itself, Austin Cindric sits in the very last, the 12th spot here, minus 29 points. The winner in yesterday's Xfinity race, Sammy Smith, was 23 points behind, and now he's on to the round of 8. He went from last in the standings to the round of 8, and the first one into the round of 8. We'll see if Austin Cindric can do the same thing. DJ, time to check out the DraftKings odds for today. Yeah, let's see if they got this right. The councilman, Ron Blaney right there. Kyle Busch right there. He is going to end this winless streak very soon. He keeps putting himself in a position. Could happen here today. I'm going to go down there, though. Look at Denny Hamlin. We're going to see an aggressive Hamlin today. Might be a pretty good bet for kind of what you would call a long shot as far as the odds go. Well, DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR. And this week, new customers can bet $5 and pocket $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app and use the promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Well, it's always topic number one at Talladega, the big one. How can your driver avoid it? Well, we'll get the thoughts from two Hall of Famers on how to have a clean race at Talladega. Is it even possible? We'll talk about it next.
Alrighty, another commercial break on NBC as of right now. We'll go through the starting lineup for today's race, and then I'll let you listen into more of the broadcast when they come back. As of right now, Michael McDowell on the pole, 6th pole of the season, most he's had obviously in his career. He never had a single pole actually in his Cup career up until this season, so having 6 of them leading the series, what an impressive year that 34 team has had. 5 of those 6 coming on a super speedway just like this here at Talladega. Austin Cindric qualifying second highest of the playoff drivers. We'll see what he can do today. Again, he comes in 12th in the overall point standings. Ty Gillen, Kyle Busch lining up in row 2. A couple of good underdog picks for today's race in that row. Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano will line up in row number 3. Logano, the most recent super speedway winner, Atlanta last month. And Ryan Blaney, the defending winner of this race a season ago. Austin Dillon, Denny Hamlin, both winners in super speedways in their Cup career. 2 of them for Austin Dillon and a handful of them for Denny Hamlin. 3 Daytona 500 wins, 1 career Talladega win. Harrison Burton along with Daniel Hemrick lining up in row 5. Burton a winner this year on a super speedway in the Summer Daytona event. His only career Cup win. Hemrick still in search for career win number 1 for him. Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, row 2. Elliott, a 2-time Talladega winner. Larson yet to go to victory lane on a super speedway in his Cup career. Brad Keselowski, Tyler Reddick, both former Dega winners as well in row 7. Reddick, the winner of the spring race this season. Brad Keselowski, a 6-time Talladega winner. Ty Gibbs with William Byron lining up in row number 8. William Byron trying to get his first win at Dega. He's got 2 at Atlanta in the new revamped super speedway. He's also got 2 Daytona wins, including the 500 earlier this season. Shane Van Gisbergen and Ryan Preece lining up in row number 9. And in row 10 will be Josh Berry and Chris Buescher. Christopher Bell, Noah Gragson in row 11. Row 12 for Alex Bowman and Martin Truex Jr. A.J. Allmendinger and former Talladega winner Bubba Wallace outside of that row, the 2021 fall winner. Ross Chastain, also a Dega winner in the field today, as he won the spring race in 2022. He's on the inside of row 14, Corey LaJoie to his outside. John Hunter Nemechek and Eric Jones in row 15. Row 16 for Daniel Suarez and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who is also a former Dega winner, 2017 in the spring. Anthony Alfredo, Cody Ware lining up in row 17. Behind them, Justin Haley, Chase Briscoe in row 18. Carson Hocevar, BJ McLeod in row 19. And rounding out the field will be Zane Smith and JJ Yaley in row 20, making up our full 40 car field.
This can shoot you up and spit you out my earth. Everybody's 4 or 5 wide. You know something crazy's gonna happen. That was probably the longest flip I've ever had. Didn't know if it ever stopped.
The whole field is down into one early.
Is that crazy, guys? That is chaos. That's Talladega for you. Well, we know about the wild wrecks here at Daytona, and these spotters, they are here to help the drivers avoid those wrecks. But they do a lot more than just that. They also are here to help the driver win the race, and that's by providing information. And that information is simply what the driver can't see from his own eyes, from behind him, from in front of him, and even beside him. The driver doesn't know if energy is coming from the back. If the outside line's going better, he needs somebody to see that for them. Some of these guys will even tell a driver, hey, go to the bottom, go to the top, do it now. And the driver will respond. Others give drivers information. The driver makes the decision. And a lot of them kind of do both of them. And remember, all of that is happening in turn 3 in about 3/4 of a mile from this spot. So it's very difficult. And one thing's for sure, the race could be won and lost from this spot right here.
Yeah, it's crazy how critical the spotters have become to these drivers. So, Jimmy, any suggestions of how to avoid the big wreck?
No, it's not. You can put a plan in place. You could try to, find your way out of a 3 or 4 wide situation. But at the end of the day, with stage racing and the pressure to get stage points, there is nowhere safe in the field.
Yeah, if Jimmy and I had that answer, we'd be sitting on a enjoying a few drinks and enjoying and watching this race on TV somewhere. But the fact is, know your surroundings, watch the people you're racing with. The biggest thing about this, and a lot of times this comes from racing around drivers that you don't have as much experience racing around, because everybody's in the mix here, and you're going to encounter drivers that you don't really know their tendencies. The other thing is these cameras that these drivers can use to look out back, make moves on their own, have created some really bold moves. So trusting in that and trusting yourself is the best thing you can do. Let's bring in two of the voices who will call the action at Talladega today, Lee Diffie and Steve Letarte. Hey, Diff, are you ramped up for your first ever Talladega race?
Oh, Marty, I sure am. I've had the pleasure of calling, many Indianapolis 500s and 24 Hours of Le Mans, some of the biggest races in the world. But when we arrived yesterday morning on Sunrise, where Jeff Burton always takes the two of us, by the way, for laps around the track, I was awestruck at the magnitude of this place before the green flag even drops. We know, as Tyler Reddick said before, that was chaos. That's Talladega. We know there's going to be the big one, or maybe a couple of them. NASCAR, in light of what has happened earlier this year, has made some changes to the cars. Tell us more.
The size, the speed, the danger can't be overstated, and NASCAR stepped in because this summer we have seen some cars leave the racetrack. Crashing is bad enough. Upside down, never good. It's a goal of now. In the summer, Josh Berry, upside down, not a lot more tumbling, but watch this impact. A huge hit into the inside wall. So 3 small tweaks to the car. They may not seem like much, but NASCAR continuing to evolve. Underneath the right side rocker, you won't be able to see it on the racetrack, but a little vertical fin to slow the air down when the car gets sideways. The same on the back of the car. A window rail was there in Daytona. The 3 on the roof, they'll be new here at Talladega. And then the drivers hope you don't see this third one. When the roof flap opens, there's that fabric, that yellow fabric on the left, almost making a parachute. What does that mean? We'll put the car in the smoke, we'll put the wind on, and we'll show you what happens. Straight ahead, this car is perfect. When it turns sideways, it literally turns into an airplane wing. You can't have that. So the idea of manipulating the air above and below the car, that's the goal of the 3 changes. Let's keep the car on all 4 wheels.
And again, further evidence of NASCAR continually trying to improve the safety of these cars for the drivers' health and well-being. So we're getting closer and closer to the race start of the YellaWood 500, a race that this guy, Kyle Larson, would love to win. He has been racing since he was 7 years old. The Elk Grove, California native, was meant to be behind the wheel of a car. He is, of course, a Cup Series champ. His numbers aren't real great here, though, Dave Burns. He'd like to improve the stats here at Talladega.
So, Lee, I see those pictures of Kyle Larson. I think to myself, there were days when he was out there learning the kind of moves that takes him to tracks and sometimes thumps the competition, but there weren't any drafting tracks when you were growing up that way. So is that one of the reasons why a win here has eluded you?
I don't know. There's lots of people that wanted drafting tracks that didn't grow up drafting, so I'm not sure. I think I wasn't really good at it there for a long time in my career. I actually do think I'm pretty decent at it now. Just for whatever reason, one thing or another, we just haven't gotten the finish to show it. We're up front, at the ends of the races just to get caught up. So still, yeah, ultimately need to be a little bit better. But, I like our chances every time we show up to Daytona or Talladega, even Atlanta. But yeah, just hopefully today's the day we can finish in the top 10. And, if we could get a win, that'd be great. But yeah, I just would love to get a clean day in.
He starts 12th today, Parker.
Off the back of a great run at Kansas last week, Christopher Bell, you are plus 28 as we go into Talladega. So do you feel safe in this position with that many points of buffer?
I think I feel safer than most, but we all know that anything can happen here. So, we still got to perform really good these next 3 races. I would feel a lot more safer if I had plus 28 going into Roval. If it was the second race of the round, just Talladega, you never know how it can play out. So we got a lot of the guys that typically score the points on the speedways are lower in the standings. So today has all the ingredients to really shake it up, and hopefully one thing stays consistent with that 20 up top.
You'll be starting for the 21st position.
Well, Parker, William Byron comes into this race first in the playoff standings plus 34. We know this race is going to fill with unpredictability, though. So for you, does that point standing place offer you any breathing room?
No, I don't. Honestly, with the stage racing, I don't really feel like it changes a lot. So for us, we just got to go out there and be aggressive in the stages, try to get a bunch of stage points, and then you have a little bit easier time with how you finish. But the times I've been here and not scored stage points, then you start to count points and get nervous. So just try to go out there, control our day with our strategy and execution. The biggest thing is getting on pit road and being in those front couple rows at the end of a stage. So I'm looking forward to it. I haven't really been on track much at all this weekend, so just kind of excited to get going.
William Byron starts from the 16th position, Marty.
Side note there, that's 3 of the championship 4 from last year at Phoenix that raced it out for a title. But DJ, every time a title favorite kind of steps up, they kind of fall down the next week. So at the halfway point here of the playoffs, if I told you, hey, you have to tell me who your favorite is right now, who would you say?
Oh, I thought you said favorites.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. I don't say any of those 3, but certain. I'm looking at our reigning champion, Ryan Blaney. I think he's performing at a high level at every type of racetrack that we go to, and looking ahead at the schedule, there's not one that I feel like he has a weakness at. I think that Ryan Blaney's going to put himself in that position again.
I agree with you. I'd rather pick favorites. You picked one, which is Blaney. I'll just go with Larson. I just feel like the variety of tracks ahead, his skills, he should be in that Final 4 and have a great shot at Phoenix.
Yeah, I would think after the Bristol race, a lot of people thought Kyle Larson would have been the guy, but then at Kansas, they had the tire issue. So how do you rebound, Jimmy? Because you've been through so many championship runs when you have a disappointing run like that. When all of a sudden, hey, I feel like we're the championship guys, and then all of a sudden it doesn't happen the next week.
If you have pace and you're in control of your own destiny, you can shrug it off a lot easier than having a slow car and being caught up in a race. So those guys had plenty of pace last weekend, had an unfortunate issue with the tire. We're going to be fast. They're going to be just fine.
I can't add anything to what the 7-pound can. That's exactly what you have to do.
So in essence, what you're telling me is you kind of picked Ryan Blaney and Kyle Larson, DJ. So you did pick favorites, plural. Yeah.
Yes, I had a whole list.
Can I add a few more to mine?
Yeah, sure. Jimmy, you can add a few more if DJ's playing the same game, but championship hopes can very easily come to an end for someone this afternoon. That said, how nervous are the playoff drivers? The 2 champions weigh in on that next as we get closer to the green flag here at Talladega, race number 2 in round number 2 of the Cup Series playoffs.
This has been the U.S. Bank NBC Sports Report.
Well, we have about 12 minutes to go until the command to fire engines for today's race, so we'll probably get those pre-race ceremonies kicked off when they come back from this next commercial break. You guys will get to listen to that, of course. We've already gone through the starting lineup, point standings, my predictions for this race today. Any questions you want to ask me down in the chat? This is definitely the time to do so. I mean, I can look at the chat throughout the course of the race a little harder under, green flag conditions, obviously, but I try to get to you as much as I can. Robert Goodrich, Brendan, Endangered Sense, BTYB, thanks for tuning in. He had the bold prediction earlier of saying Austin Cindric will be a champion before it's all said and done. I don't know if he meant for this year or just down the line. If it's this year, that's it's a bold prediction, I think, either way, but I mean, he's so early in his Cup career. I mean, he could be a champion, 12 years from now. Who knows? Wade, thanks for tuning in also. I like the comment also of, don't forget to like. If you do forget, Kevin LePage will come out of the infield and take out your favorite driver. LePage's a field. This would be the track that he could do it. It's been a long time since he's done it, though, but you never know. Maybe he'll sub in for like J.J. Yaley in the 44 car or something mid-race, and that's how it happens. A laundry man, I guess. If that's what you want to be referred to as. Yeah, a lot of stories going into this one for sure. I mean, you got the points. Like I mentioned in the chat already, 10 different former Talladega winners in this field today. There's so many drivers that know how to get it done on this style of racetrack. Part of what makes, this era of racing more unpredictable is the competition and quality from one team to the next. And obviously you add in how equal everybody is, but we know that the Fords have the advantage from a speed side of things on a consistent basis on these super speedways. Can they get it done again here today? 5 of them starting up in the top 6 positions, 7 in the top 10. And of those drivers starting up at the front of the field, there's only 2 of them that have never won on a super speedway in their Cup career, being Michael McDowell did. Yeah, he won the Daytona 500. Okay, so of the 7 that start in the top 10, only 1 of those 4 drivers have never won on a super speedway, and that's Ty Gillen, who has never won at all in his Cup Series career. And even of the drivers that start up in the top 10 that aren't in the Fords, the other 3, Hamlin, Austin Dillon, Kyle Busch, 2 Chevys and a Toyota, they also have won races in their Cup career on super speedways. And 2 of which right here at Talladega. Jojo, thanks for tuning in also. Looks like we're going to get things started for the pre-race ceremonies here any moment. Yep, so let's listen in.
High School Navy. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from Citizens Baptist Medical Center, Chaplain Barbara Embry.
Talladega, pray with me. Most gracious and loving Father, we thank you for this awesome day. We thank you for this experience at Talladega as we have gathered with friends far and from near. Give us protection today and guide us through this day. Bless these excited waiting fans as they cheer on their drivers. Bless the drivers and their teams, we pray. Keep us in your safe ark. In Jesus' name we ask. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome the 313th United States Army Band, accompanied by fellow soldier and country music artist, Warrant Officer 1 Craig Morton Greer. Can you see my dawn's early light? What's so brightly waiting? The twilight's last gleaming, those broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous sky. All the rainbows we were so gayly streaming, and the sky in front of the still great stars behind you.
Just a picture perfect day here in central Alabama. We'll get the engines fired for the playoff race at Talladega next here on NBC Sports.
Well, we're just that much closer to beginning today's race. 500 miles, 188 laps scheduled distance here today at Talladega. Should be a fun one as always. Cannot wait to get this thing started. And as a Ryan Blaney fan, I think it'd be pretty cool if he somehow was able to win again here today. It'd be 4 career wins at Talladega. You know, just rack them up. Still so early in his Cup Series career, too. You don't know how many he could end up with at this rate. You also got to take advantage if you're one of those Ford drivers, because we don't know how many more years with this next-gen car that they're going to have the advantage that they have had on super speedways. So got to capitalize on that. Well, this is some of your best chances to try to win a race, especially on this style of racetrack. Window of opportunity never seems to be long enough. Again, you can see the starting lineup on screen. We've gone through that already. I've got some race, or not race stats, but season stats scrolling at the bottom of the screen, as well as the current point standings entering today's race. Chat poll is open where you can vote for who you think is going to win today's event. 39% of, make that now 38% as it went down a little bit. 38% of the 34 votes casted so far have Ryan Blaney winning the race today. 29% taking somebody other than Blaney, Busch, or Logano. Kyle Busch at 24%. Only 9% taking Joey Logano in this one. So that's interesting. Tim Fowler, thanks for tuning in as well. Got 28 likes on the stream already. Appreciate that. Our goal is to get to 100 today during this Cup Series race coverage. We've gotten our goal of 50 all week so far, I believe. Let me fact check that. I know the Truck Series we were close. We got to our goal of likes during the Xfinity race yesterday. We got there during Cup practice and qualifying. We were 1 short, unfortunately, on the Truck Series race. Somebody hasn't liked the Truck Series live commentary stream yet, go back and like that so we can get to our goal of 50 after the fact on that one. But yeah, we were a little bit shy there. Now getting ready for the command fire engines. Get this race started here very, very shortly. More of a Southern thing. I feel like a lot of people do it. I don't know that it's a Southern thing or not. I mean, I'm not gonna do it while I'm like sitting here. I feel like it looked kind of goofy. Not actually like being there and going in on it, I guess. I don't know. I've always had my hand on it. It's kind of easy for me too because I'd usually have a hat on, so then I would just have my hat in my hand. Some people have their own twist to it. Hands down on their by their waist, behind their back. Got another Blaney pick in the chat. Took the 38 and the 20 today. All right. An underdog pick in there. Be interesting to see what they can do. He moves to North Carolina. Well, I mean, I would imagine most of that flooding should be out of there by the time I end up eventually moving down there. It's going to be a little bit yet. I'm hoping sometime next year. Yeah, kind of rare that there's that much flooding that far inland from the hurricane, too. Usually that's not the case, especially, around North Carolina. If it were to hit around, like, the coast or something. Because man. Was it Irene that hit up the East Coast pretty late into, like, hurricane season a few years ago? Well, it was more than a few years ago. It was a long time ago. I was a kid when it happened. They probably got quite a bit of rain from that, too.
5,000 dealers.
Talladega has come to life, and this racetrack is the biggest, baddest, and widest of the super speedways in NASCAR. But there's one unique identifying feature that's probably the most important. It's the location of this start-finish line down towards turn one, which means as a driver, you have to have patience at this racetrack. When it comes down to the final, most intense moments, the decisions you make between winning and losing won't happen off turn four. It won't happen in the tri-oval, but it's having the patience to let those moves unfold down to the start-finish line towards turn one. That's what makes it unique. We'll go racing here at Talladega when we come back.
All right. I feel like the race is getting started a little bit later than I initially thought it was going to today. Drop of the green flag looks like it's going to be closer to about 2:30 Eastern. Plenty of time, obviously, to get this thing in here today before dark. No rain in the forecast. That is good. Had a lot of rain in the forecast through the summer months of the season. It's really weird. It's like the spring outside of Daytona at the very start of the year. We didn't really have much rain until we got to about the All-Star race weekend in North Wilkesboro. From then through, it seemed like really the Olympic break, it was just terrible with rain. And then once we got out of the Olympic break, we haven't had an issue with it from then through now, really. So that's great to see. Hopefully it stays that way for the rest of the season as well. Reed Stevens, thanks for tuning into the stream also. It's Grand Marshal today for the Talladega race. Well, I actually don't know who it is. I don't really look up who the Grand Marshal is more often than not. I don't know until they air it over the broadcast majority of the time. Yeah, got the Blaney hat and shirt on. Every race day. Cup Series race day, at least. Sometimes I wear it during, like, Xfinity truck races, but more often than not, I'm wearing it during the Cup Series races. I got, like, 13, 14 different Blaney shirts. Just from going to, like, so many races, I was getting them, like, every time I went there. I haven't gotten a new t-shirt in a while. The one I got two of them last year for Christmas after Ryan Blaney had won the championship. Because my grandpa specifically told me, he's like, hey, don't buy his championship merchandise. So I'm like, all right. pretty much had an idea I was going to get some of that for Christmas. So I added to my collection. I had like 12 before that. That made it 14. Have a race shirt and pour. Well, I mean, that's the cool thing, though. If you ever go to a race, I mean, you can always get some older merchandise. A lot of tent vendors are always selling, like, past year stuff, and you can find t-shirts for, like, $10. You don't have to pay the, $30, $35 for a new t-shirt if you were to go to, like, the trailer haulers closer to the actual racetrack that are selling more up-to-date merchandise. So we saw exactly 6 cautions during the truck and Xfinity races from Friday through yesterday. Interesting to see if we're going to be over or under that number today. Let me know in the chat. Over under 6.5 cautions. Let me know. That'll be our chat question. We should go over, just considering that we're twice the race length that we had during the Xfinity race yesterday. But these Cup Series races tend to be pretty calm on the super speedways by way of cautions up until the final stage. So, I mean, that might be the number we're looking at, is about 6, 7 yellows. I say we get either 6 or 7. I don't think we're going to get any more, any less. That's my bold prediction today. 6 to 7 cautions. Obviously, we know we're guaranteed 2 with the stage ends. But we tend to see cautions that bleed into the end of a stage quite often as well. So that would kind of, I mean, if that runs into the end of a stage, that'd be basically one less caution than we were originally expecting anyway. Showing a ton of the big ones on the NBC broadcast over the last several years. Nice crowd on hands as always. Talladega always shows out with the fan base. Wade saying 8 yellows. Jerry Marty, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like $30 to $35 for race t-shirts expensive. The sweatshirts are usually like $50 to $60. But I mean, if you go to like the tent vendors, they're always selling stuff that's like way cheaper than that. Yeah, I mean, you can find $10 t-shirts from like basically like for instance, I can go get a Blaney shirt from like 2 years ago that I don't have in with a tent vendor for like $10. I mean, that's saving $20 to $25 a t-shirt there. I mean, you can buy like 3 of them for the price of a new one. That's where you get your deals when you go to some NASCAR races. Future advice for anybody going to races anytime soon. Stu Isaac, Patty, and Rumdy Creations, thanks for tuning in as well. When I said 6 to 7. So you say more than 5. I don't know. That's still a bold prediction. I mean, just this weekend alone, we saw the Xfinity and the Truck Series race end of stage 2 ended because of a caution. There was a caution in the last lap or two before the end of the stage. We see that so much on these super speedways, so then it runs into the stage end. So the caution that's actually coming out isn't technically for the stage end. Michael McDowell again on the pole for this one here today. I would imagine he'll take the inside lane for the initial start, considering his teammate Todd Gillen will be right behind him. Blaney, another Ford down there on the bottom as well, behind the 2 front row motorsport cars. Or if he were to go to the outside, there'd be the lone Chevy up in the top 6 of Kyle Busch. Imagine that they're going to just try to link up and control the pack here from the start, as we tend to see when you get this many manufacturers of the same up at the front of the field at once. 9 cautions, 2 red flags. 2 red flags is bold, too. It is Talladega, baby. Definitely one of the more highly anticipated races of the season. And definitely of the playoff schedule, one of the more highly anticipated. Rooting for Elliott, see how Rowdy does. Yeah, my upset pick, if Blaney were not to win today, I would take Kyle Busch as my second pick. I always tend to play it safe more often than not. Although I went out on the limb and took Ty Gibbs last week, but that's just me being desperate to pick a race winner because it's been so long into the season since I predicted one. I had 5 of the first, 15 races, and then I've been on a dry spell ever since. So I thought we were going to set our record this year. 10 was the number to beat for predicting race winners. The lower series, I'm getting pretty close to that. I think in the Xfinity series, I have 9. Truck series, I have 7 or 8. But yeah, the Cup series, it's a little easier, though. There's less competitive cars. The Xfinity and Truck series, I find it easier to predict the winners on that side of things. Main pick is the 34. Underdog is the 8. I would say the 34 is more of an underdog than the 8. But, I mean, the 8's only an underdog pick because he hasn't won in over a year. And he's, had such a poor season. He missed the playoffs entirely. Nowhere near consistent all season long. Definitely the worst season of Kyle Busch's Cup Series career. And that's inarguable. First time he's ever missed the playoffs. It'd be cool to see him get a win and having such, really a horrific season by Kyle Busch standards, nonetheless, that if he can get a win here, you never know, they could open the floodgates. He's been close. I mean, Kansas, he was close to getting a win. Darlington, he was second. Daytona, he was second. That's 3 races that were so close to victory lane for Kyle Busch and within grasp of the last 5 or 6 that we have had. You keep knocking on the doorstep like that time and time again, and eventually you're going to break through, and that could be the case for Kyle Busch here today. Yeah, but even 2012, he won a few. He still won quite a few races. He just had a bad chase that year. He was great in the regular season. Yeah, I expect him to be a contender here today. Starting up towards the front, I think that's a good sign. Honestly, I think this is the highest he's qualified on a super speedway this season, so just having that much speed through qualifying. We'll see what the race brings for the driver, the number 8. His teammate Austin Dillon starting up there as well. Maybe those RCR cars can get linked up. Affiliated equipment with colleague right around there as well. Hemrick starting 10th. Pace car coming into pit road. And the green flag is about to wave for Michael McDowell and Austin Cindric at the front. And McDowell did pick the inside lane for the start as I expected, with Gill and his teammate starting on the 3rd place spot right behind him. Into the restart zone from the exit of the tri-oval. Launch right in the middle of the zone for McDowell. Green flag in the air, and we're underway in the YellaWood 500 at Talladega. Car jumping out of line initially. Can't tell exactly who that was. Truex went with him initially and then right back into the second line. Trying to get some more momentum going. As the field works their way forward, trying to get up to speed, middle of the back straightaway on lap 1. Big push from Kyle Busch to the back bumper, the 2 of Cindric. Gill and McDowell working well on the bottom lane of the racetrack for McDowell to pull clear in the center of turns 3 and 4 in that bottom groove. Going right back to him again. Ryan Preece in the 41 is that car leading the outside lane back there. The third group of cars. Mostly side by side in the top half of the field, with 3 wide further back. Michael McDowell, the pole sitter, leads lap 1 today. Able to pull clear the center of the trial one. Austin Cindric in the second line. Blocked him and then right back down to the bottom. Pass-through penalty for Daniel Suarez off the start after failing pre-race inspection multiple times. Had to start at the rear of the field as well, so he will not be in this lead draft as he works his way off of pit road right now. Gill and McDowell working themselves quite a ways out ahead of Ryan Blaney. The third car still down on the double yellow line. So Austin Cindric, Kyle Busch are going to start to progress forward in line number 2. Line 3 is gaining in numbers. Daniel Hemrick now leads that group of cars 3 by 3 from about 8th, 9th place all the way back through the tail end of the field. Keselowski pushing the 31 of Hemrick. And Brad is going to go right in between the 31 in that middle groove, and he's able to actually jump down in the middle line. Nope, 4 wide, never mind. 4 wide. Hamlin moved up in front of Hemrick. Slowed that third line of cars down. Keselowski wanted to keep the momentum up, so he split 4 wide between them. Got very tight as Hamlin and Hemrick go backwards. And now both of the Roush Fenway Keselowski Fords are now going forward in the third line. So Keselowski making that 4 wide move in that middle gap to get to the lead in that respected line. His teammate Chris Buescher went with him the whole way. And they've got a line of Fords up there because Ryan Preece is just behind them as well. Truex Stenhouse a few cars into that line also following in. Michael McDowell has led every lap from the pole so far. 3 laps complete. And despite not showing up in qualifying for the RFK Fords yesterday, they're now quickly towards the front of the pack in the early going of today's race. Buescher pushing the 6, the 34 of McDowell up to block. And the 6 with a push to the back of the 34. Now Gillen and Blaney are trying to move the inside line forward while McDowell is not there anymore. And McDowell trying to block 3 lanes at once across the racetrack. Down to the double yellow line through the center of 3 and 4. Exit of the corner, back to the outside in front of Keselowski. Middle groove hasn't been able to take enough of an advantage yet with Busch and Cindric. And the third line starting to fall back just a bit more. Keselowski clear of Cindric down into the middle if he chooses to move down, but I think he wants to stay with his teammate Chris Buescher right now. They can get both cars to move down, they may. 5 Fords lead the top. After McDowell had moved up in front of the RFK boys. Got McDowell, Keselowski, Chris Buescher, Ryan Preece, and Noah Gragson all in the top groove. 2 Fords on the bottom of Gillen and Blaney have gone backwards. All of a sudden, there's only really 4 or 5, 6 cars on the inside line. As we work lap 6 this time by.
311 driver, the rookie present champ on it. Yeah, won this race in the spring. Looking for a repeat performance to make up for that race. You mentioned that Kansas performance. Subpar for Reddick.
That inside lane does not look very good right now. Seeing a lot of drivers in it start looking to find a place to get to the middle. If there's nowhere to go, Steve, then it'll keep some energy on that inside lane. But if they start getting out of it, it'll absolutely destroy it.
Steve, something that I know that, annoys you in a way is when people say it could be anybody. Anybody could win this race. And you say, well, what about the guys who are really skillful at it, who really work their craft at it? I asked Michael McDowell, the race leader, this morning, as a kid who grew up racing open-wheel cars on road courses, how have you become so good at super speedways? He said, because when I first started doing it, I hated it. Going 3 and 4 wide just didn't feel natural to me. So I went back and I studied those guys who were good at it. He said, because I don't believe that anybody can win either. So I made myself get good at it. Everyone has the opportunity to win, and the results are nearly impossible to predict. But don't confuse that with the lack of talent it requires. These are the most talented stock car drivers in the world. And at this discipline, specifically here, there are a few that absolutely stand out.
Zach Burns, what you got?
Lee, we saw that early shuffle that took Denny Hamlin from an 8th place starting spot to the very back of the pack. There he is now riding around in the back, and it makes you wonder if the driver thought this was okay, if this was something that he did or didn't intend to do, if he was just dropping back on his own. Here's what he had to say. Succinctly, that sucked. He didn't necessarily want that to happen, but now, Jeff, he's just got to deal with it and race from there.
Well, the problem, Dave, is that dealing with it's very difficult because it's 3 wide. Where are you going?
Where are you going to go?
Right? So how are you going to gain this track position? There's plenty of time in this race between pit strategies, between cautions, and all these types of things. Denny can get his track position back. But it's not like he's just going to drive up there and just get to the front. Where are you going to go? And that's where you get frustrated as a driver. You start pushing the issue, trying to make something happen. Because the only way you can get going is to get your line moving forward. You've got to do your job to move your line, and that's just by good pushes.
You want to make a job for the driver even more challenging than 3 wide at 190 plus miles an hour? The first stage, 60 laps. These cars can run 40 to 45 laps on fuel. They'll all require a trip down pit road. Well, the crew chiefs ask themselves, how can we help my driver with it? Come up with this problem of if we need less gas, we'll be on pit road less. So now I want you to be out here racing 190 plus. And oh, by the way, try to save some fuel along the way. Some are better than that than others. So many games being played throughout the pack.
He's going back to the Denny Hamlin point, Jeff, to underscore that. And he said and Dave mentioned, he's going to make up the positions. Well, he's down 29 places from where he started. So some work to do for the 11.
It's the Front Row Motorsport Fords out in front along with the RFK Racing Fords. It's the Blue Oval boys at the moment.
Side-by-side commercial break on NBC. All commercial breaks today during green flag action will be NASCAR nonstop, as NBC has done across the USA Network and NBC platform for all Xfinity Cup Series races on the super speedways of Daytona, Atlanta, and Talladega this year. We saw that even on the CW during the Xfinity Series race yesterday as well. So we'll see that again here today. Still mostly 3x3 through the field. Ryan Blaney now leads the bottom group of race cars. Not a lot of Fords in that group, though. And in fact, the first car in line behind Blaney is Austin Dillon in the 3 for RCR. Todd Gillen moved up in front of Austin Cindric into lane number 2. And Blaney is starting to charge forward through the center of turns 3 and 4 this time. McDowell still clear for the lead as he's led every lap from the pole so far. Lap 11 at the start-finish line this time by. And as they cross the stripe, it'll be Michael McDowell leading, Brad Keselowski second, Todd Gillen third, Ryan Blaney fourth, Austin Cindric fifth, Chris Buescher sixth, Austin Dillon seventh, Kyle Busch eighth, Ryan Preece ninth, and Harrison Burton in 10th. A lot of Fords up there. 8 Fords and 2 Chevys. In the top 10, the only 2 Chevys were Busch and Dillon. And Daniel Suarez, who ended up pitting just a couple laps into this race, unscheduled. Well, scheduled/unscheduled. Scheduled in the sense that it was a pass-through penalty he had to take at the start of the race. Still kind of limping around out there. Obviously nowhere near as fast as the pack of cars that will eventually run him down. He is about to lose his lap. Tries to slide up. Not going to be able to hold on in front of the fast group of cars that are now going to race by him. And he's going to stall that middle line of cars out a ton. Suarez couldn't find anywhere to go, and now he splits 4 wide middle of the back straightaway, and he still can't find any drafting help as he's well off the pace. It slams himself right into the wall in front of the 78 of BJ McLeod. A very poor decision by Daniel Suarez, and that will result in our first caution of the day at lap 12. Over-aggressive mistake for Daniel Suarez. And this is very, very costly. already came in below the cutoff line by 14 points. And now in an early incident. Self-inflicted.
Off to a fast flying start in the YellaWood 500. However, we have come to a slower pace. The first caution of the day, and it involves Trackhouse Racing's Daniel Suarez, the driver who had to serve a penalty, do a pass through, and then the pack caught him, Jeff.
He did, Pat. He did. The pack caught him, and instead of just going to the top or the bottom, he decided to try to go to the middle. He was trying to catch the pack so that he didn't lose it, so he didn't get lapped again. But watch right here. Everybody's getting by him. He tries to move up. And when he does, there's the 78 of BJ McLeod, and he ends up spinning himself out. That is an overreaction. Like, if that was too much being afraid of getting lapped twice. Had he gotten to the back of this pack, Steve, with as big of a turbulence is, I believe he could have stayed on to the back and just stayed one lap down.
That's totally on Daniel Suarez, 100%. BJ McLeod had no option right there. We talked about embracing the chaos. This is fighting the chaos. Daniel didn't do anything wrong to have to come down pit road. That's a team situation. So as a race car driver, you just have to play the hand you're dealt. We're going to see huge accidents. They're going to affect cars all day long. You just have to pick either the bottom or the top. Being kind of pulled into the pack, middle three, is just a place you cannot be.
William Byron won the lottery. He was the first car. He got a front row view of this. Watch. The Tootsie Chevrolet is about to go right and then aggressively left, and it happens right in front of William Byron and AJ Allmendinger.
That was so close.
That's purely the pressure of the playoffs, Jeff. I believe if this is a spring race, the 99 doesn't try this move.
Yeah, again, just to recap what he's trying to do, he wants to get in the draft so he doesn't get lapped twice. He's afraid if he goes to the back of the pack, he'll lose the draft. I don't believe he would have. When they're three wide, such a wake gets created, it pulls you back into the draft. So, Steve, you're right. It's the playoffs. It's the desperation of trying to make the next round. And what you hope this car isn't damaged to the point where it takes them out of being able to compete.
Suarez was always on the back foot as far as in the playoff points situation, and now that has further been magnified. As we head to the Peacock pit box, guys, what did you see? What do you think?
Jimmy, that's a tough situation, having that penalty, putting Suarez, one of the playoff drivers, but mistake there. I have to agree with what the booth said there.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and it's tough inside the car. I'm not sure if Daniel prefers the rearview mirror that's in there or actually the video screen. And when you're seeing a gap and you're trying to plug that hole, your spotter's talking to you and you see him try to pull up, but man, the closing rate is just off. And unfortunately, the contact is made and Daniel goes for a spin.
Every time I see that, I just can't help but think about William Byron, who came into this race as the points leader. And sometimes the luck is on your side, sometimes it's not. That time it was for William Byron.
Yeah, BJ McLeod is not a driver that races every week. And the last thing you want to do is be in an incident with a driver that is in the playoffs. That is not what you want to be part of. But BJ did nothing wrong.
And when I put that on Daniel Suarez, I also challenge his team. When you always ask, what can a spotter and a crew chief do? You can try to reduce the panic, the emotion. There was multiple laps. That was lap 11. He pitted on lap 1. There's 10 laps between the pit stop and the accident. Tell your driver what's going to happen. Assure him that it's going to be okay. Be on his side. A driver at times can feel alone in the boat by himself out there, thinking he has to do too much. Coach him. Be part of the team.
You and Jimmy Johnson talked about it. Dale Jarrett, have a plan and stick to it.
Okay, so we're only really just getting going in stage 1, but already pit road's going to get busy. Marty, they're coming your way.
Defending winner of this race, Ryan Blaney, said his car was swarming, especially down the front stretch, a little bit outside the fuel window, but Parker hard to pass up this caution in the pit now.
Also getting fuel for the 22 Joe Delgado, his teammate there. He was saving when he was running in the middle, Kim.
Be fuel only for Chase Elliott, Austin Cindric, both the cars at the bottom of your screen. Austin saying it was just a little snug on that front.
Let's check out the race off pit road. Let's see who's in the green. Good one for Austin Cindric. Really positive. And also Shane Van Gisbergen as well. So while Trackhouse celebrated Ross Chastain's win last week, they're scratching their heads now at this one with Suarez.
Under caution for the first time today. Two-car incident between Daniel Suarez and BJ McLeod there. Suarez getting lapped by the field after having to take the pass-through penalty on the opening lap of the race. And in a very, very desperate situation, to try to get up in line in the middle of the pack, he pulled right up in front of the 78 of BJ McLeod into a hole that, by technicality, was there, but the closing rate was so fast that by the time he pulled up, the 78 was there at that time and squeezed himself and the 78 car into the wall. Suarez got spun back down the racetrack into the grass headed towards turn 3. Again, resulting in our first caution of the day, and this came out at lap 12. Definitely more damage to the 99 than the 78. I feel bad for McLeod being the innocent bystander in there. He's had good speed, raw speed on these not intermediate tracks, these super speedway tracks when he has raced in that 78 car this season. Really thought he could have been an underdog for like a top 10 finish or something like that here today, and now he's got damage, and we'll have to see if he can work with it and be sustainably fast still in this draft. Nobody awarded the free pass. Obviously, Suarez was the only car lap down and was involved in the incident, so he is still going to be a lap down. And he might have even lost a second lap, perhaps. Yeah, he lost another lap during the caution because he had flat right side tires and had to get assistance back to pit road. He was sitting on the asphalt, the apron of the track down in 3 and 4. So Suarez now 2 laps down all of a sudden instead of 1 if he would have just rode it out to the end of the stage. We know how hard it is to come back from 2 laps down in a NASCAR Cup Series race. The good news is it is a super speedway. If he's able to continue, we're guaranteed 2 cautions. You just got to hope that everybody else stays on the lead lap and stays in the lead draft up until then, and he'll get back on the lead lap eventually. But he's obviously going to lose out on his opportunity at stage points now, more than likely in both stages. Stage 1, it was going to look that way based off the penalty alone, but now in stage 2, with being multiple laps down, may lose his opportunity at getting stage points there, like I mentioned as well. We do have a new leader for the first time. Brad Keselowski won the race out of the pits, so he's now out in front for this restart. Brad Keselowski leads, Michael McDowell second, Austin Cindric in third, Austin Dillon fourth, and Noah Gragson
Let's go play
is fifth.
And by Progressive. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit progressive.com. Great crowd, great day, beautiful weather, and we're up and running. And we want to say thanks to our friends at Traveller Whiskey for providing today's aerial coverage. What a sight!
It's just every time. Doesn't matter how many times you come, Diff. Look at that place. It's unlike anything else. I mean, it just truly is. And at night, that entire thing is a party. It is exciting. Interesting time for the caution. 45 to go, 44 to go, and we take the green flag. Maybe a lap or 2 outside their fuel window. In the pack, I think the drivers will all try to save enough gas to make it. On the restart, might look a little funny. There'll be a big line of single-file cars. They did it the second time. So due to NASCAR rules, they can't grid up. So if it looks funny, having this odd single-file line behind the pack, that's just part of the restart rules because of the extra pit stop.
All right, we're going to go inside and eavesdrop with the Team Penske number 2 team of Austin Cindric and spotter Doug Campbell. Let's have a listen.
I think we're in the bottom lane. Penalty. 5. They are ready. 35 are winner. So that's 12.
Lap 17, green flag back in the air. Brad Keselowski leads the field to the green. A lot more of the Fords up in the outside lane of the racetrack, so kind of an interesting decision here to take the bottom. Austin Dillon in the 3 car is the push car behind Keselowski. Line of Fords on the outside, as I mentioned, behind McDowell. And we'll see what that will do for him. And already about 4 cars, 5 cars, maybe more, going to move on to a 3rd lane to the outside, try to get it back to 3x3 racing like we had for the entirety of this race, really, up until that first caution at lap 12. And at times, cars were getting split 4 wide in traffic. Side by side for the lead still as they get up to speed off of turn 4, opening lap following the restart now. McDowell has led the majority of these laps, and he was able to progress forward faster than Keselowski in the process of getting up to speed. So first green flag lap of this run will be led by the 34 yet again. And McDowell pulls to the bottom in front of Brad into turn 1. Up on the outside, it's Kyle Busch and the number 8 trying to lead his way forward. That outside line near the wall, I should say specifically, is where Busch is at. Cindric leads the middle line of cars, and again, McDowell still on the bottom after moving down in front of Keselowski. Buescher pushes the 2 of Cindric forward. McDowell up to block the 2 of Cindric into line 2. And we'll see if Austin Dillon can maybe give Keselowski a shot off the exit of turn 4. Get him back going again. It does seem like that third, or I should say the line down on the double yellow line, the inside groove, I haven't seen as many huge runs there as I have seen from the very outside or the middle groove of the racetrack so far today. And speaking of which, Kyle Busch has led this third line of cars all the way to the outside of McDowell for the lead now in turns 1 and 2. And as he got to the outside, Keselowski finally had enough of a run on the bottom and was able to get to the lead there. Middle of the back straightaway, Michael McDowell holds clear on every lane for the moment. Will he try to slide up in front of the 8? No, he doesn't. He goes to the bottom in front of Keselowski instead. It gives Brad some momentum. Gets right to the back of this 34 car, pushes him in that middle to lower line into the tri-oval. Let's go. I'll see if this is going to give enough of a run from behind now from Austin Dillon and Austin Cindric, with the 6 and the 34 getting quite a ways out ahead of that pack. Kyle Busch trying to rebound, up high. 8:41.38, the first 3 cars up near the wall. Goes to tail front of the field. Between the top 2. Keselowski and McDowell have worked well together just before the first caution. They seem to be working well together again here. Busch decides to go down into the second groove of cars right in front of Austin Cindric. He leaves Ryan Preece up high. One car jumping out of line from the bottom and then gets right back down in, further back in the pack, almost getting split 4 wide back there in the tri-oval again. Luckily that didn't happen. And now it's Preece and Gilliland leading the top groove of cars. And Preece moves down in front of Busch. So that's 2 cars now to leave the top lane for the middle lane as soon as they pull clear of line 2. Michael McDowell, middle of the back straightaway, pulls up in front of Ryan Preece in line 2. Preece pulls to the back bumper of McDowell, but doesn't make a move for the lead. Maintaining for now, still 40 laps to go in stage 1, 60 laps in stages 1 and 2 today. Final stage will be made up of 68 laps, so relatively even stage lengths this afternoon.
So after this first caution, you can tell the intensity's picked up. Look at the gap between the cars. Everybody's keeping it up a little bit. They know to go faster, you got to tighten those gaps up to be a better pusher.
Talk more about the 41, Parker.
Right, Lee, you might notice that paint scheme there, the Wonder Bread paint scheme in ode to Talladega Nights. I was talking to Ryan earlier today about his plans. He said, I want to be aggressive. I want to get to the front of this field. He said, but I did my preparation last night by watching Talladega Nights. And he vies for the lead here at Talladega. I guess it kind of worked. He's got a fast Wonder Bread Ford up at the front right now.
I love it. He also said that he gets to pretend to be Ricky Bobby for a weekend. That's pretty cool. And he's running well. Michael McDowell is about to notch up his 20th lap lead in that Loves Ford for Front Row Motorsports.
Don't give it to him yet. Oh, he got it. Teammate Todd Gilliland with a big push. Those guys work really well together, Steve. Todd really enjoys working with Michael. Michael is very experienced racer, very open, honest with Todd, gives him a lot of advice. Good, really good relationship.
I'm surprised that middle groove had enough of a run when Busch bailed out of the middle line to move to the top in front of the 7 of Justin Haley. Again, Cindric is the lead car now down in the second group. As mentioned, Ryan Preece, who initially was on the top behind Kyle Busch when that third line on the restart had moved forward to the front of the field. As soon as he was able to pull clear of Cindric, he moved down. And then once the bottom lane became available for Ryan Preece, he moved to the double yellow line, so that's where he leads. Austin Cindric in the middle with Chris Buescher, Ryan Blaney, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. behind him are starting to go backwards for a bit. Gillen and McDowell now controlling the pack at the front of the field. Both front row cars now down on the bottom. They were on the top the lap before. So definitely have teammates working together here, and that creates a good opportunity for McDowell leading the way, that if anybody pulls alongside of Gillen, he's going to have even more time to try to move up to block that said lane if he chooses to do so, to try to control this race lead. This is kind of the same speed we saw out of the front row cars in the first two super speedway races earlier in the year at Daytona and Atlanta. Remember, Gillen led the most laps in that second Atlanta race earlier this season. Daytona 500, McDowell started on the front row, led a lot of laps in that race, had one of the faster cars, and McDowell obviously dominating from the pole here today at Talladega as well. Hasn't won yet this season, looking for career win number 3 before his time is done with Front Row Motorsports. Remember, McDowell will be going to Spire Motorsports at season's end. Gillen covers the bottom, lets his teammate down in front of him. Michael McDowell still out in front of the field. It's kind of shades of 2013 Springdega race when Front Row Motorsports finished 1-2 that time in the 38 car. Michael McDowell was not in the 34 yet. It's actually Todd Gillen's father, David Gillen, who finished second to David Reagan that day. What is old is new once again, with those two leading out in front of the field. Last lap of the start-finish line, Kyle Busch was actually scored in the second place position, but Gillen's still down, obviously, on the bottom. Busch leading the second line of cars. Michael McDowell scored the leader at the line. Kyle Busch was second, Todd Gillen third. Austin Cindric fourth, Justin Haley fifth, Ryan Preece sixth, Chris Buescher seventh, Alex Bowman eighth, Brad Keselowski ninth, Daniel Hemrick 10th. 11th place is Ryan Blaney, Austin Dillon 12th. Denny Hamlin 13th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 14th, Noah Gragson 15th, Joey Logano 16th, Ross Chastain 17th, Martin Truex Jr. 18th, Tyler Reddick 19th, Chase Briscoe 20th, Zane Smith 21st, Chase Elliott 22nd, Josh Berry 23rd, 24th, AJ Allmendinger, Harrison Burton 25th, William Byron 26th, Kyle Larson 27th, Christopher Bell 28th, Anthony Alfredo 29th, Cody Ware 30th, Shane Van Gisbergen 31st, BJ McLeod 32nd, JJ Yaley 33rd, Ty Gibbs 34th, Bubba Wallace 35th, Eric Jones 36th, Corey LaJoie 37th, John Hunter Nemechek 38th, Carson Hocevar 39th, and Daniel Suarez rounds out the field of 40 cars. Suarez the only one off the lead lap. He is 2 laps down after being involved in that incident at lap 12. BJ McLeod, who was also involved in the incident, not enough damage to take him out of contention here. He's not only on the lead lap, but still in the lead draft of cars. Everybody first through 39th within 1.5 seconds of the lead. Everybody between first and 30th separated by just 1 second that last time by at the line. McDowell again continues to lead, 26 laps led and counting, 33 laps to go in stage 1. You're listening live on KRC to the YellaWood 500 at Talladega. John Barber, thanks for tuning in. Finish work, join the stream. Yeah, Blaney looking good. Still very early in the race. Michael McDowell looking the best, easily as of right now. Led all but 1 lap. The only lap Keselowski lead was, well, just 1 lap on a restart. He led coming to the start-finish line, and that was it. Michael McDowell has led them all since. Gillen and McDowell 1-2, bump drafting through the tri-oval, holding on strong. Kyle Busch jumps down to the bottom lane behind the 2 front row cars, so now 1, 2, 3, clear of the rest of the pack of cars. 3 wide from 4th all the way back through the rest of this lead pack.
Welcome back. You're watching the YellaWood 500 here on NBC Sports. We're in the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. And here at the one and only Talladega Super Speedway, I want to remind you that DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR. And this week, new customers can bet $5 and pocket $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app, use the promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. The numbers, the key numbers, Bottom left, who's got your attention, Steve?
Well, they're live odds, and I don't know if anything I've seen so far today has changed my opinion of the race. It's a long shot sort of race. You have Keselowski so good here, Logano so good here, 12-1 on your money, plus 1,200. Or you can go even further back, Cindric, McDowell. McDowell's leading at 14-1. So hard to predict, but you can live bet. You would have an inkling of one of these. Look at all the onboards. So much going on.
Michael McDowell has been out in front for 27, coming up 28 laps. How's that going to hurt him fuel-wise, fuel economy-wise?
The problem is when you're pushing the air, when you're leading the pack, you're burning the most. This is really like a train, like a locomotive, right? A multiple engine locomotive. The guy out front doing most of the work. People further back in the pack. This is a 2-feet situation. So take a look right here. That is Ricky Stenhouse's speed. Left foot on the brake, right foot on the gas. Watch very closely. Right here, the top, that carbon fiber spot. That is the top of the gas pedal. Watch it. It's going to move it back. There you go. That's wide open. Now he's going to come back and forth off that just a little bit. They're not driving with a hammer. They're driving with a scalpel. I mean, this takes precision work.
Yeah, the team, the 34 team is telling him to manage your throttle to try to save fuel, and that's exactly what Stenhouse is doing. And it's one thing to save fuel, it's another thing to do it and try to gain positions, try to not lose positions. It's really turned into an art. And I'll tell you, it's interesting, like when you talk to teams about what they think is the best way to do it, you get a lot of different answers.
Right.
No one really agrees the best way to do it. And I think the situation changes all the time, depending on which lane you're in, the top, the bottom, the middle. We talked about all that. And somebody that I don't think has been saving a ton of fuel was Denny Hamlin. We saw him have that issue, kind of got hung out a little bit, worried about how he's going to get back to the front. And there he is, the fourth car in that top lane. That are on lap 14.
And Jeff, he is the lead Toyota. And in this style of track, this style of racing, we always talk about needing friends, needing drafting partners. Well, he is the sole Toyota. Doesn't have any. The nearest Toyota friend is the guy who drives for him, Tyler Reddick, and he's back several positions.
Well, the key, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. explained the race yesterday. We had a conversation about his driver going to victory lane, and he said the key I told my drivers to be patient when this couldn't happen, but when it can, you have to force the guy behind to push you. So you talk about teammates, but when it's 3 wide like this, you have the ability to force the guy behind you to follow. Now, Denny already got hung out once because they went to 4 wide. But Jimmy, does that make sense? There are times where you can force the guy behind, whether he likes you or not. You are his only option.
Yeah, there definitely is a scenario like that. And what I take away from watching Ricky's feet is I'm happy that he's dragging the brake because I always get yelled at for doing that too. It just burns more fuel. So the idea is to and make that car behind you, push you in a way to keep you moving forward and keep that gap closed up in the car in front of you. So, Ricky, thank you for dragging the brake a little bit, making me feel better about my display.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. I mean, just saying, it looks like maybe they're just riding around, and this couldn't be further from the truth with that. And I think an advantage that they have now over years ago, we had to only know and think what we were saving. Now they can look at their dash and see exactly how much throttle they are giving, and that just helps them to modulate and save more fuel when it's needed and when the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, it's so true, and it's really changed the complexion of restricted light races. We now are saving fuel to get stage breaks. You want less time on pit lane. It's really, complicated things in some ways, and they put more in the engineer's hands.
What was a rhythmic 3 wide situation has now been broken up. Zane Smith, Kyle Larson, they were at it. Tyler Reddick is in the middle of it. Ty Gibbs, I should say, is in the middle of it, right behind Larson in the 54.
Yeah, now it's put Zane Smith 4 wide. He gave a little bit of room to the 5-car Larson, and Larson took it. You just cannot give anybody a look to your inside or your outside. And then when it is 4 wide, how does it merge? What's going to be the middle lane? You say they enter turn 3? They worked that out pretty well.
Briscoe got out of it. Briscoe was right in the middle of all of that, and the 14 dropped back. They had some brake issues yesterday in qualifying, and they were pretty slow. They were slower than what they expected. So let's talk about the man who's out in front with Kim Coon. Kimmy?
Yeah, that's Michael McDowell. We talk about fuel saving here. Run.
Well, he's going to lane the red here. Well, you have it. Hello,
So they've gotten the data. What did the data say? They're telling him he still needs to go 70%. They said we need to save 15 more laps, Dave, to go hard at the end.
Tim Lee just mentioned Chase Briscoe qualifying in the back a full second slower than the fastest car yesterday. I asked crew chief Richard Boswell. He said the brakes were dragging, never seen it before. Should not be a problem today, and Chase's car appears to be fine.
Yeah, you can see the drivers are starting to get aggressive. The effort to get the outside lane working at 4 wide. There's a lot of shifting back mid-pack. We talked about how, if you're back there, are you going to get to the front? That's by forcing it 4 wide, trying to make something happen. When you do it, Diff, though, you got to have somebody go with you. You saw Larson put a block on Eric Jones right there, who came really close to making contact.
Look at Jones right on the wall. Comes storming down that outside. 4 wide. Reddick and Gibbs in the middle. Gregson down on the low side. Eric Jones up high in that green, white, and pink 43.
The challenge for 4 wide is not only space, but definition of lines. You see the white dotted lines. 3 wide, I think the drivers have a very clear feeling where the bottom, middle, top is. But when 3 turns to 4, now all of a sudden the white lines aren't a very good reference. Where is the 3rd lane versus the 4th lane? As we see in another aggressive 4 wide moving forward. Larson the pusher.
It's getting tight.
It's game on right now. You can see the energy starting to build. 23 to go for this stage.
And if you're a Kyle Larson fan, you are loving this because he has made up 20 positions.
I don't know if you're loving it right now. He's 4 wide middle.
5 has been flying. Are you loving it? If your 5 is 3 high and a 4 wide.
Oh my gosh.
He's made some decisive moves that have worked.
No, you're right. The move forward is great, but it's almost like holding your breath. Just how long can they pull this off?
Yeah, it's game on now. Everybody's pushing hard. I don't think there's anybody trying to save fuel at this moment.
So much going on at once.
Really tight off of 4.
Look at Justin Haley up on that high line. Number 7, the Gamebridge Chevy. McDowell and his teammate Todd Gilliland. Austin Cindric sitting in the middle, pretty much where he's been for the majority of this race. At the front, but in the middle.
We're getting ready to see the pushes get bigger and bigger. Haley to the lead. No surprise there. Only the 2nd race was Spire Motorsports driving that 7 car. It's got it in the front.
And here comes last week's winner. Ross Chastain is starting to put himself in the conversation.
4 wide in the lead pack, just from the back half of the top 10 through the rest of this lead pack of cars. Still 3 by 3 at the very front, outside of the race leader Justin Haley being clear of it all. That's the best spot to be as of right now. So much lane changing going on in the middle of this pack, especially in those upper 2 lanes of the 4. Bottom 2 lanes kind of tied into where you're at right now, and you're really boxed in. You can't go anywhere. But those top 2 lanes, there's been a ton of lane changing going on. Eric Jones was one of the first cars to take to that 4th line up near the wall, and things have been very, very interesting ever since. Still are. Blaney getting a push from behind from Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 2nd to lowest line on the racetrack, trying to get closer to the 2 cars that are in the very middle, 3 wide just in front of him. First time Haley has led so far today. 1 lap led for him so far. Ross Chastain also towards the front of the lead pack, trying to go for his 2nd Talladega win in his Cup Series career. I wonder what the heart rate is for a lot of these drivers running in the middle of the pack, because it's got to be ridiculously high. But everybody's doing a great job keeping control of their cars, and when they are making their lane changes, they're making them at the right time, not causing an incident yet. Full field leaderboard as of right now. Ross Chastain led that last lap of the line. Justin Haley 2nd. Kyle Larson 3rd. Michael McDowell scored 4th. Austin Cindric 5th. Make that now Justin Haley back to 5th. Austin Cindric 6th. Daniel Hemrick in 7th. Chris Buescher 8th. Michael McDowell 9th. Christopher Bell is in 10th. 11th place, Denny Hamlin. Ryan Blaney 12th. Todd Gilliland 13th. Eric Jones 14th. And William Byron 15th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 16th. BJ McLeod 17th. Joey Logano 18th. Kyle Busch 19th. And Bubba Wallace 20th. Tyler Reddick 21st. Chase Briscoe 22nd. Ryan Preece 23rd. Harrison Burton 24th. Chase Elliott 25th. Brad Keselowski 26th. Shane Van Gisbergen 27th. Corey LaJoie 28th. Austin Dillon 29th. Cody Ware 30th. Noah Gragson 31st. Josh Berry 32nd. Zane Smith 33rd. Now Berry back to 34th. Looks like Yaley 32nd. Austin Dillon 33rd. Josh Berry 34th. Martin Truex Jr. 35th. Jonathan Nemechek 36th. AJ Allmendinger 37th. Anthony Alfredo 38th. Carson Hocevar 39th. And Daniel Suarez still 2 laps down at 40th. Will get the free pass at the stage end. Or a caution, whatever comes first for incident. Still 19 laps to go yet in this stage. Crazy that we have seen 4 wide racing for as long as we have right now, most of the way through this lead pack, as cleanly as they've done it, and nonetheless as early as it is in the race. We're only on lap 43 of 188 with where we are at right now.
.com / Ford Playoffs promo to enter, and good luck. Look at this. There's been some movement in the pack. Alex Bowman, his teammate Kyle Larson and Ross Chastain right across that front row with 18 to go. And now make it 4. Daniel Hemrick joins the party.
Wow.
So does Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, big push from Denny Hamlin. I mean, this is crazy. They did 4 lap after lap. I mean, if you're a playoff driver, you have to be terrified, right? If something happens at the front of this pack and you're in it, how in the world are you going to miss it?
This is some separation, Stevie. Some others have decided to get out of it. As I said, this, like, I don't want any part of this.
Yeah, I'm not sure that view back there is any different. You look at it and you say, 4 wide, 7 deep. Is this really a mess I want to get into? I mean, it looks like a formation lap. It doesn't appear that this could possibly be a group of cars going nearly 200 miles an hour.
You wonder why I used to wake up nervous here, Dish.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, this is it. I mean, if one person makes a mistake, one person just misjudges it by a foot, he's going to take a lot of people with him.
You mentioned earlier, Jeff, and every single driver talks about it. It's the energy in the pack. What does that feel like from the driver's seat?
Oh, it's the car's buffing around. It's moving all over the place. You're trying to figure out, is there any energy coming from behind me? What is going on in the front? Now, you're pretty much locked in. Unless somebody leaves you a hole that you can dive into, you kind of have to just try to push your lane. By the way, all this is going on at about 190 miles an hour.
What a view for Ricky Stenhouse, the Palm Olive camera. They also gave us that foot cam earlier. I'd like to thank JTG and Palm Olive for bringing that shot to the fans.
That's a great shot also from in that car because it shows you what he can't see.
Yeah.
He can't see what's going on in front of him and the road that he's in.
Joey Logano feathering the throttle a little bit there. The Coke on board. Tucked in behind Todd Gilliland. There's Stenhouse. Blaney in the 12. Ross Chastain, the Kansas winner of a week ago, leads here in Talladega.
In that one camera shot, you have 10 of the 12 playoff cars, right? There. Good luck picking them all out, but they're in there. Trust me.
And it wasn't that way, seemingly not that long ago. Larson and Bell, and they were down in the high 20s. And now they've just slowly worked their way forward.
Well, 15 to go in the stage. Points are paid in 15 laps. So as playoff drivers know, that's why you need to find your way to the front. The yellow spoilers, that's a great way to identify the cars that are in the playoffs.
We spoke about this briefly yesterday during qualifying, fellas. Almost every playoff driver somewhere in the lead up to this race used the words smart and aggressive. How's that working at the moment?
Well, he haven't wrecked yet, so it's working out pretty well. But yeah, like Michael Jordan, it's great to have him at the racetrack. Big supporter and loves his race team. And imagine what that guy, the competitor that he is sitting there thinking,
Right now, I think he's thinking he doesn't want to be riding right here in the passenger seat with Tyler Reddick. That's for sure.
And Michael has been in the headlines this week for both himself and co-owner Denny Hamlin of 2311 and Front Row Motorsports filing that antitrust lawsuit against NASCAR and Jim France. And that will be an ongoing story. For how long, we don't know. But NASCAR has a 60-day buffer to respond to that, and we'll be following that keenly. But that's a side story. This is the story. What's happening on track is simply incredible.
It's interesting to me that outside lane can't quite get the energy to get up to the front row. See, Denny Hamlin, that 11 car, I think he's not really wanting to be exceptionally aggressive and give those big pushes.
Well, he is now.
That's what's going to be required. And I think Denny, now with 13 to go, Steve, is starting to say, all right, what am I going to have to do? How am I going to get stage points? And that's how you're going to have to do it. You're going to have to be willing to put that front bumper to the rear bumper of the car in front of you and just push. Shove them all the way down the straightaway. You try not to do it in the corner or even through this trial. Because if you do and you do it wrong, you can spin that guy out, cause a wreck.
Somebody get a heart rate monitor on Jimmy Johnson, part of the ownership group of the Legacy Motor Club. His driver, Eric Jones, is up there in the mix.
4 wide for the lead and 4 abreast through the entirety of this lead pack. Just to put into perspective how close all these cars are running together, the top 23 cars within a half a second of each other. Top 28 are all in this lead pack within 1 second of each other, and then everybody else that isn't in that top 28 pretty much just well behind the lead pack, hoping that there is an incident that wipes out quite a few of these cars, which could happen here. We see cautions a lot when we get towards the end of these stages on the super speedways, and we're getting close right now. Just 11 laps to go in stage 1 at Talladega from where we are. A lot of these playoff drivers obviously up in this lead pack trying to get into the top 10 to get stage points before the end of the stage to help their chase for the championship. Hemrick had a big push from Denny Hamlin moments ago to nearly take the race lead in that outer line. Hemrick actually was able to lead a lap, but Chastain, the one able to control the pack the most towards the front of the field. All of a sudden, really, no Fords are up there like we saw at the very beginning of this race. Mostly Chevys and Toyotas. Mostly Chevys at the front of the field. A couple Toyotas sprinkled in there like a Ty Gibbs, Denny Hamlin. I think I see Christopher Bell up there near the top 10 as well. But that's about it for the Toyota side of things. It's mostly Chevys down to those bottom couple lanes. Larson, Bowman, Justin Haley. Obviously, Chastain leading the way. Hemrick up on the outside. Chastain led that last lap again at the line, but Hemrick surges forward from another push from Hamlin and is looking to take the lead through turns 1 and 2. Chastain was controlling the bottom couple lanes, but not really up on the top. Obviously hard to control 4 lanes at once, and that's why Hemrick, with that large shove, was able to get alongside Chastain for the lead. The more aggressive the pushing gets at the front of these lines is where something could go wrong, and Gibbs very aggressive to push this one car clear of everybody, and he's able to break away from the 4-wide mess he was in the middle of. Few cars have broken clear of the pack. Well, a lot more obviously still stuck in the mess. That 4th lane all of a sudden is starting to fade, and it's down to mostly 3x3. And these 3 lanes may start to widen out just a little bit so they can use more racetrack and not run as tightly side to side with one another, give a little bit of breathing room, or less of a mistake to potentially take place. 3 cars who have broken away at the very front of this pack are Larson, Bowman, and Chastain. Chastain, the leader as of right now, back straightaway. Gibbs moves up in front of Hemrick, who had another run in the 3rd lane on the outside, but no more 4 wide. Except for Hemrick, who gets split 4 wide. He's all by himself on the outside. He's going to go to the tail end of this lead pack. Nobody's going to pick him up in the draft. 3 wide for the lead now at the front of the field. Larson, Bowman, Chastain. Chastain pushed by Gibbs. Larson in the middle, Grew being pushed by Cindric, and on the bottom is Bowman being pushed by the 7 of Justin Haley. 8 laps to go in stage 1. Chastain the leader that last time by less than a car length over the 5 of Larson and the 48 of Bowman. Chastain down in front of the 5 into the second groove, middle of the corner, back up to the top on the straightaway. Didn't cover the very inside of the racetrack from the 48. Haley giving a massive push to the bottom lane on Alex Bowman. Bowman trying to move forward. Center of the corner, he and Larson both side by side again for the race lead. 3 wide underneath Chastain, who continues to lead the top line of cars. Stage win would be huge for the 48 of the 5 if they can get it done here, being one of the playoff drivers. I'm interested to see if Denny Hamlin or Christopher Bell try to make a move 4 wide to the top again and get a 4th line moving to try to overtake for the race lead. Gibbs pulls out a line from the top to the middle, gets underneath the one of Chastain. Almost went all the way to the bottom in front of Alex Bowman, but he'll stay in front of Larson instead. It was worth a shot. Now Larson pulls out a line on Gibbs, trying to get to the bottom in front of Bowman, but he can't. 4 wide. Couldn't get in front of his teammate. And then Bowman tried to get up in front of Larson, and he couldn't do that either. The side draft allowed for Larson to pull back alongside of the 48 car, and a big run in the draft for Larson to the back of the 1. Hamlin, odd man out. Loses 3 positions in the top group of race cars in that 4th lane. Falls in line behind Byron in front of Wallace. He's now the 4th car in line number 3. Ross Chastain, 6 to go, off turn 2 leads. Chase Briscoe 4 wide outside, further back in the pack, maybe trying to get something else started. Ryan Preece pulling up behind him as well. Not enough cars to try to get momentum move forward, and because of pulling out of that 3rd line, there isn't as much energy up there with Gibbs, Byron, Bell, and Hamlin anymore. So Chastain just simply covering the bottom 2 lanes of the racetrack on Bowman and Larson again. 5 laps to go. Not as much bump drafting going on in the middle of the pack if they're not one of the front couple cars in line. We get later in the race, I think that would obviously be different than what it would be late in the stage. I would imagine Chastain's not going to be as aggressive to try to win this stage, knowing that he's not racing for the championship. Although he's lane changing right now, he's making the right moves. He's not making over-aggressive blocks necessarily. And I'm wondering if Bowman or Larson could get up in front of him if they would maybe do the latter and be more aggressive in trying to hold on to the race lead. Larson with the run, center of the tri-oval, got the shot from the 2 car. Goes to the outside for the lead, but the 2 didn't go with him somehow. Larson had the push, but when he moved up to try to pass Chastain for the lead on the outside, Cindric decided to just stay in line behind Chastain instead. Larson got hung out to dry. He got picked up in the 3rd line, but he loses a few positions and is at risk of falling out of the top 10 all of a sudden. He goes from plus 55 above the cut line to plus 22. Just like that. Obviously, that's projected on where they would finish in stage 1, 2, and 3 as being the same, so you're going to see more of a difference in the points on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen on the NBC graphic than what you are going to see maybe in the final stage alone. Chastain's done a great, who's led the most laps since the restart. Once McDowell had fallen out of the lead, of course. I don't know how, but Ricky Stenhouse Jr. found himself to lead the 3rd line of cars. And now it's Stenhouse and Larson. Larson making another charge at it as he pushes the 47, 2 Chevys on the top. Stenhouse to the lead at Talladega. A little bit of a side draft there from the 1 car, middle of the back straightaway to make sure Stenhouse wasn't going to pull clear. And that was while he was getting pushed by the 2 of Austin Cindric. He had a lot of faith in the 2 car to push him square. And that's exactly what happened. And although Stenhouse was close to taking the lead on the backstretch, he's going to try to have another run at it here on the front stretch. Big block by Chastain in the tri-oval on Cindric. That's the most aggressive we've seen so far. He went to the top to cover the 47, quickly to the middle to cover the 2. The 5 kept pushing the 47 through and through. Stenhouse again has the nose out in front and is clear if he chooses to move down. Lap and a half to go in stage 1 here at Talladega. Cindric getting a push from Blaney. The Penske cars working together. Now it's a 3-car tandem on the bottom with Chastain still staying in front of the 2 Penskes. Both those Penske cars move from the middle groove to the bottom. Larson down to the middle to cover in front of Buescher. And Stenhouse goes with them in front. Chastain still controlling both lines. Stays on the bottom. Too big of a run to the outside. Big push in the center of the trioval. The 2 got sideways. Stacks up the bottom lane just a bit. They're bottlenecking, and the outside progresses. And as the outside progresses, the 47 and the 5 car are clear at the front of the field. Final lap of the stage for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Larson clear of the pack behind him in second. Can he get a run to go for the stage win? Larson has a run. Looks low. Stenhouse blocks. Chastain with a push from the 2. Centers to the back of the 5. The 5 into the back of the 47. 17:45 up high. They were nose to tail down the backstretch, but couldn't get going in a faster motion. Buescher got alongside the 5 of Larson, but Stenhouse still leads and opens his gap up off turn 4. 2-car length advantage for Stenhouse. Long way to the start-finish line. Buescher, another shot from the 45 of Reddick. Buescher to the outside for the lead. And as they come to the line, Chris Buescher will stay in that second groove. Now blocks to the bottom, and Chris Buescher will win stage number 1 at Talladega. Wild racing we saw for the entirety of that green flag run of about 40 laps. And they all made it safely to the end of the first stage. Chris Buescher wins stage 1. Stenhouse second. William Byron third. Kyle Larson in fourth. Christopher Bell in fifth. Reddick sixth. Chastain seventh. Briscoe eighth. Austin Cindric ninth. And Blaney rounds out the top 10. Stage 1 was wild. Chris Buescher only led the final lap of the stage, but he does win stage 1 here today at Talladega. What a wild first stage here today. I tried to cover that the best I could. There was so much going on there that whole time. My heart rate was up. Everybody check your heart rate. Take something to decrease it. No kidding. We can exhale now. They made it. All of our favorite drivers are still alive and in this race. Unless you're a Suarez fan, then you're only getting a lap back at the end of the stage. Actually, there was somebody else that fell off the lead lap right before the stage came to an end. Anthony Alfredo in the 62 car, I think, is going to get the free pass, and Daniel Suarez is still going to be 2 laps down. I saw Alfredo on the apron. He was getting lapped right as they were coming to either 1 or 2 to go in the stage in turns 1 and 2. So Alfredo in the 62 car, I believe, is going to get the free pass. Daniel Suarez will still be 2 laps down. He can't take the wave around because we're going to be seeing pit stops. If he took the wave around here, he'd have to pit pretty soon into the next green flag run. So stage break is our second caution of the race here at lap 60. Again, a lap 12 incident with Suarez and McLeod. Suarez, the only driver, knocked off the lead lap. Still in the race, though. All 40 cars are in this thing. But Chris Buescher is the leader. This qualifies as amazeballs. Qualifies as a lot of things. Checking the season statistics, this is the 3rd stage win of the year for Chris Buescher. And his first since Watkins Glen, where he was able to go on and win that race. And what was the 2nd race of the playoffs. In the end, the Fords prevail yet again on a super speedway for another stage win. The dominant talk of the day, and even though there weren't a lot of them up at the front of the field at the end of this first stage, it was still one that was able to pull through and win it. Definitely a thriller so far. Everyone be sure to hit the like button if you guys have not done so on the stream. Obviously, we'll stay live through the end of the race. Post-race interviews as well following the aftermath of this wild 500-mile event here at Talladega today.
Progressive. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. National Debt Relief, helping you become debt-free. And by YellaWood brand pressure treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
We saw how incredible the racing was and how intense the playoffs make it. Here's what Larson told his team.
Way more intense than big points. Holy. Yeah. We're rolling.
Yeah, so a great job by Kyle Larson scoring stage points, but a little bit more intense than they wanted to see in that first stage.
So that's some incredible racing. And what happens when everybody's pushing and trying to get position? We talked about it. Cindric with a big push to Larson. You know, that save is so big, not just for Larson, but the entire field, right? What if one of these guys in this front row wrecks? They're going to take everybody with them. And it's just so intense to be behind the wheel in the middle of that, trying to get stage points. We talked about the drivers that didn't. Again, Alex Bowman, who ran in the front that whole time. It just didn't work out at the end. He didn't get any. Logano, Chase Elliott, Hamlin.
Tell you what, it was pretty big for Chase Briscoe, who qualified poorly, as Dave mentioned earlier, and at the end of stage one, comes in at 8th. Valuable points. Valuable points for Briscoe. A valuable caution for the 99er Suarez. We documented that he was in an accident early. Well, he was able to get his car repaired. He's 2 laps down, but he's going to award the free pass. So he'll be back to 1 lap down for this next stage. Still basically the last car in the field, but still running is the goal. And after what I just saw in stage 1, still running is going to be an important thing at the end of this day.
And with this many cars on pit road, it's very easy to have contact and have damage, Marty. What an aggressive drive for William Byron from 32nd in the middle of stage 1 up to 3rd at Darien. For the car buckets around a little bit more than he would like. At the end of the run, they're going to wait on fuel, Parker.
Similar story for Chris Bell. Restarted outside the top 35 there, but was able to get 5th at the end of this stage. They will do 4 tires and wait on fuel as well.
Tyler Reddick, 5 stage points, 4 tires from Goodyear, wait on fuel like everyone. The car drives well, according to the driver, Kim.
Kyle Larson, bottom right, 4 fresh Goodyear tires, snowmobile. He was waiting on Cliff's call to leave the box. You saw that kind of stutter there. Kyle Larson didn't ask for anything. He just wanted to know which drivers in the playoffs scored points and which did, as he had to back up, how to get out of his car.
Thanks, Kim. Who's in the green? Who's in the red? As they come off pit road. Check this out. Todd Gilliland. Oh, contact. Whoa. Bubba Wallace. Big slide for the 38. Wow. That was a close call on many fronts. And then a hiccup for Larson.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds.
Well, that's going to be hard to top through stage 1, but they're going to try to do it here through stage 2, stage 3, and beyond. Billy Kramer, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate everybody that's been in this live stream, whether you're in the chat or just watching. Down below, it has been a wild one so far today at Talladega. Currently 43 likes on the stream. Our goal is to get to 100, so we're almost halfway to the goal. Long ways to go yet, so be sure to hit that like button. We got many more than that watching. As we are currently working lap 64 of 188 under the stage 1 caution break, which came out obviously at lap 60. The second stage also 60 laps, so at the end of the second stage, we will end up closing the poll in the chat for who you think is going to win today. And it is a very tight poll, for the most part, between about 3 options right now. Somebody other than Busch, Logano, or Blaney to win is at 39% of the 79 current votes. 28% taking Ryan Blaney, who was my pick to win. Kyle Busch at 24% and 9% for Joey Logano on the voting poll. Wait to see what the leaderboard is going to look like on this next restart. But I am definitely ready for stage 2. As we all should be. We'll have our diecast showing at the end of stage 2 as well. And also remember that during the End of stage 2 of the Fantasy League locks up. So for those of you that are in the Fantasy League, be sure to have your lineup submitted. My lineup today, I've got Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, Austin Dillon, Harrison Burton in my garage right now. And the bonus picks, I had Tyler Reddick beating Daniel Suarez. Suarez 2 laps down. I'm really liking that. Obviously, Reddick could get knocked out of the race at any second here, and that would end up faltering. But right now, looking good. I got Joey Logano over Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott over Alex Bowman, and then Ryan Blaney over William Byron for my bonus picks. Obviously, a long ways to go in this one, but NASCAR Cup Series 2311 Racing at 180 points is our current leader.
Their 5-star hero contest winner, Marshall Plants. After a fiery car accident in 1968, Marshall risked his life to save his 11-year-old sister. In honor of his heroic actions, Marshall served as today's honorary starter and will have a donation made in his honor to Samaritan's Purse. You can see the full story at YellaWoodHero.com. Thank you, Marshall. Well done. And adding to the stories of the day as we head to the Peacock Pit Box. DJ, Jimmy, we were talking a lot about it. You heard the words of Kyle Larson, just how stressful and intense that first stage was.
Yeah, we appreciate you just giving us a little bit of break to catch our breath, just watching this. Jimmy, I know you dreamed of this next-gen car at Daytona back in the 500 earlier this year. Being in situations like that, how does this car react and handle if you happen to be in the middle of that 3 and 4 wide?
It's a driving car. It really does drive well, but it's still 4 wide at 200 miles an hour. And as you know, there's so much air being pushed off these cars, and the buffeting that takes place from side to side. I don't know how this stay in line, the mercy.
Yeah, it was fun to watch, and we saw William Byron make an aggressive move. Later in the race.
And Kyle Larson came down to top off after losing so many spots on pit road. They also fixed the hood flap springs. After that stop, Larson asked, can you guys look at the video and tell me what I could do better getting into my box? Because that matters so much here on a busy pit road. He asked if I come in at a less of an angle, but can be further out from the pit wall. He thinks that still gives the 17 of Chris Buescher enough room behind him, and then the ability to get out of the box behind Noah Gragson, Marty.
Kim, in fact, all the Hendrick Motorsports cars came down pit road for a little extra fuel. Steve, tires are never normally an issue at Talladega, but I want to show you the of Todd Gilliam. This right front came off his car, and look at that, Steve. I mean, you don't normally see this at Talladega. How concerning would that be? There are a number of teams that have this same issue.
So I'm not super concerned. We just saw 60 laps on this set of tires. The only, I guess, little bit of a concern diff is 68 laps in that final stage. If you get behind and you have to get a creative strategy. But then again, I'm not riding at the car, right? As a crew chief, I'm kind of used to seeing a little bit of fabric. That's just what's underneath the rubber on the tire. I actually think even a track this big, rubber will get put down, ground into those grooves. So it should improve as the race goes. But something to keep an eye on if we do see tire issues late.
I want to say thanks again to Traveller Whiskey for providing today's aerial coverage high above Talladega Super Speedway on an 84-degree day here in Alabama. We're gearing up to restart. Let's begin stage 2, and we're going to check in and listen to Trey Poole, the spotter for the 9 of Chase Elliott. Here we go.
All right, green flag back in the air. Chris Buescher, who won stage 1, is your race leader as he won the race off pit road as well. Tyler Reddick in second on the outside of the front row for the restart. Buescher electing the bottom. Buescher has the 20 of Christopher Bell behind him, and Tyler Reddick on the outside has Ricky Stenhouse Jr. behind his Toyota. And doesn't take too long for a couple cars already to try to move up into a third lane. Josh Berry in the Sunny D Ford Mustang is up there. Chase Elliott was looking to go up there and backed out of it. Goes right back into the middle groove instead. Still about 4 cars are up in the very top lane for now. And that'll probably grow in numbers if Berry can try to get that group of cars to move forward. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars now in the third lane. It's mostly 3x3 from about 13th, 14th or so on back. Top 7 rows of cars, nose to tail, double wide at the front of the field. Looks like Noah Gragson is right behind his teammate Josh Berry in the third line. First lap following the restart, Chris Buescher led by a little less than a car length over Tyler Reddick. Reddick pulled back alongside of him in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Tightly gridlocked nose to tail for the lead again, all the way down the backstretch and entering turns 3 and 4. And now all of a sudden 3 wide. Austin Cindric moved up in front of Josh Berry. Same for Ryan Preece and Joey Logano. So 3 Fords moved up in front of Berry. 2 of them Penske cars. That really is what allowed for that outside group to start moving forward at a more rapid pace. Once that middle line started to lose some numbers as well. And now it's a 1/10 of a second lead at the line for Buescher over Christopher Bell, still in the bottom groove of the racetrack. But Cindric is coming. Ryan Blaney, who's all the way down on the bottom, is going to look to stay there. I don't think he's going to try to move all the way up to the top. He didn't have much of a chance to. Oh, no, he did move to the top. Okay. So he was able to have enough room move up in front of his teammates. Christopher Bell and Chris Buescher did exactly the same thing to try and stay in front of that group of Penske cars on the top lane. And again, Buescher leads. Christopher Bell, second. Up high, Ty Gibbs and Tyler Reddick, 2 Toyotas in the middle. Bottom, Michael McDowell, the 34. We know he's got a really fast car. He's trying to lead down there. Looks like it might be the 51 of Cody Ware, I think, behind him. Can't tell exactly who that might be. 51 of Corey LaJoie, excuse me. LaJoie in the 51. Here this weekend. And it is LaJoie. Thought it looked like the 51 car. 10 laps complete already in Stage 2. Obviously, a handful of those were under caution. And a handful now under green. Lap 70 of 188 is to be completed at the line, with Chris Buescher out in front of the field here at the Talladega Superspeedway. Bell, Buescher staying patient up on the outer groove of the racetrack. I think that was a good move by Blaney to move up in front of Cindric and Logano. And obviously, with him having the clearance from the third car at the bottom to do that, it was also a great move by Christopher Bell and Chris Buescher to go up there as well. We know how tough these Penske cars are. Them being towards the front of this line, I would have to imagine, even as push cars a few cars back in that line, they're going to keep that outside lane moving forward. Really, the only one who can maybe take them down from a speed side of things is the guy that is trying to do that, that being the 34 of Michael McDowell, who was on the bottom in front of Justin Haley. Minute he pulled clear of the 54 Gibbs in the second line, he moved up in front of him, and now he's trying to go to work. He's been side drafting Christopher Bell for second the last couple straightaways. Now he's side by side for third with Ryan Blaney into turns 1 and 2. Needs to get that push down the straightaways though from Gibbs. Really start to hound down the front couple cars in that third line. And Justin Haley I keep saying Justin Haley, 51 car Corey LaJoie just doesn't seem to have that kind of speed down on the bottom. Nor is he getting the push help from the 42 of John Hunter Nemechek, who's there with him. 15 car Cody Ware is also down there in the Arby's machine. 7 cars total on the inside. Most of them Toyotas in line behind the 51, but they're definitely not moving forward. If anything, they're going backwards since McDowell has left them. As well as, obviously, the front 3 cars who are now on the outside of Blaney, Bell, and Buescher. The 3Bs. Even Buescher out ahead of the pack. Mid-corner speed, 185, 186 miles per hour. It's going to be even faster as he gets the push down the back straightaway. It's amazing, though, with no drafting help, that he's hitting 192 miles an hour on corner entry into turn 3. Middle of the pack, you're probably seeing speeds of 200 miles per hour or more. Way more momentum there than what you would at the front of the field, and that's why you see as much lane changing going on. McDowell has now pulled alongside Christopher Bell again, middle of the tri-oval, so close to getting alongside Buescher. If he can get to the left rear corner panel of 17, he can side draft him enough, and then the 54 gets another run to the back of the 34, gives him another shot, then McDowell may be able to pull clear. I think if McDowell has a chance to pull clear, he'll then go to the outside. And then outside of Christopher Bell, you're going to have a long line of Fords up in the top. Because right now on the top, obviously, Buescher leads it. Then you have Bell. After Bell, it's pretty much all Fords. Blaney, Cindric, Logano, Briscoe, Reese, and then Barry, Gregson. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 9 Fords up in the outside. 8 of them behind Bell, and then obviously Buescher in front of him. And I think that is a lot of the reason why that outside line is not being able to be passed up by the middle or bottom groove as of this point. A lot more cars starting to form towards the back of the pack into the bottom lane. And although there is a Ford down there of Corey LaJoie, there aren't a lot stacked up in line behind him. But he's still making a run at it at the front of the field. And now that the middle line has started to fade just a little bit more, it looks like Corey LaJoie is going to lead the way off turn 4. So apparently he got scored with the lap, led the last lap. This time he's clear and will lead the second consecutive lap for himself at the line. McDowell still about with Blaney Bell on the outside, but it is now the bottom that is prevailed. Just like we saw through stage 1 and 2. Or stage 1, but now into stage 2 for the first time. We're seeing the 51 lead the charge on the double yellow line. 15 car moving up from the bottom to the top. He was third on the inside. Corey LaJoie going to move up with him. LaJoie does not go all the way to the top, though, in front of Buescher. Now Nemechek leads the bottom, and there's a line of Toyotas on the inside. Nemechek, Hamlin, Jones. Can't tell exactly who's in line behind Jones. They have a side-by-side commercial break going on right now on the NBC station. How about that, though? Corey LaJoie leading the field here at Talladega. Middle of stage 2. Really early going of stage 2. Only on lap 16 of the second stage right now. Make that 17. And after LaJoie led the last couple laps, Buescher back alongside of him again. Door-to-door for the lead through 3 and 4. Bell hasn't been bump drafted in the back of that 17 car as much as what Cody Ware has been bump drafting the 51 of Corey LaJoie, though.
We've witnessed some pretty good teamwork today in the YellaWood 500, whether that be Front Row Motorsports or Team Penske or Hendrick Motorsports, Joe Gibbs. How about Rick Ware Racing at the front with Corey LaJoie ahead of Cody Ware? The 51 and the 15, and this is just the second race for Corey with Rick Ware Racing, and he came out of the box strong last weekend with a top 15 results team.
Did a really nice job in his first race behind the wheel of the 51. Remember, a driver swap between Spire and Rick Ware Racing. That 15, Arby's car behind the 51, that's Cody Ware, son of owner, same as Rick Ware. So it's Rick Ware's son, Cody, who had a 4th place finish at Daytona in August. So, you know, this organization has found a way to circle these super speedways and make the most of them. Bravo to the 51 and the 15 as they run up here near the front.
Not unusual at all to see Corey LaJoie in front of these type racetracks. He's had multiple opportunities to win races. All of them hadn't quite found a way to pull it off, but if you put yourself in that position, it can happen. You saw how aggressive he got on the block. McDowell had a big run on the outside the last lap. Corey LaJoie pulled right up in front of him, took that energy away. Here comes McDowell. All by himself.
Another Ford comes winning.
Chris Buescher with a really decisive move to move in front of Cody Ware. Now let's see if the teammates tuck in. Yeah, they do. They work together.
And that shook the field up behind it. It's crazy how one move can change the lanes. Who's leading what lane? That completely changed it. Now Bell's leading the line. Harrison Burke's leading the line.
Let's go for a ride with Van Gisbergen. Have a listen. Harrison Burton right on the 17 of Chris Buescher. Here comes McDowell. Third lane. Cody Ware leads that. Joey Logano says, I've had enough. I'm going to tuck out of here. Here I come.
Ryan Blaney.
Ryan Blaney's with me.
Car. Well, I mean, it's a pencil car, two back for Joey Logano to make you feel any better. Can you imagine trying to be a spotter? We heard their jobs. I mean, it's that easy. They're so like painted. The sponsors are so similar. You see the 12 and the 22, a little bit of white on Ryan Blaney. It looks great on our camera, but from a mile away down in turn 3, that's going to be a tough job.
And that's a disadvantage if you're Cody Ware. You don't run in this series every week, every single race, so they don't trust you quite as much. Not that Cody's not a good race car driver, but they're not going to cut you any slack. Big push from the 2 into the 12.
Let's talk more about the man who was looking rearward there just to get a feel of who was coming from behind Kim, Michael McDowell.
Yeah, Michael McDowell jockeying for position as he moves in front of Chris Buescher, but the outside line pushing. Most into this race, wanting redemption. Earlier this year at Dega, he was mere seconds from winning, but an aggressive block ended with him spinning on the outside wall. He admitted to me that he studied that spring race a lot. He said, what are you trying to learn? What are you trying to figure out? What went right? What went wrong? And he told me he would not change the approach, Dave, in the final lap. He would just execute it better, Marty.
Jim, in the middle of stage 2 here, 22 laps in, working lap 22, I should say. And the Fords are starting to talk, Steve, that they may come early. Now, normally the Fords are the ones who go later into a stage for that stop right that they need. Going to be fuel only when they do pit, but now they're talking about maybe doing something a little bit different. You might see some Fords on the early side of this.
Well, the pace is picking up. Something definitely feels different. They were running 51.50s, now 50-second flat. 1.5 seconds is multiple, nearly 10 miles an hour for these guys. They've picked up the pace.
I'm going to tell you something, folks, that Ryan Blaney said yesterday in the media center. He said, as a team, the three of us at Team Penske and the technical alliance with Wood Brothers, Harrison Burton, he said, we work together, I feel, better than anybody else. We look for each other, we find each other. And have a look at that. You've got Team Penske, 1, 2, 3, the 12, the 2, the 22, and Harrison Burton, not too far away either.
This is a great comparison of Michael McDowell and Tyler Reddick, two different driving styles. You see the throttle usage top and bottom, and here they come. Marty talked about it, a wave to pit road. A little broken up. Not everybody got here. A couple of guys just made a mistake.
All the Stuart Haas Fords are coming in. One of the Rick Ware Fords. McDowell is there. And Kim standing by for Michael McDowell.
McDowell just given the command by his crew chief, Travis Peterson. It's going to be about 4 seconds of fuel. So you see the fuel engaging right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and go, they're telling you.
Well, as you see the group leaders on the top, a few guys at the back of the pack had issues off pit road. 38 of Gilliland missed it. 6 of Brad Keselowski missed it. That's a major mistake. They're now kind of off here by themselves. Will anybody counter this time by? No. Clean pack. Just behind this pack, though, look at the 3 cars trailing yet the pit road. 3 guys. This just kills you, Jeff. If you have a plan, you have to find a way to come with it. This is how far back these 3 cars are, as now we see the next 2 pit that missed it last time.
Yeah, that is, now you've had a slow lap, missed it, and now you have to pit. So you're going to have a caution. You can see them just carrying a lot of speed. And
there's a view of Brad Keselowski.
There you go.
Just trying to carry too much speed. Just simply trying to carry too much speed and missed it.
So now we have a group who has already pitted. They're going to go out single file, try to be very organized. This is the lead pack right here. I'm wondering how long the lead pack is going to wait. I think they're very comfortable at this point. Until those Fords can prove that they can outrun this pack, that it's not advantage, and they're not going to outrun it looking like that. 4 together, then a gap to 2 more cars. Those cars missing, Jeff, really has disrupted this entire strategy. It's easy on paper to figure out this is when we should pit. But the execution is sometimes what gets overlooked.
And the reason why it's disrupted is because more cars running together can go faster. So that group back there, they're trying to get single file, but it's not as many cars in that pack. So this group will be running faster, even though they're 2 and 3 wide.
Ryan Blaney leads the way, and he's on that low line. Heading the second lane is the WeatherTech Chevy for Corlick Racing, Shane Van Gisbergen, as the Kansas winner Ross Chastain pushing him. And here comes SVG.
This isn't just a race.
Another side-by-side commercial break on NBC. Shane Van Gisbergen and Ryan Blaney, the 2 cars battling for the lead at the front of the field. In the front of this pack, a pair of Fords, more than a pair, a handful of Fords came down to pit road moments ago. Chris Buescher, Chase Briscoe, Michael McDowell, Ryan Preece all pitted, as well as Josh Berry, Noah Gragson, Brad Keselowski, Cody Ware, and Todd Gilliland. Keselowski, Ware, Gilliland had to pit the following lap after the first of those names that I mentioned. AJ Allmendinger has lost the lead draft of this lead pack in the 13 car, and that leaves 27 of them in the lead pack here at the front of the field that still have to pit before the end of stage 2. Anthony Alfredo has fallen a lap down again, as well as JJ Yeley during the course of this stage. They are currently in the free pass positions ahead of Daniel Suarez at this moment on the lead lap. He was as many as 2 laps down, so apparently Suarez got the free pass at the end of the last stage. I thought it was going to be Anthony Alfredo. Apparently Daniel Suarez got it. Even though it looked like Alfredo went a lap down before the end of the stage. Alfredo still scored a lap down. Same for JJ Yeley. Suarez gets a lap back, but still scored in 40th as of right now to try to get that second lap back. Shane Van Gisbergen has led the last 2 laps. Last lap, excuse me. First lap led of the race for SVG. We've had so many different leaders in this thing, too. Look at that long line of names on the left side of the screen of those that have led and the different lead changes we've seen today. They had 15 different drivers lead at least 1 lap in this race. We had 11 different drivers lead in the Xfinity race yesterday, 12 in the truck race on Friday afternoon. But already 15 different leaders today in just the first 89 of 188 laps. So a lot of comers and goers through this lead pack at the front of the field. And we have seen just 22 lead changes amongst those 15 different leaders so far. Feels like we've seen more than that, but that's just because of the variance of different leaders that we have had. SVG was getting pushed to the front of the field by Ross Chastain in that second line of cars. It's only been 2 by 2 since the handful of Fords have come to pit road over the last several laps. SVG pulled down in front of all 3 Penske cars down on the WL line of Blaney, Cindric, and Logano. So SVG just continues to stay out in front of the field and leads the way here at Talladega.
Free rewards program and start earning points that turn into member-only rewards. You can earn every time you check in for a race, trade points in for free tickets, exclusive gear, autographed merchandise, and one-of-a-kind race day experiences by visiting NASCAR.com/fan rewards. Welcome back to Talladega. Lee Diffie, Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte with you, and it's Shane Van Gisbergen, the 35-year-old New Zealander, leads the way in just his 4th race on this track. He's done 2 Xfinity races. He did the Cup race in the spring, and now he leads. I spoke to him this morning, and he said, I'm not in the playoffs. I'm not going to play this fuel-saving game. I'm going to go for it if I have a chance to go to the front. Well, that's what he told you. Well, let's take a look at our progressive telemetry and see if SVG is doing what he told. I bet you're going to see a lot of green, and there it is.
Bright green, wide open throttle. He's leading the pack. The Fords pitted. They're running about 52 ones and twos. 49 sixes, over a half a second faster every lap. And that's because SVG is doing just what he told you, Diff. He is wide open. All the sails in the wind. They're trying to make as much time as possible. Look at this top speed, 193 miles an hour.
Yeah, wait till you see it down the back straightaway. They're side by side right now. Watch. Blaney in that 12 car down the back. Takes a lot of trust. They haven't raced with SVG that much, right? They know what kind of racer he is because they show what he can do. He shows what he can do on road courses. But how much faith do you have that you can give him the kind of pushes that you need to make the pace? I think they trust him. I think they'll treat him just like any other driver.
This is such an interesting strategy game because the pace of the pack has really picked up as a counter move, and now they're drafting up on the three cars that missed that pit road, Jeff, right? Brad Keselowski, Cody Ware, and Todd Gilliland, and they have no defense. This pack should go right by him.
Well, you would think they'd go right by him. Remember when they caught Suarez early in the race? Suarez didn't want him to go right by him. So let's see what they do.
They are in 34th, 5th, 6th, 7th position.
The good thing is this is 2 wide mostly right now. When we saw that incident earlier, they were 3 wide when they caught Suarez, and that problem happened.
Well, and these cars being lapped is going to make Suarez's life tougher. Remember, he's racing Alfredo and JJ Yeley 1 lap down. As cars, get lapped, that makes it a tougher task for Suarez to get back on the lead lap.
Van Gisbergen heads the pack. How's this going to play out? Where's he going to go? Who's he going to go with him? What are the 3 at the front going to do?
I think the big thing with Van Gisbergen is how does he do coming on pit road?
Oh, there's Blaney on the inside.
Oh, look at that.
Look at this.
Oh, Todd tried to stop him. He's being aggressive like Suarez. Will this work out better?
He's stuck in the middle. Van Gisbergen's gone the high line. Blaney went up aggressively to the low line. Van Gisbergen is clear of the... Blaney is stuck behind Keselowski.
They're still trying to sort it out. And what this is going to do is going to make... This pack is now going to get slower. 3 wide does not have the energy. Some are pitting. That's going to get it back to 2 wide.
So now is a
Oh, Truex.
What a Truex Jr. spun around on pit entry. He's going to back up. No, but now they're going to have to change tires on the 19, I would imagine, after that long slide. So everyone else is going to assume take fuel only, Parker.
Right, just about let the Toyotas down here. He will do fuel only. As you saw the 19 spinning, they'll break up their cars. Dave.
Denny Hamlin, he is gone.
Do you see how difficult it is to...
So as the Toyotas leave pit road, we'll have to see who will hit the pits this time. A lot of the Chevys haven't pit. Obviously, the Penske cars at the front of the field haven't pit. And as they work their way off the exit of turn 4, nobody coming in to make a green flag stop this time at lap 95. Shane Van Gisbergen still out in front of the field. Keselowski leads the inside line, but is on the tail end of the lead lap / a lap down as he runs towards the front of this pack. As Cody Ware and Corey LaJoie, who were drafting with him, fell to the back of this line of lead lap cars in the lead pack. Lap times for the group of Fords of Buescher, Briscoe, McDowell, Priest, Berry, etc. that already pitted that are still together. That last lap they were running 49.2s. The leaders running 49.7s. So I'd say they're maintaining relatively well. Running single file with just enough cars. Took them a few extra laps to really get going though. Meanwhile, they are trying to catch the Toyotas, who are still trying to get up to speed, that just left pit road a lap and a half ago, of Bell, Wallace, Gibbs, Hamlin, Reddick, Jones, and AJ Allmendinger, I believe, also pitted with them. Either that or AJ, after losing the lead draft, just kind of got caught up by those cars. That could be the case as well. Showing a replay of Truex losing control. Definitely locked the rear tires up as he was trying to get the car woed up for nearly 190 plus miles an hour down to pit road speed, which was 55 at the commitment line. Spun his car, no contact from anybody else, luckily, but obviously a slow stop there for Truex, and this may drop him off the lead lap before the end of the stage. If he had to change tires, that and just no drafting help. He's currently scored a lap down, actually in last, even behind. Well, he was behind Suarez. Looks like 39th now. I think he's in this lead draft. Somewhere in there. I think he's at the back of this lead lap draft of cars at the front of the field. But he has cycled, again, a lap down. Should get back on the lead lap once everybody else pits, and then he'll just have to hold on to the end of the stage from there to remain on the lead lap when we begin stage 3. Fords have moved to the outside. Buescher, Briscoe, McDowell, all those cars have caught the Toyotas. Hamlin went to slide up in front of the lead Ford. That didn't work. He stayed on the bottom. We'll see if the next 3 Toyotas will move up. Gibbs off turn 2. Moves to the outside. Slingshot move by Briscoe and Buescher. Great job by all those guys kind of staying single file with each other. Fords continue to work together. Toyotas really got split apart. Trying to slide up in front of the Fords, it just didn't work. Now they're going to go to the tail end of this gigantic line of cars. And this is where the pitting first strategy can really come in handy, because obviously they're going to have momentum of those that are cycling off of pit road. And they catch the back of this lead draft, and they'll just eat those cars up. Chevy's onto pit road. Chastain. See Christopher Bell in there too. William Byron. Kyle Larson. A lot of the Hendrick cars are in. Bowman. Stenhouse is in. Some more fuel-only green flag pit stops here. Middle of stage 2. About 21 laps to go in the stage so far. A lot more cars still have to pit. About 14 cars have not hit pit road yet. Really started to separate that lead pack quite a bit. Mostly single file down on the bottom, and here come the Penske's. SVG onto pit road as well. Shane Van Gisbergen, along with pretty much the rest of the field, is all coming in.
Back at Talladega as this green flag cycle continues. Here's the rest of the Fords coming down pit road, including all of Team Penske, Parker.
Right, and also Joey Logano in the 22 with their fuel only as he joined this pack as they pitted.
Oh, Austin Dillon had trouble getting into his box.
I don't think he's in.
During the break, the Hendrick cars of William Byron and Kyle Larson, Alex Bowman pitted. Well, now the results, all the talk, all the strategy, all the planning, cars kind of coming off pit road in a group, but a spread out group. Cars on the bottom screen are continuing on the racetrack. We're going to see who gets control of this race as this comes around. On the top of the pylon, it says Haley. The 7 of Justin Haley has a mechanical issue. So it sounds like he's having a hard time getting to the brake pedal, something to do with the leg brace. So just ignore him for a minute. Cindric is really the leader of the race of cars that can make it to the finish. So Cindric, Elliott, SVG, and Blaney, there they are. But the game of leapfrog is going to happen here, Jeff, as the kind of forms back up.
Yeah, that's right. You're going to try to get single file. Everybody's trying to dice right now, get themselves in the right position.
Got a group here of just 1 lap of separation of when they pitted. So Cindric on lap 100. Chastain lap 99. There's a good mix in this group here that you see on your screen. And I think the 1 of Chastain right here being pushed by the 48 and the 5 and the 24. I think this is the group that had the most forward momentum. Will they be able to get to the right rear of Blaney and keep pulling them back, or will they have to fall in line? Look how messy it is down the backstretch. I mean, it's just nothing like what you would normally see a pack here at Talladega.
From the very uniform opening stage, this is considerably more mixed up, and there's only 19 laps to go in stage 2.
So if you're Cindric, Elliott, SVG, Blaney, Chastain, your team should be telling you to stay in line. I know you want to try to leapfrog, but if we stay single file, we could just kind of efficiently pull away, maybe settle this stage amongst ourselves.
Tyler Reddick and the Toyota on board.
18 laps to go, stage 2. Justin Haley still has to hit pit road out in front of the field as he leads. Austin Cindric is in second, 3.6 seconds off the lead behind him the last time they crossed the start-finish line. And now it looks like Haley is actually pitting this time by. So that will give the lead to Cindric. So Austin Cindric leads, Chase Elliott second, Justin Haley third, Shane Van Gisbergen in fourth, Ryan Blaney fifth, Ross Chastain sixth, Alex Bowman seventh, Kyle Larson in eighth, Joey Logano 9th, Kyle Busch 10th, William Byron 11th, Corey LaJoie 12th, Chris Buescher 13th, Chase Briscoe 14th, 15th for Noah Gragson. Bubba Wallace 16th, Daniel Hemrick 17th, Ty Gibbs 18th, Eric Jones 19th, and AJ Allmendinger in 20th. Tyler Reddick 21st, Denny Hamlin 22nd, 23rd for John Hunter Nemechek, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 24th, Carson Hocevar 25th, Zane Smith 26th, Michael McDowell 27th, Harrison Burton 28th, Josh Berry 29th, and Ryan Preece 30th. 31st for Christopher Bell, BJ McLeod 32nd, Austin Dillon 33rd, Brad Keselowski 34th, Todd Gillen 35th, Cody Ware 36th, Martin Truex Jr. 37th is scored as the last car on the lead lap. Daniel Suarez first car lap down in 38th, 39th Anthony Alfredo, and JJ Haley 40th. Both those two cars also one lap down. But 38 cars on the lead lap, all 40 cars still in this race. And we are setting up for the finish of stage 2 as everybody's trying to get clustered back into this gigantic one giant pack at the front of the field. Second group of cars have caught the back end of this lead pack. Some of those Fords getting past like Joey Logano, Chase Briscoe. Still a few of them at the front of it. Obviously Cindric leading, Ryan Blaney still in fourth. But they've lost their Penske teammate Joey Logano and some of the other Fords behind him. Kyle Busch in fifth now is pulled to the back bumper of the 12 of Blaney. Single file for the front 5 or 6 cars. Chastain leads the second line of cars with Alex Bowman, Kyle Larson. And the third line, as of right now, only has 5 cars. Busch moves into the second group now in front of Ross Chastain in the 1. 15 laps to go in stage 2. You're listening live on KRC to the YellaWood 500 at Talladega. $48 likes on the stream to this point, so again, be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. We currently have 87 votes as well in the chat poll. So also vote, because that will close at the end of stage 2. Right now, 39% of you taking somebody other than Busch, Logano, or Blaney for the race win. 29% have Ryan Blaney, Kyle Busch, and 23% of the votes, and Joey Logano taking 9% of those votes as of right now. Again, that will close in about another 14 laps as of this time by at the line. Cindric made a very aggressive move to pull up in front of Blaney, who started to lead the outside. Once Blaney moved high to get in front of Chase Elliott, Cindric then went up there with him. Obviously, Kyle Busch jumped into that lane first, then Blaney, then Cindric, while SVG and Elliott, the 2 Chevys, still down on the bottom. They have another Chevy in line behind them of William Byron. A couple more up high, Bowman, Larson. And we'll see if they either let them in line there. Nope, they're just going to push forward instead. Great bump draft from the 16 to the back of the 9 of Elliott. And Elliott had a big surge all the way down the backstretch and through the middle of 3 and 4. Pulled all the way past Ryan Blaney and all the way to the inside of Austin Cindric. What a huge source of momentum that 9 car had received. Only caution for incident still all the way back on lap 12 of this race. 2 cars involved, still in it. BJ McLeod on the lead lap and Daniel Suarez a lap down. I think JJ Haley in the 44 car for New York Racing just went a second lap down, losing the draft. It's 1 less car. Daniel Suarez will have to race for the free pass position to the end of the stage. He's only racing the 62 of Anthony Alfredo now to get that free pass in 38th place, rather. It's like another side-by-side commercial break right now on NBC. Cindric Blaney out at the front, shades of Atlanta, a handful of races ago, where they were first and second in both of the first two stages of the race, trying to do that here in stage 2 at Talladega. Cindric has led the last several laps and will lead another one at the line. As Cindric leads less than a tenth of a second back at the line, that last time was Ryan Blaney at second, Chase Elliott third. Kyle Busch a tenth of a second back at fourth, along with Shane Van Gisbergen in fifth. 2/10 back to Ross Chastain at sixth, William Byron in seventh. 3/10 back for the rest of the top 10, Alex Bowman in eighth. Ninth was Bubba Wallace, and then 10th was Joey Logano, but they faded a little bit as they crossed the start-finish line this next time by. Again, that leaderboard updates every time the race leader touches the start-finish line with our live timing and scoring. His pace is quickened since exiting pit road as well. Almost everybody in the field has ran their fastest lap of the race post green flag pit stops in the middle of stage 2 from about lap 102 to the last lap we just completed at lap 109. The only driver who hasn't, BJ McLeod, lap 92, and lap 45 for Carson Hocevar. Everybody else in this lead pack in this race ran their fastest lap after the green flag stops. It tells you how much they were maybe saving fuel, and now that they're good to go to the end of the stage, how much they're pushing to try to get these stage points, especially if you're those 12 playoff drivers trying to advance their way into the next round. Elimination races next weekend at the Roval, but trying to set themselves up in the best position possible. And obviously, if they can go out and win this race, it'd be a huge added bonus, as they won't even have to worry about the Roval next week. Cindric and Blaney have done pretty good on that outside line. Elliott pulled alongside Cindric once, but he hasn't been able to obviously pull clear of him. As they do there down the backstretch, easily clear of Elliott and SVG. Elliott and SVG trying to progress forward again down on the bottom. Penske duo, more bump drafting and to the tri-oval. 9 laps to go, stage 2 at the line. Again, fantasy teams lock up at the end of stage 2. I have to make sure that my team is set. I'm going to be taking Austin Dillon out at the end of this stage. Well, he'll probably be on the lead lap at the end of it yet. I'll plug Harrison Burton in there, just because he's in a Ford. I took Austin Dillon because both the RCR cars I thought were going to be quick today, and we have seen Dillon at times up there, but obviously the mishap on pit road he had. Apparently he did not pit outside the box. It looked like that right rear tire was out of the box when he had pitted for the fuel only stop. Apparently he was not. He was on the line, so maybe that indicates that he was in. I thought it would have had to be like inside the white line. So that must be the rule as to why he didn't get the pass-through penalty. He's not in the lead draft, but he should be able to hold on to the lead lap, as we only have 8 to go in the stage, and he's only 13 seconds off the lead. And there are a couple of cars he is drafting with back there. It looks like BJ McLeod and Christopher Bell are also with him. Bell must have had a slow stop. Didn't see exactly what might have happened there, but definitely slow. Cindric Blaney, 1-2 at the line again, 7 to go, stage 2. And these two are probably going to continue to do what they're doing all the way into the end of this stage. Until maybe the final lap, Blaney tries to make a move on Cindric, but he might even be content with finishing second or third at this point. I don't think that one more point is going to be that much more important to risk potentially throwing yourself out of line trying to make the move if Kyle Busch doesn't go with you. Because we've seen that quite a bit today, where the guy second in line, especially in that second group, That second line of cars makes a move to the outside. They split the next car 3 wide middle, but then they just get hung out into the next line or no line, depending on what's up there. And right now, there is a line starting to form on the outside. Michael McDowell is the lead car. It's a good car to lead that line, but he's still quite a ways back. And doesn't have enough cars behind him to really try to move forward. He might need more cars in front of him, if anything, to start hopping in front of him, but at the same time, and he wouldn't have the fastest car in the field potentially leading it. Nose out in front for Chase Elliott, back straightaway. Can he pull clear of the Penske duo to his outside? No, he does not. Into turn 3. As it's close of a push that SVG gave Elliott to potentially pull out in front of this pack, but he couldn't clear. And Cindric hasn't been aggressive with that side draft at all. And really neither is Elliott. They're just solely relying on the pushes from behind rather than the side drafting to try to stay alongside or gain more momentum than the opposite line. Four and a half laps to go, stage 2. That third lane did dissolve a little bit back into the second line of cars at the tail end of the pack. That happened about a lap and a half ago or so. Maybe they're trying to form it again up there, and I think McDowell again is the lead car. No. It looks like all the SHR Fords, all 4 of them are up there. Briscoe, Gregson, Preece, and Barry. Well, they're too far back. And McDowell's actually down on the double yellow line back there. AJ Allmendinger in the 13 about to go a lap down in front of this lead pack. He stays down on the double yellow line and everybody will go above to try to get around him. We'll see the entire field still continue to work by AJ. And now Allmendinger just trying to stay in front of Daniel Suarez to get this free pass at the stage end. AJ hops into the back of this lead draft. I'm not sure where Daniel Suarez is, if he's in the middle of this anywhere. I don't see him in there, but it's kind of hard to tell for sure. He may be in there. And now we've got an unscheduled... Oh, no, this actually is a scheduled pit stop. Michael McDowell coming in.
A lap in the next 3. That'll give him some track position for the final stage, but a lot of racing left to go. That's what you can do when you're not a playoff car. You can be aggressive. Think about that.
So McDowell trying the strategy we saw from Nick Sanchez in stage 1 of the truck race the other day, where he would short pit before the end of this stage. He's going to go fuel only to try to get the leapfrog in track position, that he could stay out of the pits entirely because he'll be good on fuel for the start of stage 3. Sanchez did that in stage 1, and it worked out well for him to get the track position to begin stage 2. So that's where McDowell's taking the strategy play, as he was at the tail end of this lead pack, and he was trying to get the third line formed. It just wasn't working, and plan B obviously was to do that. And I think that's a great strategy call, especially if Cindric and Blaney could cycle off a pit road where they're running right now, 1-2 at the front of the field. That'll have some Fords to work with them along the way. Off of turn 2, it's still Cindric leading the second group of cars, and the bottom group being led by Chase Elliott. Lap and a half left now in the stage number 2. Lead car of Cindric up over 200 miles an hour on the corner entry into turn 3 as the lead car in his line. Speeds are well up, and again, fastest laps of the race were ran by a lot of cars in the top 10 that last lap. Lap 118, 119 are the fastest laps of the race for each of the top 7 in the running order. Pretty much the 3 cars on bottom and the 4 on top, from what I see. Cindric led at the line for the final lap of the stage. SVG close to the back bumper of the 9 of Chase Elliott. The 2 got out in front of the 12 of Blaney just a bit, so Elliott should have a nice shot down the back straightaway. 16 gets the push from the 24, transfers to the 9. The 12 of Blaney pushing the 2 simultaneously on the outside. SVG still pushing the 9. Off into turn 3. Blaney lets go of Cindric, and Elliott gets let go of from behind by the 16. Cindric does not go low to try to block yet. Will he do it? Nope, he stays with Blaney. Off of turn 4. Blaney another push to the 2 of Cindric. Busch going to make a move 3 wide to the outside. Blaney stuck in the middle. Nowhere to go but backwards. Oh, Blaney gets sideways and hard into the wall head on with Chastain as they cross the stripe. Somebody on the inside line clipped the 12 car, and he went straight up into the 1 as they crossed the start-finish line to end stage 2.
The line at the end of the second stage.
Hard
It's
hit.
huge right there.
That has major consequences to the playoffs.
Blaney said, look at what we did last weekend in Kansas to show you what we're capable of. Think about how many times we've been taken out. Daytona, Watkins Glen, Darlington. The AMR safety team are right there to assist Ross Chastain. Unfortunately for Ryan Blaney, the champ, it's happened again. And as always, we thank the AMR safety team for their swift, speedy response and the care of the drivers. And Ross Chastain out of his car. Here is the wounded Team Penske. Menard Pennzoil forward of Ryan Blaney. Watch the 12 in the middle. What happens? Did he get pushed by Bowman? Right at the end of stage 2. You're watching the YellaWood 500 here at Talladega.
Joey Logano might have a bit of damage in that as well. He was the car behind Chastain, and obviously Chastain sandwiched in the wall by the 12. The 48 of Alex Bowman had gotten into the back of the 12 car of Ryan Blaney right as they were exiting the tri-oval. That knocked the 12 car sideways. In return, Blaney swung down the track into the 16 of SVG. Once he made contact with SVG's car, ricocheted right back up the racetrack into Chastain. Both cars hard into the outside safer barrier. And Joey Logano might have gotten a piece of that incident running into the back of the 1 car after the 12. Not going to continue from this race. Your stage 1 winner, Ross Chastain, is... Or sorry, no, stage 1 was won by Chris Buescher. I don't know why I said Ross Chastain. Last week's winner, Ross Chastain, I think he's going to end up with a last place finish here today. He did get out of his car. A little bit of help from the AMR safety team as he walked gingerly back to the ambulance, and he'll be taking, obviously, the mandatory trip back to the infield care center. Hopefully Chastain is okay. Ryan Blaney drove his car back around to the front stretch, but as much damage as that car seems to have, I doubt he'll be able to continue. And a 39th place finish would only be 1 position. For the finishing results. If I would have known that was going to happen, I would have taken Blaney out of my fantasy lineup. It happened right at the end of the stage, so the fantasy lineup locked on me, so now I'm stuck with Blaney. He did get scored with stage points in stage 1 and stage 2. He got scored with a 8th place finish, I believe, in stage 2 at the line. I don't know about Chastain. Yeah, 8th place for Blaney. So your stage 2 results, Austin Cindric wins stage 2. Chase Elliott 2nd. Shane Van Gisbergen in 3rd. Kyle Busch 4th. William Byron 5th. Alex Bowman 6th. Bubba Wallace 7th. Ryan Blaney 8th. Kyle Larson 9th. And Daniel Hemrick 10th. So Blaney did get 8th when he crossed the stripe before he pounded the wall. But obviously going to hurt him in the points predicament. He came in 2nd, plus 28 points entering the day.
Ryan Blaney machine. Let's show you some replays on what transpired coming to the line to complete the stage.
Yeah, Bowman with just a push trying to get to the start-finish line to get the best finish. And the cars get very light in the tri-oval. There's not as much banking there. The cars aren't planted in the racetrack, and a little bit of push, it gets just gets Blaney out of control.
And a huge impact
for both the 12 of Blaney, the 1 of Chastain. Watch this and listen. Just an enormous impact to the outside safer barrier.
And watch behind this, the 22 and the 11, both playoff drivers. 22 impact, 11 also. Parker. Right, and the 22 did get some damage in that. You saw him at the back, so you see the team here on pit road. They've been working on the front splitter, especially the right side, and also getting that cushion by ribbing it down. It pops up a little bit, so a bit of nose damage and splitter damage for the 22 there for Logano.
Another driver that was in the accident, the 11 of Denny Hamlin, he kind of got the chain reaction, so it's hard to tell exactly how much damage the 11 has. We're going to have to see when it comes to the attention of their crew. For everyone else, it's going to be fill up those gas tanks and probably new tires, Marty.
As of now, Steve, Alex Bowman has earned points in every stage of the playoffs except one. He gets points here, so he's a little bit freer than he would like. His teammate William Byron twice has driven from mid-pack, mid-stage, up to the front. He has earned the most points today. The water's a little bit warm in the 24. That's the only complaint.
Chase Elliott on your bottom left missed that green flag stop with his teammates because he didn't hear the call. Worked out for him. Grabbed some stage points for fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel. Austin Cindric, your bottom right in the 2 car, waiting on fuel. Crew chief Brian Wilson saying this is probably the last time we'll take tires. No changes. Austin Smith saying it was a little snug as the race off pit road goes to Kyle Wood.
It might be a lonely fight to the finish for Austin Cindric with his 2 teammates having wounded race cars. What a finish to stage 2, as that's setting us up for an unbelievable run to the end.
Well, that hurts as a Blaney fan, and I'm interested to see where his points predicament's going to look following the conclusion of this race. Yeah, that's tough. That is tough. There goes my pick. I think Michael McDowell is going to be the leader on this restart. I would assume he stayed out of the pits. Maybe we'll see other cars that will stay out as well. But he's short pitted with about 4 coming to 3 to go in stage 2 to cycle out ahead of the pack. Luckily for him, he wasn't in the lead pack when that happened, so didn't have to worry about it. Logano was on pit road. He definitely had damage around the right front fender of his race car. So I believe 3 cars in total involved here. Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, Ross Chastain. Chastain, Blaney out of the race. Blaney, as of right now, still scored on the lead lap. I think they're going to do whatever they can to keep him in this thing. I'm going to be shocked if he's going to be able to meet minimum speed. Chastain is definitely out. He had climbed from his race car already. And I think Blaney, they're going to try whatever they can to keep him in this race. Because if we get any more drivers to fall out of the race, it's 1 point per position. You know, we get a big one that takes out 15 plus cars. That could be 15 plus points that Blaney could try to salvage at the end of this race. So they're going to do what he can to keep him in, but obviously he's not going to have race winning speed going forward. I'd be shocked even if he could stay in the race nonetheless. Ryan Rock Railfan, William Wiley, John Fleming, Super B-Man 1, JoJo. I don't think I shot at any of you guys out. You've been here for a minute. Appreciate you tuning in. At the end of stage 2, time for our diecast showing. We'll get that off. We'll end the chat poll as well as cleanup continues following the crash at the end of the second stage with Blaney, Chastain, and Logano. Our team this weekend, former Talladega winners. This driver won Talladega 2002, that being Bobby Hamilton. Well, this is actually a Kenny Wallace diecast, but Bobby Hamilton won in this very car for Andy Petrie Racing back in 2002 in the final caution-free race in NASCAR history that we have seen up to this point for the Cup Series. So here's a look at it. Kind of cheating this week because this isn't Bobby Hamilton. It's technically Kenny Wallace. This is from 2000, this diecast in particular. Finished second behind Dale Sr. in this very car at Talladega in 2000 behind Dale, of course, pushing him to his final career Cup Series win number 76 at the time. So this is the diecast showing for the end of stage 2 here. Looks like Blaney has finally stalled out on the racetrack, by the way. So yeah, his day is coming to an end.
People could be in the wreck, right? And now he can finish 1 or 2 positions ahead.
And this adds to the list that we were talking about before for Ryan Blaney. Unfortunately, Daytona, the Glen, etc. When we're gearing up for the Roval next weekend, you can catch the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. It's the season finale. It's Petit Le Mans, one of the best endurance sports car races. You can watch 10 hours. It's a classic, and you'll see it at 12 p.m. Eastern on NBC.
When my doctor gave me Breztri for my COPD.
Wanted to see my reaction since I was a Blaney fan. Well, I mean, it stinks. My call of it wouldn't have been any different than if it was anybody else. Definitely a hard hit into the wall. Obviously, I would think Blaney's all right considering he drove around for another lap or so before his car finally quit on him. It's manufacturer of Kenny Walsh's car, Chevrolet. There's a Chevy. And the sponsorship is Square D on this diecast showing for today. It's honestly one of my favorite schemes. I always like the Square D paint schemes, the blue, yellow. It's one of my favorites. This car pops really well. Bobby Hamilton had this same Square D paint scheme with the Ford truck in his Truck Series racing days back in the past. But yeah, this is a Kenny Wallace car. So technically, no, he did not win at Talladega. I probably shouldn't have shown this diecast for that reason, but I guess if any weekend 2 show it, considering Talladega is his career best finish against second with this very car in that race, 2000, of course, when that diecast was made. There we go. There's the reason I showed it today. I went off my theme for the week. It's just like when the teams don't do the throwback schemes on throwback weekend. That's kind of what I just did right here. Anti-theme of the week, I guess. We'll end the stage 2 poll. 96 votes were casted. YellaWood 500 winner. 39% taking somebody other than Blaney, Bush, Logano. Obviously, Blaney's done now. He got 26% of the votes. 23% for Kyle Busch. Joey Logano at 10%. So if somebody other than Logano, Busch, or Blaney wins, you guys collectively as a chat will be correct today. I'm not going to be correct because I took Blaney, so he is done. And I believe we'll end up finishing 39th, which is only going to be, again, 1 point for his place finishing results. Suarez, who's below the cut line, has been a lap down for most of the day. Free pass actually went to AJ Allmendinger at the end of the stage, so Suarez still a lap down. So that's good for the 12. I mean, he had a driver already below the cutoff line who wasn't having a good day. Austin Cindric, though, who won stage 2, was 29 points below the cutoff line to start the day. So he gets a lot of stage points in this one. That's not something Blaney wanted to see. Next thing is the way.
We want to say thanks to Traveller Whiskey. Today's aerial coverage brought to you by Traveller Whiskey. And there is a sight that Ryan Blaney fans don't want to see, the 12 being towed back to the garage area. He did as many laps as he could, but the day has come to an end. Jimmy Johnson, the 7-time champ, fellow Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett on the Peacock pit box. DJ, that was a pretty dramatic end to the second stage.
Yeah, it certainly was. Quite different from the first stage where we saw 4 wide racing. They get 2 wide racing there at the end. You could see things really ramp up, Jimmy. Was there anything else that stood out for you in that second stage that we might look forward to here in stage 3?
Yeah, I think the 4 wide's really dependent upon guys that are saving fuel, and then you have others with a lot of fuel that can push and go forward, and it creates that 4 wide racing. It's just crazy that they can run 4 wide without an incident, and then here coming to the finish, we end up with the crash that we had. Down to you, Dave.
Hey, Jimmy, another playoff driver to keep an eye on that had damage there is Tyler Reddick. He said to his team, it's a pretty solid hit to the nose. So when they came down pit road, they made some repairs to that and gave him 4 fresh tires and fuel. Remember, Tyler came into the day below the cut line after starting Kansas last week above the cut line. The roller coaster is going in his direction right now. We'll see how fast the 45 can be in the pack when they go going again.
61 to go, and we take the green flag, kind of rinse and repeat. The final stage also needs a pit stop. It can be the most efficient with the planning. Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace form that front.
All right, 61 laps to go. Busch, Wallace, front row. Busch on the outside, the control car here. Bubba Wallace on the inside of row 1. Green flag back in the air. Final stage is upon us here at Talladega for playoff race number 5. Second race of the round of 12. One playoff driver out of it, 11 more still trying to go for the win to advance to the next round. Another impressive super speedway performance for Cindric in the postseason. Obviously, the first playoff race at Atlanta really went his way with the stages. So far today has gone his way with the stages, trying to get a good finish as well. Blaney is still 24 points above the cutoff line with the stage points scored today based off of where everybody else is currently running. And a majority of those playoff drivers are up in the top 10. You got Cindric in 3rd, Byron in 4th, Elliott 5th, Larson 6th, Hamlin 10th. So don't panic if you're a Ryan Blaney fan. He still could be in a decent spot headed to next week. It was crucial that he scored as many points at Kansas as he did last week with a top 5 run. Top 5 for most of the day through the stages as well. That really put himself in that cushion he's at right now. Still has to have a successful day at the Roval. There will be pressure on, but he's not below the cutoff line and not in terrible shape by any means. Joey Logano, who was also involved in that incident, probably helped for Blaney. Logano back at 29th. We'll have to see if he can recover and get his way to the front of the field. Patching up that right front fender just a bit. He is currently in the 3rd line of cars, which only have about 6 or 7 of them in. They're not really tight nose to tail with each other right now either. A couple cars with damage in that groove, too. That probably doesn't help. Of the 6, BJ McLeod, Joey Logano in there. And McLeod now up out of the groove as they split underneath them 4 wide back there. Can Kyle Busch break his career-long winless drought? We've been talking about it often lately, and that's because, well, he's been running towards the front lately. Just hasn't been able to get the win. Kansas, probably as close as he's been to a win by way of speed this year at the right time. Leading on the final lap at Daytona, getting passed by a nose, finishing 3rd in that 3-wide finish at Atlanta back in the spring. Darlington, fresher tires on that overtime restart, drove up to 2nd, couldn't pass Briscoe for the victory that day in the Southern 500, and here he is leading to begin this final stage as well. Bubba Wallace, leader of that last lap at the line. Really the first time we've seen that 23 car up towards the front of the field today as well. Seeing Busch still continue to go side by side. Only 2 cautions for incidents so far. Last lap of stage 2, lap 120. And then lap 12 with the Suarez-McLeod incident. Stage 1 came to an end at lap 60. Those are the only 3 cautions so far. My prediction was 6 to 7 yellows before this race began today. We've only had 3, and we're now down under 60 laps to go. Top 10 from the restart. Kyle Busch in the lead. Bubba Wallace 2nd. William Byron 3rd. Austin Cindric 4th. Shane Van Gisbergen in 5th. Chase Elliott 6th. Ty Gibbs 7th. Kyle Larson in 8th. Denny Hamlin 9th. Chris Buescher 10th. Here is Ross Chastain outside the Infield Care Center.
What was your take on the contact that happened at the end of stage 2?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with those guys down the middle line. Coming into the trial, I followed the 8, Team Chevy, and pushed him in the 3rd lane, fanned out to push a Chevy. And yeah, somebody got chucked up. And seeing Ryan in there, I'm guessing it was the yellow blur I saw was the 12, but for our Busch Light Chevy to kick off hunting season with a camo can, I wish we were more invisible, like we'll be in the woods with that can than we were there coming to the end. But yeah, big hit. This Gen 7 car super safe though. Kept me safe. They got the fire put out, and we'll go on next week.
The winner at Kansas last week is the first out at Talladega here today. William Byron up in the top right now. And we mentioned a moment ago that Reedy Fugel and Byron have earned the most points today. Fugel reminded his driver that just moments ago. Listen in. It's all about managing the race for William Byron from here. Ryan Blake.
Yeah, Byron, as he runs right now in the top 5, he is above 60 points above the cut line, so he could advance his way on points today. Ryan Blaney is interviewed right now as well.
in like the worst spot you can drive through somebody. So yeah, I mean, just got wrecked once again by somebody else and just ended our day, which stinks. And yeah, I have to fight back next week.
In your take, has the racing been a little more chaotic? We saw 4 wide for almost 20 laps.
Yeah, we survived 4 wide. Those guys were pretty smart and gave each other a little bit of room and didn't just shove people. They kind of lifted and were smart. And that was the opposite of what happened to us.
There you go. Glad to see Ryan Blaney. Okay, Lee.
Marty, that's his 7th DNF of the season. He has never had that many before, and there's been like 4 in the last 7 races. To Ryan's point,
And they seem to be very hard hits more often than not as well. So, yeah, tough to see for sure as a Blaney fan. Luckily, though, he is okay. Same for Ross Chastain. 2 violent hits there in that crash. Stage 1 winner Chris Buescher has found himself back to the front of the pack as he leads the way along with Chase Briscoe, playoff driver who wants to win this thing, get into the next round. He came in below the cut line and currently even running in second. He's still minus 10. He came in minus 25, so he's eaten into that points gap quite a bit. But obviously that's as of running second. If he were to fall backwards in the running order at all, that would continue to drop as well. 3x3 at the front of the field. Somehow, off camera, Buescher and Briscoe were not single file anymore out in front of this lead pack of cars. And Briscoe finds himself the leader of the middle groove. Buescher down on the bottom in front of Bubba Wallace. AJ Allmendinger, who got the free pass, might I add, during the stage caution, is now out in front of the field on the outside lane, and he's being pushed by Cody Ware in the 15. Another side-by-side commercial break as of right now on NBC. Again, just north of 50 laps to go. This time by at the line, AJ Allmendinger will lead. And I believe this is the first time he's been out in front of the field today. He's cleared the entire pack, pulls all the way to the bottom now in front of Chris Buescher. So as he runs in first, Chris Buescher second, a tenth of a second back. Cody Ware also a tenth back in third, save for Chase Briscoe in fourth. 2 tenths back for Bubba Wallace in fifth. Kyle Busch in sixth. 7th for Ty Gillen, William Byron 8th, Joey Logano 9th, 3 tenths of a second back to 10th place, Austin Cindric. And that is the top 10 in the leaderboard. Just over 2 hours for the start of the race to where we're at now, 157.76 mile per hour average race speed in this one. Back to 4 wide, middle of the pack around Austin Dillon, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Chase Elliott, William Byron. Stenhouse back in front of the 3 car. The third line really started to fall back after that happened. And look at all the different drivers we've had lead at least 1 lap in this race today. 21 drivers have led, make that 22. 22 drivers have led at least 1 lap in the race today. The new leader that last time was Cody Ware in the 15, as he leads his first lap of the race. And almost twice as many lead changes than that so far in the race today as well. Still just those 3 cautions, 2 for incident. And 35 cars on the lead lap within 1.8 seconds of the race lead. Only Alfredo Suarez a lap down. JJ Yeley 2 laps down. Ryan Blaney, Ross Chastain, the only 2 cars out of the race. Blaney will finish 39th. Ross Chastain in 40th. You're listening live on KRC. 51 laps to go in the YellaWood 500 at Talladega. It's our second to last ad break of the stream for today's race. We'll have one more still to get through before the end. As of right now, again, Joey Logano now finds his way at the very front of the field. Cody Ware. The Arby's 15 car up on the outside. Another Ford, obviously, up there. Fords have started to blend towards the front of the field. They were towards the back at the end of stage 2. Here they are at the front all of a sudden. Obviously, Cindric ended up winning stage 2. And Chris Buescher won stage 1. So the Fords have been dominant today yet again. Lap sled side of things, Michael McDowell has led the most laps.
Get your chance to win 2 tickets to next season to a race of your choice in the 2025 calendar. Just scan the QR code, visit NASCAR.com/road ticket promo to enter. 50 laps to go.
Brought to you by YellaWood. Of course, this is the Yellow 22 leads the way. Parker Kligerman, how on earth did that happen after being involved in that end of stage 2 wreck?
Absolutely incredible. Remember, they pitted multiple times to fix the damage on the front of that race car, including the splitter and on top of the hood. The hood was buckled at one point. They riveted him. He got to the bumper of Todd Gillen, who's pushing him right now, and he told the team, I'm with him to the front, and they both did that, getting to the front here. What a remarkable comeback. This Team Penske 22 team, who've scored no stage points today, now find themselves at the front of the field in the final stage.
Pretty cool stuff from AJ Allmendinger as well. He got the free pass. And now the Dinger's at the front in that 13 Strive Chevrolet. Here we go, the Strive on board. Looking back at Chase Briscoe. His calling teammate, Shane Van Gisbergen, has been up there, but he just recently dropped back. Here he is, the WeatherTech on board. SVG has dropped back probably about 8 positions in the last few laps. It's getting shuffled back while his teammate runs closer to the front.
It was interesting. Allmendinger and Logano both started toward the back, and here they are in the front of the pack. So, whoa, 4 wide right here. That was a quick move. That's going to hang Kyle Busch out. Oh, he finds a way back in.
Stenhouse drops down to that middle lane. He tucks in behind Gilliland. AJ Allmendinger on the inside of Logano and forced him up a lane. Back to the middle with Gilliland behind. Teammate Austin Cindric's on the outside, and Austin Dillon. There's the 3. The Bass Pro Shops tracker machine comes into the mix. And as was the case in qualifying, both RCR Chevys are at the front. Good stuff.
Logano trying to pick a lane. Pulls up in front of teammate Austin Cindric.
It really does. You have 3 cars very patient, taking care of one another at the front of the field. Everyone just trying to be very efficient with their cars, positioning themselves for the last 47 laps, also positioning themselves for upcoming pit stops. They can run much further, but they must stop in this stage. When will they decide to do it? We saw green flag pit stops really break up the pack in stage 2. Speaking of stage 2, how about round 2 of the playoffs? 1.5 mile Kansas, 2.6 mile monster that is Talladega, and next weekend we're in Charlotte, North Carolina at the Roval. Let's go on board, the Palmolive on board with Ricky Stenhouse. This is the 3rd car in line in the middle. Now the 2nd car in line, bright green car, middle row. You see on the left, the steering, on the right, the footwork. Left foot taps the brake, right foot out of the gas completely. Or maybe half throttle. Continue to try to work that throttle. 192 miles an hour yet. Off the gas a little bit. 2 reasons. 1, to not hit the car in front of him, but also save a little gas.
And watch as he gets to the rear bumper of the car in front of him. He'll slowly come off the throttle. Get a little bit of a push, a little bit of brake. Now he's got gap in the throttle, and he starts to gain on the car in front. Now he has to ease off just a little bit to keep that gap right.
I love the footwork. It's just so impressive how dialed in they are. It's a window into the mind, isn't it? From one end of the body to the other. Well, people ask, what makes a good race car driver, and it's the connection of all this. It's what they feel in their hands. It's what they feel kind of in their butt and their back, in the actual resistance of the car through the seat, and then how precise can they be with their feet? Is it a fine-tuned ear, or is it a coarse situation? You can see the small movements with his feet, the trust required of all the people around you, guy in front of you, behind you. It takes so much trust. You put your own health in their hands. 3-time Talladega winner Joey Logano leads the way. And in the vicinity of Logano, is the 14 and fellow playoff driver, Chase Briscoe. There he is, Dave.
Lee, second in line on the bottom, and that paint scheme very familiar, black, red, and yellow, Rush Truck Centers. They have been with Stewart House Racing for 15 years, but in a rotating sponsor world, they've never been on the car when the car has gone to victory lane, not with Tony Stewart, not with Clint Boyer. Today is the last day that Rusty Rush will be sponsoring at Stewart House Racing. He has to win today if he's going to get that famous victory lane photo he so much wants. Rusty is here, and he's rooting for the 14 more than ever in its final start with his colors.
43 to go. Logano, Armendinger, Gilliland, and Cindric trying to drag himself up to get through to the round of 8.
Here we are again, where Joey Logano finds himself at the front of the field on one of these drafting/super speedway style racetracks, trying to win 2 of them in a row, as he is leading laps in the final stage. Couldn't stay in front of the bottom line on A.J. Allmendinger that last time down the back straightaway. A.J. pulled back alongside of him. Logano to the outside as they run side by side at the front of the field, 3 wide from third on back all the way through this lead pack. So a lot of 4 wide racing in the first stage. It'll be interesting to see if that happens again. Really, the first time we saw that with this next-gen car. We haven't even really seen much of this 3 wide racing up until today at Talladega with the next-gen. And really, even at Daytona with the next-gen up until the summer event there just about a month and a half ago. Allmendinger and Logano continue to just basically trade the lead every couple laps with each other at the start-finish line. AJ led that last time through. The lap before that was Joey Logano in the 22. A lot of Fords up inside the top 10 positions. As of right now, there are 5 of them in the top 7. No Toyotas in the top 10. The rest would be Chevys. So 5 Fords, 5 Chevys. The Chevys in the back half of the top 10. Most of the Fords in the front half. 1 Toyota, Bubba Wallace at 11th. Then way more Chevys and Fords. Outside of Wallace in 11th, the only other Toyota in the top 20 is Ty Gibbs in 19th. Looking to see who has ran the fastest lap of the race so far today. Looking down the leaderboard. I think maybe John Hunter Nemechek, 199. Yeah, John Hunter Nemechek has the fastest lap today. Average speed of 199.039 miles per hour. There's a 48.112 second lap time for Nemechek. Was back on lap 102, so that would have been right after the green flag pit stops in the second stage. Still, again, 35 cars on the lead lap. Last I looked, there were 22 different drivers that have led at least 1 lap in this race today. Counting the lead changes now. Looks like 45 is what I'm counting. 45 lead changes, still 40 laps to go. So we'll see how many more we get from here to the end of the race. Obviously, that total could easily grow above 50. Just the 22 different drivers that lead at least 1 lap in the race. Like, that alone tells you how competitive it has been from start to, well, not even finish. Again, where we're at right now. Still in the early going of this final stage for the most part. Austin Cindric in the third line of cars faded a little bit during that last commercial break. Austin Dillon going to give him a shot into the tri-oval here. Still about the 3rd row deep. 2x2, the front 4 cars are at the very front of the field. And now Cindric pulls alongside the 38 and the 14 for 3rd again. And we'll see if he gets one more push from Austin Dillon down the backstretch to see if these 2 Austins on the outside could pull along Logano and Allmendinger for the lead. There's that bump draft up there. Dillon being aggressive. Shoving the 2. And just like that. Oh, man, so close for Cindric to pull alongside the 22 and the 13. I thought he was going to have it there. By the time they got into the middle of the corner, they lost some of that ground back again. See on the front stretch. A little longer on the front straightaway than the back straightaway. This could help. Corey LaJoie pulling out of the 3rd line, trying to get a 4th line started. And the 4 or 5 cars in line just behind him go up with him initially. By the time they enter turns 1 and 2, it's down to just himself. He's not able to really get back in line yet. But he's trying to get it started. Wants a pathway to the front of the field. That could be the best way to do it. It's also the most aggressive way. Again into turn 3. Goes to the outside. His former teammate Zane Smith going to go with him. 2 cars 4 wide up high. Nobody else pulling up in front of him either. And it's really getting dicey back there. Hole almost opened up in front of Noah Gragson to try to squeeze in. There's about 3 or 4 cars now, 4 wide, middle of the pack. Hemrick sliding up in front of the 51. Down the back straightaway, Bowman going to slide up in front of the 31. Chase Elliott's got a surge of momentum going forward in the second to bottom lane with Kyle Busch behind him. Stenhouse pulls down in front of him into turn 3. 4 wide. It's not as well organized as it was earlier, though. Very tight around Busch in the 8. He has to lift, and that's going to knock both himself, Kyle Larson, and Harrison Burton backwards in the second to lowest line. AJ Allmendinger down to the double yellow has lost some ground as well. The 2 outer lanes of the racetrack have prevailed. Both led by Penske Fords of Austin Cindric and Joey Logano. Blaney, of course, knocked out of the race at the end of stage 2. Currently plus 11 points is Blaney above the cut line with where he's at right now, which would be a 39th place finish, and again, where all the other playoff drivers are currently running. But that could change. Still 36 laps to go. And these other playoff drivers, the other 11 that are still in it, just trying to survive. Suarez has been a lap down most of the day. He's minus 34 points. An incident involving multiple playoff drivers will bring him closer to that cut line as well, as he continues to try to fight to get back on this lead lap. He has the entire day. Just hasn't gotten the cautions he needed to get back into this thing, and there's just so many cars left on the lead lap, too. That's also hurting him. Allmendinger back down to the bottom groove again, getting a shot. Keselowski pushed the 10 of Noah Gragson with the 47 car underneath him 4 wide. My gosh. So much going on at once right now. There's definitely more pushing in the middle of these lines now than what we saw back at stage 1 when they were 4 wide. Part of the reason why it's not as well organized as it was back in that stage as well. Cindric, Logano, Allmendinger, the 3-headed monster at the front of the field that continues to just kind of trade the lead back and forth amongst each other on a lap-by-lap basis. Noah Gragson poking a hole through. 4 wide. Cindric pulls down in front of him. Austin Dillon losing ground on the outside. Now he gets a shot from the 48. The 2 back in front of the 3. The 2 cars kind of just controlling both those outer lanes at the top of the racetrack right now. Logano has moved down to the middle groove in front of Todd Gilliland in the 38 car. Gilliland's been kind of quietly up at the front of the field for most of the day. He's been a push car majority of the time. Looking on the stat sheet, I haven't seen that he has led a lap yet today, but he's been at what it feels like in the top 5, top 10 all day, despite not leading. Definitely in the eye of the storm that we're seeing right now. Gragson a little loose off turn 4, still loose. The 6 has to back off from the push. Chain reaction of events in that second upper line of 4 wide, and they're starting to go backwards. Brad with another shot, off into turn 1. Tight squeeze for the 10. Luckily, he was able to pull clear of Alex Bowman to the outside, because otherwise that could have been gnarly. 33 laps to go. Brad has definitely been one of the cars in the middle of these lines pushing the hardest. 3 cars pushing each other at once, single file down on the bottom, letting go in time before the entrance of turn 3 again. AJ Allmendinger up to block the top. Remember, AJ has not won on an oval on the NASCAR Cup Series level. He has 1 career Xfinity Series win on a super speedway at Talladega. Another one at Daytona as well. I was at that Dega race. Nice last lap pass for the win just a couple of seasons ago. I believe back in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, when AJ won that race. It'll be back full-time in the Cup Series next season. He's had some good runs on the super speedways during his full-time Cup Series years back in the 47 car for JTG Doherty Racing as well. I think it was back in 2017 in the fall race. He was leading a lot of laps here. Him and Chase Elliott were battling for the win down the home stretch. Joey Logano half a car length out ahead of the 13. Middle groove of cars still. I mean, as much as they've been pushing each other, I'd be shocked if they make it to the end of this race without a crash. I mean, I was shocked at stage 1 when they were 4x4 as much as they were. There wasn't as much lane changing that went on, and there definitely wasn't as much pushing. Big stack up in the bottom. Buescher shoved the 14 squarely, luckily, into the back of the 13. Got him back going again. Top 2 lines started to charge forward. It's a huge log jam. That could have started an incident right there. 30 laps left at the line. Austin Dillon. Hood flaps up on the hood, or flapping with the turbulence as he was shoving the 2 car again through the tri-oval. Not really in the banked portion of it, but on the straightaway portion of the front stretch. Bank portion, that shot at the end of stage 2 is what turned Blaney around off the front bumper of Alex Bowman. So trying to push more on the straightaways of the front stretch and not necessarily through the lightest part of the racetrack with the slight banking of 18 degrees in the center of the tri-oval. 29 laps left at the line still, 3x3x3.
Work and a lot of nerve-wracking moves to come.
Austin Dillon, real aggressive to the back of the 2 of Cindric.
We saw the 19 of Truex spin and some other issues coming to pit road. With even more on the line, getting the pit road is going to be even more difficult. You're going to want to get every 10th of a second.
Hey, Stevie, I know you're used to calling the shots. Thanks for making my first Talladega so enjoyable. This doesn't look real.
It doesn't.
It's crazy.
These drivers continue to put on their talents on display, and it doesn't look real. To think they're going to drive for multiple hours within a few feet, if not a few inches of another car, above 180 miles an hour for the entire day.
Yeah, it is amazing we haven't had more cautions. Look at that push by Todd Gilliland.
AJ Allmendinger had his Xfinity Series championship hopes, playoff hopes, take a pretty big dent yesterday, crashing out towards the end. They had multiple overtimes. Maybe he can drive his way to a Cup victory here in this Strive Chevy for Corlick Racing.
That was such a great shot. The 38 hit the 22. They're hitting them so hard, it's deflecting the rear bumper.
What about Todd Gilliland in the red and yellow Georgia Peanuts Ford for Front Row Motorsports?
It would not shock me if he goes to victory lane today. This 38 and Todd Gilliland seems to always be at the front at these speedway races. Sometimes just didn't have quite the right moves coming to the checkered flag. You mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, Jeff, but returning to front row, McDowell moving on. Marty.
Steve, we talked about the pushes that Todd Gilliland is giving Joey Logano. In fact, a moment ago, they told Todd on the radio, Logano is very happy with what you're doing. Keep those pushes coming.
We're going to squeeze in a quick break so we can come back and get ready for what should be the final round of stops. The Dinger leads the way.
Well, while that's going on, we'll go through the full field running order one more time in this race. Again, Austin Cindric, the race leader. This last time by at the line, another quick shot from Austin Dillon. back to the stripe to lead by a nose over Joey Logano. Logano in second, Austin Dillon third, AJ Allmendinger fourth. Well, now I'll just cross over at the start-finish line. This time by, it looks like AJ Allmendinger's in the lead. Joey Logano still second. Todd Gillen third. Fourth is Chase Briscoe. Austin Cindric in fifth. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. sixth. Austin Dillon in seventh. Chris Buescher eighth. Noah Gragson ninth. Bubba Wallace 10th. Chase Elliott 11th. Brad Keselowski 12th. William Byron 13th. Kyle Busch 14th. Ryan Preece 15th. 16th for Kyle Larson. Josh Berry 17th. Denny Hamlin 18th. Harrison Burton 19th. And Ty Gibbs 20th. Zane Smith 21st, Christopher Bell 22nd, Alex Bowman 23rd, Eric Jones 24th, 25th for Tyler Reddick, Daniel Hemrick 26th, Martin Truex Jr. 27th, Corey LaJoie 28th, Michael McDowell 29th, and Cody Ware 30th. BJ McLeod 31st, Carson Hocevar 32nd, Shane Van Gisbergen 35th, Justin Haley 33rd rather, Justin Haley 34th, John Hunter Nemechek 35th is the last car in the lead lap. 36th lap down, Daniel Suarez. 37th lap down, Anthony Alfredo. 2 laps down for J.J. Alien, 38th. And out of the race, 39th and 40th, Ryan Blaney, Ross Chastain. Most laps led in the race so far, still Michael McDowell, who has led 40 laps from the pole. Our current race leaders up at the front of the field, A.J. Allmendinger has led 9. Austin Cindric has led 22. And Joey Logano has led 16. Stage 2 was won by Austin Cindric. And 12 laps led for the Stage 1 winner, Chris Buescher. Still 50 lead changes. We were at 45 at, what was that? At 45 with about 40 to go. The last 15 laps, I think we've had more than 5 lead changes because it seems like every lap somebody different is leading between the 22, the 2, and the 13. Everybody else seems to be gridlocked behind them 3 wide. They're just continuously controlling their lines. And if you're boxed in middle to back of the pack, you just have nowhere to go right now. Mentioned already, the pushing has been aggressive. 23 laps left. We'll take our final break. You're listening live on KRC to the YellaWood 500 at Talladega.
Coming to the line, and it'll be just 23 laps to go. And a lot of positioning, a lot of cars looking like they want to move to the middle or the bottom of the racetrack. We are closing in on green flag pit stops.
No, I forgot about that.
Is it do the crew chiefs inform the drivers? Hands out the window in the backstretch would be the signal from driver to driver.
And we've seen multiple incidents on pit lane entry, Jeff, today. Martin Truex Jr., Brad Keselowski missing it. Other drivers missing it. Who's got the finesse and the discipline to execute this final stop the best way?
And now late in the race, the consequences are even higher. So drivers are going to try to get even more speed on corner entry.
And let's not forget about those pit crews. Just because we're doing gas only does not make this any easier. The gas man is going to try to come off pit wall with over 100-pound gas can on his shoulder, plug in instantaneously before the car even stops.
22 laps left. Nobody has dove onto pit road for their final pit stop of the race at this point in time. Obviously, caution-free in the final stage to this point is the reason why they are not good to the end on fuel. Everybody still, though, has been pushing throughout the course of this run. And don't expect any tires to be taken during any of these final pit stops as well. Hand out the window for the 13, AJ Allmendinger. He will definitely be coming to pit road this time. How many more cars are going to be coming with him is going to be the question. This many cars and this giant group of a pack, can they make it down without any incidences? Made it through the first stops unscathed. The only spin was from the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. Only 4 cars from the lead pack coming into the pits. It looks like pretty much all the Kaulig cars, as well as, I can't tell who that is at the very tail end of the field. All 3 Kaulig cars on pit road, and I think Anthony Alfredo as well is in.
You're on in a green flag cycle, so they wanted to make sure it was clean here. 21 to go at Talladega.
And with this car, when these cars pitted, that gave room to the 22 of Joey Logano to get to the bottom. So now he's in a position.
I don't think those 3 cars are necessarily going to be in the best position to try to cycle back to the front of the field. Not many of them pitting with one another. Going to need a larger group of cars to pit coming up, but you'd have to imagine AJ at the front of the pack for most of this final stage burned a lot more fuel, had to come earlier than some of the others. So the Penske cars are going to come next. This time by, it looks like, no, not this time by. But I'd imagine that Cindric and Logano have been leading their lines throughout the stage are going to have to be some of the next cars to pit road. How many Fords are going to pit along with them? 20 laps to go here at Talladega in the YellaWood 500. If everything cycles through these green flag pit stops, we're going to have 35 cars on the lead lap and all very much in contention to try to win this race. Third line started to dissolve just a little bit when the Penske cars were able to work together to get to the bottom. Austin Dillon also moving to the inside of the racetrack right in front of Cindric, and he may try to pit with the Penske cars. Nope, back to the outside, off the exit of turn 4, back to the bottom again. Couple cars pitting this time. Bubba Wallace, Eric Jones, Chris Buescher.
It's the 43. It'll be very interesting to see if he was speeding off pit road. This is a small number to pit with. It will hurt your get up to speed lap. The drafting matters, even leaving pit road, Dave.
Chris Buescher has been exciting all day long, running up in front in the 17 car. Scott Graves told him we've got nothing to lose, not in the playoffs, and we're going to prove it. He'll get just fuel here.
The Watkins Glen win.
By the way, Tim Irvin, thanks for that $4.99 super chat. I missed it up until the last commercial break. I just had seen it. I had to refresh my chat to catch up with you guys. Greatly appreciate that. Want to make sure I got you your shout out soon as I could. Well, nobody pits that time by. 18 laps to go at Talladega. Todd Gilliland finds himself at the front of the pack. Getting huge bump draft from behind by the 47 of Stenhouse. Both of those cars go to the bottom lane of the racetrack, entering turns 1 and 2. We'll see if they stay down there. I really wish I had Austin Dillon in my starting line. I think... No, he's not in my starting lineup on my fantasy league. I wanted him in there over Blaney, but because Blaney wrecked as they were crossing the stripe at the end of stage 2, it locked immediately. I didn't have a chance to get him in there, unfortunately. And here he is leading late, or at least up in contention to lead late, currently in third. Was leading a couple laps ago. Well, Cindric lost the bottom of the racetrack all of a sudden, got a couple of the Chevys pitting. That's why they wanted to go to the outside. A lot of Chevys are on their way to pit road.
Elliott is coming. So too Kyle Busch. Here they come, Marty.
Everyone cleanly on pit road. When I talked to Rudy Fugel, the crew chief for William Byron earlier this week, he said, this is what we execute so well. Green flag stuff. Byron on pit road with 17 to go, Kim.
And his teammate Chase Elliott got the cue this time after missing at the last green flag stop. Fuel only for Chase Elliott. His teammate Larson looking for that first super speedway win. Fuel only for both of those teammates down on pit road.
Look at this. Look at this race on pit road.
3 wide, exiting the pits. Everybody trying to get up in line, but they're fighting for the front of this line before they get organized. Austin Dillon, the odd man out, still well lower on the apron than a lot of other cars. And he's not going to be able to get up to speed as quickly as some of the others. Now he pulls up right in front of Kyle Larson. That's going to slow his speed down. And everybody else who hasn't pit yet is all on at once.
Looks like joining these Fords because the Toyotas did not do well on that stage 2 cycle when they got beat by many of the cars. Joe McGowan there getting fuel only from the front of the field. Dave.
Chase Briscoe and another Ford brings the 14 in. He'll be fuel only as well. A tear off so we can see better to put him in 6 here, Kim.
Yeah, we had Austin Cindric. They said, go. Got the seconds of fuel they needed. Also in pit road, Brad Keselowski, a whole brigade of Fords this stop.
Now, how much fuel?
Cindric at the front of the line of cars that are exiting pit road. Again, everybody else pretty much on the racetrack that has not pitted, just the top 5. Michael McDowell, Carson Hocevar, Zane Smith, Justin Haley, BJ McLeod still out on the track. A lot of the Chevys that have already hit pit road are starting to cycle themselves towards the front of the field, led by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Off the exit of turn 2, they passed most of the Fords. Still quite a few in front of him, but trying to get up to speed down the back straightaway. Penalty for Todd Gilliland on pit road. Too fast entering pit road. Tough break. He's been in the top 5 all day. Was definitely one of the contenders for the race win here late. But too fast exiting pit road, so he'll have to bring it back down pit road soon for a pass-through penalty. He'll stay out this time by Stenhouse. Gets around him. Briscoe up to try to block the 47 of Stenhouse. Has to evade back down to the bottom. Kyle Busch in the 8 car almost ran into the back of Ricky. I think Ricky had to check up for the 14. And Kyle Busch might get hung out to dry in that outer line. Tried to jam it down into the second group of cars again, but Larson was already there, and Busch goes to the tail end of this line of cars. Cindric still leads the field. Stenhouse a lot faster than the 4-car group of Fords that lead. Briscoe trying to block again. Elliott getting around him. Larson's going to have to pick Briscoe up in the draft now. Stenhouse catches the next Ford. Goes to the outside. Elliott, Byron just behind to follow. That was Harrison Burton in the 21 he's working around. Big push into the tri-oval for the 9 to the back of the 47. Stenhouse above Logano. Up the block is Keselowski on Stenhouse. Elliott up the middle does not follow Ricky. Ricky to the outside of the 6 again. And now, going for the lead is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in turns 1 and 2 with 14 laps to go. Austin Cindric off the exit of the corner still leads the bottom. Despite trying to fan out and block, Logano and Keselowski are still behind the 2 of Cindric and pushing. 5 Fords down on the bottom of the racetrack. 3 Chevys, then a Ford and a Chevy up on the outside as the front 5 cars. 2 by 2. Cindric winning stage 2, already a ton of points today. He came in 29 points below the cut line. And now, with where he is at, trying to seal the deal with a win to lock himself into the round of 8 of the playoffs. 13 to go. Todd Gillen, that last time by, just came to pit road to serve his pass-through penalty. And without a caution, he'll finish at the tail end of the lead lap. The classic rivalry in NASCAR, Ford versus Chevrolet. Chevy's on the outside, Ford's on the bottom. Cindric Keselowski on the bottom. Keselowski a runner-up here at Dega earlier this season. Trying to finish 1 spot better here today. And Stenhouse still trying to get his first win of the year. His lone win last season coming on a super speedway, winning the Daytona 500 back in February. That was his last career win in the Cup Series. 12 laps left at Dega.
Reaching speeds of it right at 200 down the straight, into the straights.
We talk a lot about the chaos, Jeff, and at 3 and 4 wide, I'm just not sure what a driver can do. But when it turns too wide like this is like quintessential drafting right here. How much do you back up? How much do you move forward? When do you pull out a line? I just feel like there's more in the driver's hand than when it's just clogged up 4 wide.
Yeah, no doubt. And then how do you push, right? Because now the temptation is to push harder than you have all day long. 198 miles an hour. My goodness.
Cindric, Keselowski, Logano we ride with. Harrison Burton's having a good run in that Dex Ford as well.
And who will be the first one to try to make it 3 wide on the outside?
I would imagine row 5, row 6, right? Because if you're in the front 2 rows, you're kind of in position for the last 10 laps. Is it Kyle Busch, that bright blue car, 6 back on the outside? Is this the race that's going to continue to streak? Or maybe Ryan Priest just in front of him at the 41.
The fear is if you jump to the outside and people don't go with you, you're going to go straight to the back. So you have to know that the guy behind you is going. You can see a little bit of effort all the way at the back. AJ Allmendinger trying to get it going.
You jump out of line in front of me, Jeff. I'm going to thank you for the position.
Yes.
And just fill right in the hole you left. Well, watch that high line. You've got the teammates together. Allmendinger and Shane Van Gisbergen. They're a long way back, but we'll see if they can make any progress. There's 10 laps to go from here.
They're too far back by themselves, but if it starts to build some momentum, guys will jump up in front of them, and it will continue to build. Right there, it did not work. They're all back to the outside lane.
The highest speeds we've seen today.
You've been working this entire race, Diff, to get here.
Yeah.
You positioned yourself. You've done everything to get in this position.
That third lane worked earlier today for Eric Jones. He just popped the Dollar Tree car out there to have a look to see if anybody would go with him. They didn't. Austin Cindric, is it possible that he goes from last place in the playoffs to win and lock himself in the 8? We'll know in 9 laps' time.
Brad Keselowski in that 6 car. He is not afraid to push. He is one of the most aggressive pushers on the racetrack.
And back to the story about it's not random. Look at the names and look at the resumes. Austin Cindric, Daytona 500 winner. Ricky Stenhouse, 500 winner. Brad Keselowski, so many super speedway wins. Elliott, Logano, The group always finds their way to the front. Harrison Burton ahead of Chase Briscoe. William Byron ahead of his teammate. Look at the Hendrick cars there. 1, 2, 3 in Elliott, Byron, and Larson. Then Ryan Priest, Kyle Busch, and Tyler Reddick.
And we talked about the opportunity for a third lane to form up. These guys do not want to see that. They want it to stay double file. That allows them to understand how they can attack. There it is. There's an attempt. Let's see if he can build the energy needed.
For 23.11, to see Reddick in the 45 rally late in this race will be a relief because he was down in the high 20s. Reddick runs 14th. Here's the Toyota on board. Another great run here at Talladega by Noah Gragson. He had the top 3 result earlier in the year, and he too is in the mix again.
More cars. Speeding that outside lane. Third top three wide. Eric Jones trying to lead it. It's not worked yet.
And as a crew chief, this is when you have become a fan. You can't be on the radio. You have to let the spotter do what the spotter does. It can happen in really a blink of an eye. So you are literally just glued to the TV, sitting on top of the pit box.
7 laps to go at Talladega. Quick shout out, by the way, in the chat, John Barber for a $12 super chat. Greatly appreciate that. Again, I wanted to get you that shout out before we break down into the finish of this race here today. Austin Dillon, Daniel Hemrick. Looks like a couple other Chevys behind him. AJ Allmendinger, Shane Van Gisbergen trying to get a third lane form, but 4 cars just ain't enough, especially that far back in the pack. Gridlock 2x2 at the front of the field with Cindric leading the bottom. Most of the Fords down to the bottom lane. You got 4 of them. Cindric, Keselowski, Logano, and Burton. Briscoe also down there, so 5 Fords on the inside. Chevy's on the outside primarily, as you have Stenhouse, Elliott, Byron, Larson. 6 laps left now. Stenhouse by inches leads that lap of the line by about 200ths of a second, almost 300ths over Cindric. It does seem like the 2 of Cindric has been able to kind of get out ahead and clear, but he stays with the Fords down in the bottom, trying to keep things controlled as he feels that's going to be his best position to try to go for the win. Will anybody else try to break out to the outside on Stenhouse? It could happen because there are 3 Hendrick Motorsports Chevys lined up behind the 47. There is a chance we get down to the last lap or 2. If the 9 can get a good enough of a run, he goes to the top. I'm sure the 24 and the 5 are going to go with him. And Stenhouse could be a sitting duck, but then the next question is, can they keep the momentum up enough to get to the inside line of Fords that seem to still be single file and working in a cohesive unit as of this moment? Lap car down on the bottom of the racetrack. This could be interesting as well. That's Todd Gilliland, who had to serve the pass-through penalty. Unfortunately, going to lose a lap after running top 5 for most of the day. No laps led for him, though. Middle of the back straightaway. You can just see how much more speed that line of cars had. Cindric's around. Middle of the back straightaway, we've got the big one. A ton of cars piling into the crash in turn 3. And the caution flag is out for the 4th time today with 5 laps to go. Who made it through? Hardly anyone.
Mess. With 5 to go, we got this far.
Logano's in it.
As a car. Logano went pretty early. Here's Gilliland trying to get back to it. It was Austin Cindric that was going down the backstretch facing the wrong way. LaJoy went off track. Now he rejoins. Here's an interesting way to return to pit lane. Reddick, after the disappointment of Kansas. Bowman, a great run in the playoffs. He gets back to pit road to the service of his crew. The rest of this mess has to be untangled. So, 2 of the key playoff players who got through that, Kyle Larson and William Byron.
Christopher Bell, too, I think.
Now who can get rolling?
That's right, Jeff. A lot of conversations have been talked about, are you out of the race? Are you not? Well, all these cars have had significant contact. So if you can't get your car back under your own power, I'd be shocked if NASCAR is not going to allow you or going to allow you to continue. Austin Cindric went on that down. That's basically day over.
You can see drivers, if they feel like they can roll, they're going to keep their winning that down. They're going to ask just to get pushed off, get pulled back.
They also have a system that you can air up, and it actually extends the rear shocks. It's a newer flat tire system, so you can drive back on flat tires. We'll see if any of these cars are able to drive away from the wreck on their own power.
You can have a good finish with just a little bit of damage.
Are there any with just a little bit of damage? I mean, what mess over there?
John Hunter Nemechek trying to get the gear wrench Toyota going to drive back to pit road. Wow.
Phil Gregson's got his car moving.
Cindric's out.
Cindric led 29 laps today and was at the front, there or thereabouts in those top 3 rows for the majority of the race.
Briscoe, here it is. We were looking at the back of the pack. I knew something happened at the front to get everybody stacked up. Watch the bottom row. Right there. The 2 got so far out in front of the 6, and then with all the pushing and shoving, when he got to the 2 car, he was going so fast. Right here. Boom! And around he goes.
He got there, and he was also kind of moving from right to left. He wasn't, it happened so quick.
Look at the push. But this is what I saw.
That's
right. And the 22 is getting pushed by the 21.
Right.
21 is getting pushed by
Oh, man.
It all happened, Dip, because the 2 got out so far. And that got mixed up when they passed the lap car of Gilliland. That changed the energy of the pack.
That was a big hit to the left side of the 47. Unbelievable. 47 was able to keep it straight. But if we watch that again, watch this 2 car right here. Gets pushed, bang, right off the 47. Stenhouse is able to keep it straight.
Look at the 9. Chase Elliott, big impact. Are you talking about a big wreck with big ramifications for the playoffs? And also, Cindric's essentially leading this race. And if he wins it, he's advancing to the next round. And here he is, crashed.
Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch, they sail through. Here's the view from the 47.
Oh, wow. Logano's car, you saw it hop up in the air.
This is Chris Busch's view. Daniel Suarez was in there. Zane Smith as well. How about Chase Elliott? This isn't going to be good.
Look at all of these wrecked race cars. And I'm going to tell you, one driver that's not even in this. Matter of fact, he's been done for a while. Ryan Blaney. That was a massive, potentially huge deal for him. Remember, he was crashed. He was out of this race. And all of these cars are going to have poor finishes. That is going to be a big help to Ryan Blaney.
Tyler Reddick's view. Alex Bowman's ride. And he was able to continue and get back to his pit box.
It's just, all the pushing and shoving. And eventually, Steve, it's more than it'll work out.
One great bit of news in this accident. All the cars stayed on their tires. That was a point of conversation coming here. Some changes by NASCAR. Wrecks are still wrecks, and I'm sure a lot of these did not feel great for the driver, but all the cars staying on their tires, a big point of focus coming here. Here you go.
So watch this. So the 2 is out, right? He's going by Todd Gilliland, who's a lap down. Now all of this energy is coming. The 6, the 22, the 21, the 14, all of those just continue to push the 6 into the 2. We talked all day, Diff, about the drivers behind not being able to see the car in front. And that is a great example right there. And if they could really see that 2 car, they all would have been checking up a little bit. But when you're 3 cars back, 2 cars back, you have no idea that car is that far out in front.
And the car that could see the 2 of Austin Cindric, the best was the 6 of Brad Keselowski. Let's take you back to some radio.
Joey Andrew. Yeah, that's right.
So it goes back to what you were saying. When you ride on board with the 6, it just looks like he's hitting the 2. But then when you get a wider perspective, right, it's, well, the 22's hitting the 6, trying to push him, right? He's catching the 2. And it's, earlier in the race, you would hear spotters say, close in front, and you would see that third car start to check up a little bit and leave each other space. But 4 laps to go. You just have to continue to try to push, because if he could push the 2 out, then the bottom lane moves. It's just, it's almost a matter of time. Line up a bunch of pool balls and push from the back until one of the pool balls pop out of line, and that's basically what happens, right? You can only push them for so hard, something's going to come out of line. And in this case, it happened to be the first car on the inside lane, and that's why you have so many cars involved.
There are a lot of cars to be retrieved. This was the view of AJ Allmendinger in the Strive Chevy. So close. Got within 5 laps of the finish. And then the big one happened.
From what I've counted, 19 cars listed involved in the incident. The drivers involved include the 16 of Shane Van Gisbergen, Martin Truex Jr., Zane Smith, Anthony Alfredo, Todd Gillen, Josh Berry, Corey LaJoie, Daniel Suarez, Noah Gregson, Bubba Wallace, Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano, Harrison Burton, John Hunter Nemechek, Austin Cindric, AJ Allmendinger, Chris Buescher, Alex Bowman, Michael McDowell, and Tyler Reddick. It also looks like Eric Jones and Christopher Bell have been added to this list. So now there's 23 drivers involved. So they keep adding more to the list. It's like 23 cars involved in this big one. What's the record? Isn't the record like 26 or something like that? Isn't like... I mean, we're pretty darn close to it. 26 cars involved in the crash. There were 35 on the lead lap at the time of the incident. Though 3 of the cars that weren't on the lead lap were involved, so we should still have a dozen clean cars on the lead lap, and then I would assume that obviously not all 19 of those cars are going to be eliminated from this race, so there's going to be quite a few from that wreck that'll still be able to continue on the lead lap. I'm not sure if they're going to be fast enough to stay in the pack for an overtime restart or not, but yeah, I'd probably say 12 to 15 cars will be clean with not much damage for this restart.
No, these aren't live scenes of the track. These are cars that have seen better days here at Talladega Superspeedway over outside turn 2. A lot of history. And maybe some people would rather forget what happened with those. These are live shots here now on a beautiful afternoon in Alabama, where we have come to a very sudden stop after the big one happened. That's Austin Cindric. That was the beginning of it all, and teammate Joey Logano in there, Ryan Preece, Chase Elliott, Harrison Burton, Chase Briscoe, John Hunter Nemechek, Noah Gregson. The list goes on. Jimmy Johnson, Dale Jarrett on the Peacock pit box, fellas. We got so close, got within 5 laps.
Yeah, we've both been there, I think, probably. Yeah. You going along, doing everything that you can, and really Austin Cindric not doing one thing wrong there. I think the one thing that I thought when I first saw it, Jimmy, was why did Keselowski hit him in the rear? But the more replays that I saw, as he was getting pushed, it was actually turning his car. Brad's a little bit left, and that's what created that angle. So there's no way to put blame. It's just racing that happens here, right?
Yeah, especially when you look at those cars and association with manufacturer, they're all trying to help each other. Yeah, it just didn't turn out well for them. But it just shows how draggy the lead car is. The two car got off to a nice lead. He kind of hit that terminal velocity wall. Car starts pulling back, and the energy of the pack is closing so hard. Brad saw it coming, and in my eyes, Brad tried to check up a bit, but the train was rolling, and they drove right on through the two car.
And you can see this is all happening as Todd Gilliland, who had to serve a penalty for speeding coming into pit road earlier, he got out of the way, but Cindric had got that. And as you pointed out, the manufacturers want their guys to run together. Well, the bad thing is if there's something happens, then they're going out together too.
Yeah, it totally is that way. And then what I think a lot of these guys will fall back on, and I know Ryan Blaney's name is back in the conversation because of all the stage points he had. You start now looking back on the day and wondering how many points are going to carry you through. With all these cars tore up, the result, the finish itself, isn't what it once was, unless you're in Madrid, of course. So then you have the stage points to worry about. That's where Stevie do all his calculations up there in that chief world that he lives in.
Yeah, and this is so unfortunate because we saw just magnificent racing, but the one good thing and another good thing about this car is the safety of it, and I think Parker has one of the drivers involved here.
Right, DJ catching up here, Dale Hemrick, who's been contracted released to the infield care center. So what was your view of this massive wreck down the backstretch?
Not a whole lot, Parker. Just sitting here on the replay, it looked like the 2 was out a little bit, and 6 didn't quite square up. Looked like with the 2, it kind of started the Accord. Actually, the first thing I saw was debris going up, and we were trying to get a third lane rolling there. Yeah, so just unfortunate. Proud of everyone at Surf Chevrolet. Really fast qualifying effort for us. I put our third car in top 10, and hated turn out the way it did. Yeah, I only have 5 more this cup races, so I'm trying to enjoy every one of them. That's not the way on the end, but thought I had a hole and just ripped around the top, and just 2 came back up the racetrack at the end and caught me. So I hate that, but proud of these guys. 5 more. Go try to do something special.
That's the chaos of Talladega, Dave.
So Parker, down in the salvage yard, Chase Briscoe sits in his number 14 car, knowing that the rule is if he gets out of his car, then his day is over. They've been arguing with the track workers. They're trying to do the best they can to follow NASCAR's rules. Listen.
It's Raffaran during the wreck.
Okay, Steve, you're the crew chief of the 14. Richard Boswell's doing his best, but boy, that 14 is stuck.
Well, there's 14 stuck, so let's go back. Basically, what happens is when a wreck happens, if you've had any amount of significant contact, that NASCAR is going to tow you to the garage. Your day's over. If you've had little to no contact and you only need held back because of flat tires or you're stuck in the grass, then NASCAR said they'll bring you back to pit road. The problem is that is kind of in the eye of the beholder. What's significant contact? What's too much contact? Now, looking at this 14, the left rear looks flat for sure. The right rear, the toe link looks broke. That is something you can change on pit road. But if the car itself won't push and they're going to hook it up to a wrecker, what's their other options? This is something that NASCAR is going to have to look at for next year for this situation. 1 car at a time, it's pretty manageable. But with wrecks like this, Jeff, how do you decide who is in the wreck and who isn't?
Yeah, this is a very difficult situation. And as you said, moving forward, need to find a better way to do this. This is the problem is that the car sits on the racetrack or sits in the grass, and you can't get it to roll. And that's ultimately, Steve, that's the reason they're having all these problems.
How about the guy who led 29 laps today, and Parker was at the front for the majority of this race, but it's come to an end. Austin Cindric.
Right, Lee. Just checked release from the infield care center here for Austin Cindric. You were at the front there. Looked like an aggressive bump by Brad Keselowski. Got you turned. Was there anything different you maybe could have done inside?
Hard to say. I mean, obviously incredibly frustrated. Yeah, we have a great shot to win the race, and just really proud of my team. The full execution of the day, being able to get that stage win and put ourselves in position at the front of that green flag pit cycle, and then have another shot. I don't know. I don't feel like complaining right now. I'm too pissed off and I won't do anything. So, just probably, like I said, proud of the team. brought some really fast race cars every single race of the playoffs, and we're going to have to go bring another one next week and do my job.
We saw a lot of 4-wide racing today, 3-wide. Did it feel like something like this was brewing with the pushes getting more aggressive?
Well, I'd say the 4-wide and even the 3-wides, a lot to do with a lot of the strategy side of things. And I mean, that middle of 4 stuff for, I don't know how many laps it is. It's got to be some of the craziest stuff I've ever been a part of. But felt like we're in a great place to control there. And it's going to be between me and the 47 there, just trying to figure out when I was going to be able to get my runs and kind of mathing that out every time we came to the start-finish line. But yeah, like I said, couple laps short, torn up race car.
Heartbreak for us, Cedric, the 2 team, guys. Sure is. He will leave Talladega still on the wrong side of the playoffs cut line at a crucial race next weekend at the Roval in Charlotte. The cleanup continues, and we've got a race to finish.
I don't really want to go through the list of cars that are out of the crash or out of this race from the crash because I don't know who exactly is all out yet. Pretty much everybody you see 1 or 2 laps down in there, probably out of the race. I don't think anybody got the free pass because everybody that was a lap down happened to be involved in the incident too, from what I saw. Again, 23 car incident, time of the red flag, 8 minutes and 42 seconds. Here we are. Under caution, just over 3 hours into this total race. Average race speed of 160.42 miles per hour will continue to drop every lap we run under caution. We are going to go past the scheduled distance with this caution coming out, so we will go to overtime. And again, this is the 4th yellow of the day. Just our 3rd for incidents, and obviously the big one here at Talladega. Again, 23 cars involved. We have 22 cars listed on the lead lap still. That'll probably continue to drop as we still have drivers and teams getting assisted back to pit road.
Cleanup continues of a wreck, the big one that involved 28 cars. Just incredible. Well, the biggest of the big ones, and how did it look like with the 2 of Cindric car backwards? And this is where it's scary. Extra contact, back of the car comes up, and then the car sets back down, and you know, I had mentioned all the cars stayed on the ground. There's some other cars here spinning at that speed. The 9 of Chase Elliott, it looks slow in slow motion, but that car had the chance to go in the air. Let's talk about the changes here for Talladega. After some flips earlier in the summer, a little rail underneath the right side rocker. You can't see it on the racetrack, but it wants to slow the airspeed down. The window rail was in Daytona, but the right side roof rail taller than it has been at previous races. And unfortunately for those drivers in the accident, they displayed that fabric on the yellow side of the right side roof flap basically makes it a parachute, right? When that opens up, it catches more air. And the whole concept is when this car is built and designed, it's designed for racing, which in this direction right here makes a tremendous amount of downforce. When the car turns sideways, it goes from race car to airplane wing. And the air is so fast over the top of it, and then the air is able to get underneath it that it lifts the car up, flips it over. So there's a great look at that fabric on the 22. It's kind of out of the roof flap right now. So you're trying to slow the air down over the roof of the car and reduce the amount of air going under the car. Changes, at least in this accident, seem to be okay. Still more racing to go, but thankful to see all the cars stay on their tires. Frustratingly, Josh Berry, for the 2nd week in a row, gets towed back. This is John Hunter Nemechek. This is Chase Elliott. Again, 28 cars involved.
28? I had 23 on my
playoff
list.
Implications, especially for 2 Penske drivers.
Let me recount.
Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, both are below the cut line.
And how all of these different drivers are dealing with this is going to be very interesting. Parker.
Catching up with Mike McDowell, who led the most laps today. You were involved in that incident on the backstretch. What was your viewpoint?
I didn't have one. By the time, I was 12th, 13th at the time, and all I saw was cars spinning and trying to avoid it. So I didn't see what caused it or what started it. But unfortunately, we were right in the middle of it, kind of got hit on both sides, and thought maybe we could get it rolling, but just couldn't get it to move. So hey, for everybody on this left shop stop board Mustang, super fast again. Had a lot of speed. But that happens at the end of these races. I mean, we just didn't execute what we needed to be in the front to miss it. And that kind of happens here.
Talk to me about how aggressive these pushes get late in these races, and how do you hold on to them when you get big pushes like that?
Yeah, when you get down to 5, 6 to go, you feel like it's coming. And where I was sitting on the racetrack, I was like, I don't know how I'm going to avoid this. You really want to be in those first 2 or 3 rows, and I don't even know where it started. It might have happened in the first 2 or 3 rows, but you feel better when you're up near the front. But yeah, it's just part of it at the end of these races, and you're pushing really hard. And you're just trying to get your lane moving. You're just trying to get some momentum, and yeah, just kind of along for the ride.
Unfortunate result, Dave, for Mike McDowell. So Parker, if it's a right rear lower control arm, they are out. If it's a right rear toe link, they can repair it. Steve, the list of things you can do once you're towed back here like this is not an extensive one.
It's not an extensive list, but Dave, this is going to be pretty controversial in the garage area because the rule says if you have more than slight contact and you can't return to the pits, then your day is over, and that comes down to the decision of the tower. We had Blaney complaining about this at Watkins Glen. Now, his car ended up having pretty severe damage. Josh Berry, a week ago on lap 1, claiming that they should have been brought back to pit road. And now we have the 14 and the 9 of Chase Elliott, who has been towed back to pit road. Kim, what are you hearing on the 9?
Yeah, Chase, he had to wait because there were so many cars in that accident that he was one of the last to be serviced by the crew. He felt like he was just wedged on the banking, that the car was going to be okay. Got to tow to his pit stall. They're working on left front clearance is the first priority. Then they're going to check the suspension, but they do think they're going to be able to go back on the racetrack. Chase being towed to his pit stall after a lengthy wait on the crew.
Now, the goal of the damaged vehicle policy is not to take cars off the racetrack that can compete. The problem is it has to be clearly written that it can be officiated the same for everyone. And I'm just not sure in situations like Talladega where there's this many cars in the wreck. I mean, we showed you how many replays, Jeff. I can't tell you who had light contact or, heavy contact and how much damage they have. So, what is an acceptable amount of damage? Here's Harrison Burton in the 21 also getting towed back to his pit stall. So this is 3 cars being towed back.
Hendrick crew go to work on the 9. Have a look at this. As far as playoff drivers who had trouble so far, the ladder 13 of the 16, the Glen, Bristol had the least amount. And let's talk more about that because Christopher Bell kicked it off. He got a penalty and had to go to the rear of the field. So too did Daniel Suarez, but Daniel Suarez had to serve a pass-through, a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, and then in trying to get back in the pack, he tried to merge up in front of B.J. McLeod and just drives up in front of him, gets himself spun out.
Yeah, and then a big impact of the 12 of Blaney, a push from the 48, turns the 12 around as he comes up. Big contact with the 1 of Chastain and the wall.
There it is again. Even though it was in crash mode, he came across the line for 8th place in the second stage. And that was just the beginning of it in reality, because in this 28-car pileup, there were playoff drivers everywhere. There were a few who skipped through, like Christopher Bell, like Kyle Larson, like William Byron. But for the rest, like Chase Briscoe, like Chase Elliott, and others, wrong place, wrong time. Austin Cindric, Joey Logano.
Yeah, there's 28 cars that were involved. That's the biggest big one wreck that's documented in history. So, that was, I don't have a huge bearing on the playoffs too. I mean, so many guys. Austin Cindric comes to mind. He was sitting there in position to win this race. And he's probably going to go to the Roval kind of in a must-win situation. Briscoe potentially as well.
Speaking of the Roval, Jeff, there's been plenty of action there over the years, and that's what's next on the playoff menu.
Yeah, I got that. Beautiful October day, Carl and Roval. Trying to get more points, trying to get a ring points. You got best friend out here, you got the best car here. Very good. No pressure, keep taking anything. Watch out, Lon. Take a couple. Watch it, Bruce. Got a fast car, get wild here, too.
All right, just a quick thanks to everybody watching this stream so far. Be sure to hit the like button. Again, our goal is to get to 100 likes for this stream today. We're currently at 75, and we are setting up for our first overtime restart. So, again, be sure to hit that like button. Subscribe. We've got daily NASCAR content on the channel, including, obviously, on the race weekends, live commentary streams like this. Full flag-to-fly coverage for NASCAR Cup Xfinity truck races as well as Cup practice and qualifying every NASCAR race weekend. I know we just got 5 races to go, but we'll obviously have content throughout the summer as well and leading into next year. So I appreciate everybody that's been on board on the road to 6K on the subscriber sheet. So definitely be sure to join along. And again, let's try to see if we can get to that like goal for the 3rd consecutive live commentary stream. Parker Kligerman standing with Joey Logano outside the infield care center.
Stretch. Did you know how big a run that you guys were creating there, and could you have done anything different?
I don't think we could have done much different. I mean, we had the bottom kind of working fairly well, and our timing got a little bit off a tooth from what we have been doing, and we got pushed from the 21 to transfer to the 6, and it transferred to the 2 just at a bad angle. Off he went.
Is there anything in terms of you guys when you were down there trying to get the car rolling that maybe you were trying to get going there? What stopped you from being able to continue?
It's a disaster down there. I don't really know what to tell you. Put interliners with cars, I guess. It's a disaster because everyone's just sitting on flat tires and wants to roll, but they can't because they're on flat tires. And we got this machine that's going to plug up the rear tires, or at least jack up the back of the car. But if you're flat on the front, you still can't steer. And it's. I'm going to stop now. It's a disaster.
Guys, just listening to the team radio, they were pretty frustrated in trying to get that car rolling and the situation down there.
The YellaWood 500 here at Talladega has played a pivotal role in these 2024 NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. A beautiful afternoon turned ugly for key playoff players. And there is a race still to be won.
Well, that's the point. As we look forward to the guys that were able to miss this, Stenhouse, Keselowski, Byron Larson, remember, everyone didn't come in and fill their cars up with fuel. The last time the leaders were on pit road, it was a quick gas-only stop. So it's going to be very interesting as we see overtime now. We extend the distance of this race. How much fuel did they put in? It's impossible for us to know. We're going to have to just kind of see if all the teams have enough in it for a green-white checkered finish.
So we're getting ready to finish off the day. We're going into overtime, as Steve mentioned. 28 cars involved in the accident that has caused the race to go into overtime and this most recent caution. That's the biggest in history as far as the amount of cars in the, air quotes, big one here at Talladega. Chase Elliott trying to stay in play if he can. He is one of those playoff drivers affected. So too Chase Briscoe. Meanwhile, it's going to be a mad scramble. I wonder, fellas, today if Kyle Larson feels this is the day that his luck has finally changed here at Talladega. He said, we've had speed, we've been good. He said, we usually get caught up in somebody else's dramas. And Larson was able to skip through and around that 28-car pileup. Let's talk more about the 5. Here's Kim Coon.
And lead luck was the conversation when I was on the 5 holler this morning talking with Kyle Larson and his crew chief, Cliff Daniels. They talked about his skill set here. And what makes you good at every other racetrack is not necessarily what makes you good here. He can't carve through traffic like he can at other tracks. Still, he is a great super speedway racer. They said the best thing for them today is if they have luck on their side. And I asked Kyle, what would you feel? What would be the emotion getting your first super speedway when he would just say, finally. Finally was the words he would say, Marty.
Kim, I think the issue Steve brought up a moment ago about these cars having enough fuel is maybe a bigger issue than we're thinking it might be. Several times, Rudy Fugle has told William Byron, the highest running playoff driver right now, sitting in 3rd, do not swerve your car, do not warm up your tires coming to the green here. And he just told him a moment ago, Steve, we have enough fuel for one overtime finish. I think even that is going to be close, but we do not have enough for a second overtime.
Well, the concern is not only the positions you would lose if you run out of gas, but if you run out of gas in front of the field, do you cause another accident and does it take you out of the race? Let's listen to the 24 radio. Rudy Fugle on the radio. They've done everything so right for so long in this race. If you're Rudy Fugle, you hope it works out with the fuel.
Yeah, and on top of that, Steve, there's only 22 cars in the lead lap. So, what is it worth risking? We had all these cars that got into the wreck. You're in great shape. Do you want to run out of gas and give away that advantage from all those cars being in the wreck? That's a tough call for the crew chiefs.
Our Hall of Famers, Dale Jarrett, Jimmy Johnson, are on the Pitcock Pit Box. Jimmy, what's it like to go into overtime at a super speedway?
Well, you know, he's got another shot at it. In most instances, you're happy you weren't caught up in the wreck. But then you hear your crew chief's voice and the concern about fuel, and then you start stressing all over again. So it seems like that's what these guys are fighting with right now.
Yeah, and as you run more laps under caution here, yeah, you're using maybe half of what it would take to run a normal lap. So that's only getting worse for them. My experience too, late race restarts after big wrecks, you think, okay, everybody's going to be a little more calm here. Not the case whatsoever. Going to be the pushing and shoving is going to continue, correct?
I totally agree. I'm not sure what the odds are or how to place a bet right now, but I would bet that there's going to be another caution and this is going to go again.
Back to you guys.
So we're getting ready for a dramatic finish. The day has been dramatic, but the day was exciting with the 3 and 4 wide racing for a long period of time. We'd been going for some almost 50 minutes of green flag racing until the big one. So the field was in a good rhythm. Green flag pit stops, different strategy. It was all playing out. There was a lot of variability.
So now, how do we execute this? Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has won on these types of racetracks. He is going to pick, and Keselowski, I'm sure, is going to pick next to him. And then it's about who's going to push. What guy is going to give the best push? How do you leave the restart zone with the right momentum? One of the things you can't control is what happens behind you, but what you can do is do your job and give the guy behind you every reason to stay with you. Sometimes, Steve, you might want to get a good launch, keep going, and then drag a little brake to get that guy behind you hooked up to you. Keep that brake applied just a little bit to stay hooked up, because 2 cars together will go faster, even if you're dragging a little bit of brake.
You see the big mark on the side of Stenhouse's car from the impact when that big wreck kicked off? I mean, if Stenhouse can convert this into a victory, this is going to be extraordinary. The last time Ricky won, it was on a big track too. It was last year's Daytona 500.
What I find interesting is how aggressive are William Byron and Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell going to be. They have so many people in trouble here. They're in the garage, they're out of the race, they're having problems. Do you want to get in a wreck? You can take advantage of this situation.
What about the aid of Kyle Busch? Yeah. So close, so many. Just last week, gets into the wall. And here he is. You know, back here in row 3.
Yeah, and Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon, they're both running up in the top 7 positions. Busch is going to be outside row 3 for the restart. Dillon in 7th inside of row 4. So they link up. Maybe one of those two goes to victory lane here today as well. Lights are out on the pace car. They'll be going green this time. Again, first overtime restart attempt. Stenhouse is the control car as the leader. A little bit of damage on the left side of the car. I don't know if there's any part of that sheet metal that's maybe sticking out that could hurt him or not. We'll just have to wait and see. But again, he will get to launch first in the restart zone. Keselowski inside row 1. Bunch of scrambled manufacturer order behind him. Larson, then Bell. Green flag is in the air. Here we go. Driving off into turn 1. 24 Byron locked to the back of the 47. Same for the 5 of Larson. Locked on the back of the 6 of Brad Keselowski. Kyle Busch outside row 3. A lot tighter in the back of the 24 than Bell inside row 3 is to the back of the 5 of Larson. Stenhouse progresses forward, middle of the back straightaway, clears the 6. The 8 of Busch pushing the 24 simultaneously as well. And now the 43 and the 8 back off on the outside. Larson, again, a shot to the inside on Keselowski. Keselowski pulled right back up alongside Stenhouse, getting up to speed off turn 4. Busch a shot to the 24, regurgitates that into the 47. SVG way out of line towards the back of this lead pack. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. At the line, Stenhouse led. Busch going to go to the 3rd line, but nobody's going to go with him from 3rd place. And he's going to go backwards, unfortunately. Tough break. Eric Jones did not pull out of line with the 8 cars. A desperation move that did not pan out. Knew he wasn't going to win the race from where he was at. Still gridlocked at the front of the field. It's a dead heat for turn 3 between Stenhouse and Keselowski. Door to door. Larson shoves the 6 out in front. The 6 is clear. Keselowski. Will he stay to the bottom or will he block high? Does not. He stays on the bottom. And here comes Stenhouse with the 24 again. The 5 into the back of the 6. Drag race for the start-finish line. Stenhouse, Keselowski by inches. Stenhouse. By 6/1000ths of a second, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is going to win his 4th career NASCAR Cup Series race. Brad Keselowski stayed true to the inside and still almost got back to the start-finish line first. William Byron up on the outside tried to make a move himself. Nobody went with him, and that almost costed Stenhouse the win. But Ricky holds on. Only 27/1000ths of a second back to 3rd place for William Byron. It's our second 3-wide finish of the year. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. spoils the party on this playoff race at Talladega today. Again, a margin of victory over 2nd place Brad Keselowski, 6/1000ths of a second. It's pretty much a 2-car drag race for the better part of 5+ miles over that 2-lap overtime restart. Another Talladega photo finish. Stenhouse with the win. 2nd career win at Talladega. Now he has 4 career Cup wins, 2 Daytona, 2 Talladega, and 2 with JTG Doherty Racing in the last 2 seasons. The 500 last year at Daytona and now the Fall Dega race this season. Get to hear from Stenhouse and some of the other top finishers on the post-race show. We'll go through the finishing results once we get this interview from Stenhouse. 22 cars finished on the lead lap today. 67 lead changes. 24 different drivers lead at least 1 lap. Stenhouse led 5 times for 19 laps today en route to his victory. Most laps led goes to Michael McDowell, who led 43 laps from the pole. 42, check that. 42 laps from the pole for him. Stage 2 winner Austin Cindric led for 29 laps. Stage 1 winner Chris Buescher ended up leading for 12 laps. Joey Logano led for 19 as well. Ross Chastain led 17. And everybody else of those 24 that led a lap were all down in the single digits. But a very competitive race nonetheless. Another big win for this 47 team.
Boy, Ricky, 6/1000ths of a second. What was your take on that final, really half lap?
Felt really good. We had our, Chevy teammates behind us, and I was hoping Kyle wasn't going to push the 6 that hard. I knew the 24 was probably going to try and, get to the line there, but man, this team has put a lot of hard work in. Obviously, we haven't won since the 523, and it's been up and down season. It was a lot of hard work this season, just trying to find a little bit of speed. But we knew that this track is one of ours to come get. So for all of our Southern Mississippi people, appreciate y'all coming. This means a lot winning here. Gotta say, we're thinking about everybody in Western North Carolina. Brad Doherty, his family, right where he grew up there in Black Mountain. A lot of people are struggling. I wish my wife and sons were here. They didn't come this weekend, but I'll see y'all at home. And man, what a day! Just proud of this group. The whole Kroger, Palm Olive, NOS Energy Drink. There's so many people. Sunny D. There's so many people that help this. Campers Inn, and man, there's just so many great product partners in this Kroger program, and glad to give him another win.
Yeah, Madison and Stetson didn't make the trip, but what do you think that hug's going to be like from the big guy when he's back at the track, Brad Doherty?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him. I'm looking forward to going to North Carolina and helping to clean up
We're working on that now with Team Rubicon to go out there and help clean up. So looking forward to that. This win's really, really special. Boy, what a finish. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. gets back to victory lane here at Talladega, Lee.
Awesome performance and lovely dedication too.
Updated point standings look. William Byron does advance mathematically on points here today. He cannot be bumped below the cutoff line no matter who wins next week. He can just show up, score 1 point, leave, still advances to the next round. So great first 2 races for him. He brings it home 3rd place today in that photo finish at the line. Christopher Bell, plus 57 points, is in 2nd, plus 52 for Kyle Larson in 3rd. Denny Hamlin is plus 30, plus 26 for Alex Bowman, plus 25 Ryan Blaney, plus 14 for Tyler Reddick, and Chase Elliott plus 13 is the last driver in the round of 8 if it were to end today. Minus 13 for Joey Logano, minus 20 Daniel Suarez, Austin Cindric still minus 29 just as he came in, and Chase Briscoe loses a few points. He is now 12th, minus 32.
Those people who
Fast forward a little bit, see if we get any more interviews. Not at the moment. The minute we do, I'll let you guys listen into them. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. climbing the fence at Talladega. He was all the way at the top. You don't see him make it all the way to the top, but he made it to the top. Climbed all the way back down. Didn't know how he was going to get down, so he just goes into the flag stand. That's the easy way out. There you go. Unique celebration there from Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Congratulations to him, though. Always strong when we go to these super speedways. There's a reason he's got 4 career wins on this style of racetrack. Again, margin of victory, 6 1/1000ths of a second. Crazy thing with that, as close of a finish as it was only the 3rd closest finish of the season. Atlanta and the Kansas race were still closer than that. Top 4 finished within 0.08 of a second. Larson in 4th. It's like NBC going off the air as they went past the scheduled distance with that red flag at the end of the race. I don't know that we're going to get any more interviews, unfortunately, so we'll just go through the finishing results, obviously, the Fantasy League. And again, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more NASCAR content if you haven't yet, so we can get to that goal of 100 likes on the stream. Again, 22 cars finished on the lead lap, 24 different leaders, 67 lead changes, 3 hours, 26 minutes, 24 seconds. Total time on the race, average race speed of 153.2 miles per hour. We went 7 laps past the scheduled distance with this overtime, 195 out of an originally scheduled 500 miles, 188 laps in today's race. So those are some of the race statistics. Again, 0.06 of a second, margin of victory. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. finishes in 1st, 27 1/1000ths of a second back to William Byron in 3rd, and Kyle Larson in 4th, 81 thousandths of a second back, 800ths, if you will, for him. Eric Jones is going to round out here at the top 5 finish. Great for him to get the top 5 after injuring his back in a crash here back in the spring. Christopher Bell finishes in 6th. He's in a good point spot entering next week at the Roval. Justin Haley, great run with Spire Motorsports. This time he finishes the race off. Unfortunately, last week in Kansas got caught up in an incident late, but here today gets a top 10, finishes 7th. Austin Dillon, 8th. Good run for him. Led some laps in the final stage, stayed up front, missed the wreck. Top 10. Bubba Wallace finishes 9th. Denny Hamlin creeps in with a top 10 and 10th. Martin Truex Jr. ends up finishing in 11th. Cody Ware 12th. Ty Gibbs 13th. Carson Hocevar in 14th. Shane Van Gisbergen in 15th. Alex Bowman 16th. Chris Buescher 17th. Corey LaJoie 18th. Kyle Busch, he was outside row 3 in the restart. He tried to make a move. I mean, he was going for the win there, but just nobody would go with him. It was just gridlocked the whole entire 2 laps, which we tend to see on Daytona and Talladega overtime restarts with this next gen. That was the case here. Even Busch trying to make something else happen that wasn't going to be a gridlock finish. Nobody went with him. So ends up back in 19th there. Top 19 cars finished within 1 second of the lead. Tyler Reddick in 20th had damage from the big one. Finishes a second and a half off the lead in 20th. Zane Smith, same thing. 3.6 seconds back at 21st. BJ McLeod, 4.8 seconds back at 22nd. Those were the cars to finish on the lead lap. And Todd Gilliland, first car lap down in 23rd. Anthony Alfredo, 24th. Noah Gragson, 25th. Daniel Suarez, 26th. J.J. Yaley, 2 laps down in 27th. A.J. Allmendinger, 2 laps down in 28th. And then 29th on back DNF today. Most of those from that big accident at lap 184, I believe. Yeah, 183, excuse me, where that caution took place. Chase Elliott finishes in 29th. Chase Briscoe 30th. John Hunter Nemechek 31st. Austin Cindric 32nd. Joey Logano 33rd. Harrison Burton 34th. Ryan Preece 35th. Josh Berry 36th. Michael McDowell 37th. Daniel Hemrick 38th. Ryan Blaney 39th. And Ross Chastain 40th. That rounds out our finishing results for this one. We'll check the Fantasy League point standings. You can join our NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. Free to sign up. All you need is your email. And then when you create your password, you'll want to join our league, which is the KRC League. KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. Put that up in the chat. Obviously, you're not going to win our league championship this year, but you have 2 chances to win every year. Regular season and or playoff champion. We'll reset the points. We have 2 different champions. And you get a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season. If you win our regular season or playoff championship, tickets are available for any Cup Series race excluding the Daytona 500. As far as that goes, we'll click on that Fantasy Live tab. Kind of a crapshoot this week with that big wreck. My team, I had Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, Harrison Burton. Dylan was in my garage. I wanted to plug him in for Blaney after Blaney got in a crash. Come to find out, I had a terrible week. Look at this. Austin Dillon ended up as my best scorer, and he wasn't in my starting lineup. I only had 3 points for Burton, 4 for Logano, 5 for Blaney. Busch got hung out to dry there late. Cindric was caught up in the wreck, had a lot of stage points. Same for Busch, but yeah, that's not a good week for fantasy for me. Bonus picks, Reddick at least beat Suarez. And that was the only one I got. Only 10 bonus points. Logano did not beat Hamlin. Elliott did not beat Bowman. And Blaney did not beat Byron. So I finished 24th with just 65 points this week. This got to be my worst fantasy league, not only this season, but maybe ever, for 1 week. That went way wrong on that big crash. Considering I had 3 of those dudes up in the top 5 for, well, the entirety of the first 2 stages. And then Blaney crashed out, and then the rest of them basically got knocked out from that last crash. The Plow V3, congratulations to you. You win this week by quite a bit, actually. 32 points between first and second. 180 points for him. Ghost NYX finishes in second with 148. Colton Thompson, 144 points in third. Full Speed Ahead finishes with 141 points at fourth. The War Given Buckeye Racing Team rounds out our top 5 with 138 points in fifth. The Plow V3 on his team this week, he had Christopher Bell, who had a top 5. Kyle Larson, who, Bell finished 6th, just outside the top 5, but a lot of stage points for him. He finished top 5 in stage 1. 4th for Kyle Larson and a lot of stage points, 3rd most points of any driver today. William Byron, 2nd most points of any driver today, finishes 3rd. And then Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch, not great, but obviously he still scored good enough points to win this week. And he, too, also didn't have a lot of bonus points, only 10. So pretty low scoring week, obviously, here at Talladega. But again, congratulations to the Plow V3. And obviously, congratulations again to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. for winning the YellaWood 500 2024 edition here at Talladega Superspeedway. Be sure to hit the like button. Let's see what we're at right now for likes before we get out of here. We are sitting at 88. We're still 12 likes shy of our goal of 100. So again, please be sure to hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button. It helps these streams out a ton. Thanks for watching. We'll see you back and better than ever again next weekend. I'll give you my start times before we get out of here. Truck Series will be off for the next couple of weeks. So our only streams next weekend will be for Xfinity and Cup Series action at the Charlotte Roval. Let's see here. Pull up the schedule. So we'll start things off with practice and qualifying at the Charlotte Roval next weekend. There will be two 20-minute practice sessions next weekend at the Roval. They did make a modification to the racetrack with, I think, the backstretch chicane. So 2 20-minute practice sessions next weekend for the Roval. That will begin at 12:30 p.m. Eastern on Saturday afternoon. So our next live commentary stream, again, Cup Series practice and qualifying Saturday at the Roval, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. That's in cohesion with a doubleheader, as we will also be live for the NASCAR Xfinity Series race at 4 p.m. Eastern on Saturday evening. And obviously our main event next weekend will be the NASCAR Cup Series race Sunday afternoon. We will go live same start time we had today, 1:30 p.m. Eastern, beginning with our pre-race to go over my predictions for who I think is going to be eliminated next week, as well as who I think will run well, not run well in the race as given. Live streaming schedule for the gaming side of things will be uploaded in the community tab tomorrow as well, and I'll re-upload the start times for the streams next weekend for the Cup and Xfinity action at the Roval when we get closer to the weekend as well. Have a good rest of your Sunday afternoon. Go Pack Go. I'm going to watch the rest of my Packers game next time. As always, have a good one. Great race today. And hopefully we have more to come as we have 5 races left this season. See you next time, everyone.